Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2024. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here today, the man who was paused on quite a lot yesterday. Thankfully, he is awake, he is back, and you are ready to go, right?
That's right. I'm ready to go. I'm
Hell
ready for
yeah.
some more action. We're broadcasting at a secret, unknown time. No one can find us here, and we are going to be bringing you guys some pretty exciting matchups today.
Yeah.
And I think today could go the distance, Atlas, because we have two series that, on paper, I think both have a favorite in, but we're seeing some resurgence of Bro right now. D+ slumping a little bit overall this season. I think they found some form against DRX, right? And then our second series of the night, anything could happen with no.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, you think that there's a clear win? I have no idea. I was talking to Cloud Templar earlier on, and we were like, oh, I don't know, man. I don't know who's going to be able to win this one. Let's have a look at the standings to see what this is all going to mean further forward. You can see D+ did make it over to the western side. Bro, they made it out of last place. We thought that they may not be able to pick up a victory at all throughout this season. Kwangdong Freaks, they just couldn't figure out a way to beat the Bros. 2 times of asking.
Yeah, Kwangdong on a 6-game losing streak. Got three losses in a row, both of them 0-2. So dropping down actually behind D+. D+ can really solidify their position here in 5th place with a win this evening, and even actually start to ride on the back of KT a little bit. If they took it 2-0 tonight, they'd only be 1 game score behind them.
Exactly right, and if KT then lose their next match, it is very likely that D+ could actually leapfrog them in the standings as well. We are going to have a look at the bottom side of the map, though, because Envy and Polo have been doing some great things. Polo especially, in my mind, has really risen to the occasion here for the Bros. Stepping into Effort's shoes, who did look, in some cases, last season like he was one of the guys that was getting it done. Of course, in a lot of other matches, he certainly did not, but Polo's just gone from strength to strength, looked absolutely fantastic with Samver and now with Envy as well, making his way back in. Does feel like the team has found a little bit of a resurgence, but they're up against this guy here, Showmaker, soon to be the 4th mid laner to play 500 games. It's going to be game 1 of this series. And, you know, we talk about the big 4 here in the LCK a lot.
Yeah.
And Showmaker has been a front runner for, you know, this conversation over the last 5 years, right?
Yeah.
It's been a really, really long time that he's been battling BDD, Faker, and Chovy for that top spot.
It was only last year that he passed Kuro, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah.
When you consider the legacy that Kuro left behind. As we'll introduce D+ Kia here first. And Showmaker, you know, he was in the big 3. We added the 4th in BDD, who came back to form in a big way last year. And so now we have 4 extremely competitive, strong mid laners. They're all on the top of that list.
It didn't feel right having that Nongshim roster, did it?
No.
It didn't feel right not having BDD in that list.
No, definitely not. And here, of course, is OK Savings Bank Breon, who are on the back of 2 wins against a slumping Kwangdong Freak. So difficult to judge current form.
Ooh,
I like what you mentioned.
Difficult to say that, though, Wolf. I mean, we might say slumping Kwangdong Freaks, but maybe this is just complete Giga Chad Bro. We don't know.
Now, this mid matchup, by the way, Atlas,
yeah,
this is the one to focus on tonight because Karis has suddenly had a pretty big resurgence, but both of these players are playing Azir every single game. And Showmaker is playing the Grasp Azir, he's playing Tank, Karis is playing a little bit more standard. And you can see in terms of some of the laning stats here, definitely favoring Showmaker massively, but Karis has had a big resurgence. I don't know if either of these players are going to get to play Azir today just because they've both been prioritizing it so heavily. I think it'll definitely be targeted in draft.
I think it's almost definitely first pick or going to be banned. As we are celebrating 500 games for Showmaker, as we mentioned before. The really interesting thing is, Bro always manages to take a series off D+. Over the last 4 years, once a year, they've taken a series. But that series has never been with Karis.
That's true.
Karis has never been able to actually beat Showmaker in a full series ever. He has taken 3 games, but he's never actually been able to win a series. So it would be a huge moment for Bro, and especially for Karis, if they are able to actually take a win here against D+. And it could be the time, you know, like Dan Orcs, he managed to see something. You know, he predicted the Bros. I don't quite know what it was. Nothing's really pointing towards it in my mind, but he saw it.
He's a known D+ anti.
No. On the other side of that coin, there is a bro lever, okay? And maybe we should flip to that side of it. Because I think that it will be a challenge for Kellen and Aiming. They have been more of a backseat bottom lane, right? Like, they like to scale up. They like to play behind the playmakers of this team, right? Lucid and Showmaker. Zephyr actually found your joke really funny, by the way.
Yeah, no,
We've actually got the global broadcast going out to LOL Park today because there's no one else here, so we figured we may as well. No, that's a complete lie. We are definitely not doing that.
Maybe
Stop
they'll
laughing,
listen.
Edgar.
Maybe Edgar will listen to our cautions about the draft.
Yeah, he might. if we see that we're saying something like, you should probably just ban the Azir, and then they just ban it, that's when we'll start raising some eyebrows. But not just yet. And actually, they might just ban it anyway. Bro are going to be on the red side, and D+ will be on the blue side as we jump into the draft here for game number 1.
Yeah, and also just for clarity's sake, they can't hear the Korean casters either. Just,
no, they can't hear anyone.
This is a joke. I just want everyone to know that they can't hear anyone. They don't actually get influenced by the broadcast.
Can you see these huge cups on their ears, ladies and gentlemen? That may indicate that it is difficult to get anything in there. All right, so Lucid. The Lucid tax has been a thing in draft. It's actually kind of blowing my mind that he's been getting Rel Vi bans almost every single match. The Vi is going to come through as well, so they're going to pay the full tax. I hope you in chat are paying the bro tax as well.
Showmaker,
you have to.
This team is cracking up, Atlas.
Yeah, dude. And so what I heard, it's actually kind of crazy. In the huge pause, because of course it was D+ versus DRX that had the first massive pause, it was Showmaker like bringing the team together, saying like, this is a historic moment. We're playing the longest series of all time at LOL Park. Like, just let's try and keep our spirits high. And he was the one that was like cheerleading the rest of his team.
Yeah.
And that is not the Showmaker that we remember from maybe a year, 2 years
definitely
ago.
not.
It was a little bit more doom and gloom back then.
Especially when it comes to long game days. He likes to go home early.
Oh, he does.
That's what he's most famous for. Now, this ban on the Orianna leads me to believe they're considering an Azir first pick here. They also took away the Nautilus. So
where is Senna? Oh man, they're trading Senna for Azir, Wolf.
Senna and Azir trade, maybe what's on the table here. Nautilus is banned, and so I think they were expecting the Senna ban to come through, and maybe they're going to grab the Azir, but we could still go Senna Tahm Kench. Feels very strong here. It does not feel like a very viable denial pick for Bro to say, okay, you ban Nautilus, you take Senna, we'll take the Tahm Kench away and go Jinx Tahm Kench, something like that. So this is not shocking to me because of the Orianna ban, and you would never try to target Karas's Orianna unless you were going to pick Azir, and that's what you want to draft around. So this just is a series-specific priority, I think, considering how much these two mid laners have prioritized this pick in their last few.
Yeah, actually, I find it kind of interesting because I feel like if you pick the Senna, I trust Showmaker to be able to counter an Azir in lane more than I trust anyone to be able to play against a Senna. I just find that is pretty powerful. Way going to be locked in here as well. That is going to be Karas's option, most likely
Almost
into the
certainly.
Azir, but still a flex pick. Polo could be playing that one.
So the crazy thing about this Atlas is this is, I think, a big vote of no confidence in Envy and Palu in terms of the Senna. They did get crushed on it last time they played it, albeit it was with Ornn. And the cool thing about this for D+ Kia now is they're saying, I don't think you're going to be able to play Senna. And we have a lot of different options. Varus is still up, for example. And Bro, don't take Senna, so now you get Azir and Senna, actually. And Tank Azir is great with Senna. D+ have played that. They know how to play it. They're very good at it. So D+ are getting everything they want right now. And Smolder, yeah, it scales just like Senna does, and so does Sway. Into the late game, the poke is insane. The burst is real.
But never enough.
It's never enough.
It's like we've never seen it actually be able to win. And this is nutty because D+ are just going to say, no, we're not going to play Senna. We want to play something more aggressive in the bottom lane, I guess.
Sounds like an under-the-table deal has gone on between these two players where they're like, all right, no Senna today.
I don't understand, but I guess it's happening. We're going to have a Senna-free day.
Wow. Well, the win streak will stay alive no matter what.
Yeah,
it looks like here. I mean, it's possible it gets drafted in the end. As it feels like D+ are being insanely greeted. Like, okay, we've also seen, the Aatrox work well with the Senna, so maybe they won't ban it and we'll actually get it at the end of the draft and have everything that's S tier. Maokai, Azir, Aatrox, and Senna Tahm Kench. They're banning the Lucian. They better ban Senna in that last spot. They better do it.
I mean, it's got to be. It's just you got to have husband and wife. They're the last two bans. You just have them together. That makes them sense.
Because I get it. Like, Lucian is one of the big problem picks into the Smolder. They've played well, but it's aiming, first of all, so probably not too worried about that. But it is a good pick into the Smolder. So is Varus, for example. If they want to ban that away, But Senna just has been more reliable in Senna versus Smolder. We have the data. We have visually seen this. It's passed the eye test that Senna is better, and it's got a great setup for the Senna already this draft. So if you ban Senna, they play Varus. If you ban Varus, they get Senna. I think Senna is worse, but neither option feels very good here for Bro. You know, you lose out either way.
I actually think banning the Lucian was 100% a mistake.
I agree.
Because you need to ban Varus and Senna, and you don't care if they get Lucian. Yes, it's powerful in the early game, but I think that if Envy and Polo can figure out a way to sit back and just scale up, then it's okay. But this goes back to what we were talking about yesterday, which is the fact that Envy doesn't know how to do that.
Yeah.
He's not a player that is capable of sitting on his hands and getting to a point where he can power spike. He has to be going in, and they have to ban accordingly.
The Yone ban is smart with the Sejuani here on the board. Could be a top Yone pick. It's going to be Rakan, actually, and they're not going to pick Senna. They just want to punish this just like T1 did, and it's going to be Caitlyn. It could be just Caitlyn Lux, just like we saw before. Now, obviously, it was Senna Ornn in that game, but a similar style of lane, right? Where they're just going to say, okay, we'll just hard push this. We're the better laners. Kellen and Aiming confident that they can actually get such an advantage there in the bottom side. This is another option, the Kalista, which was also open. Kind of insane that they picked Smolder with all of these picks up. The Varus, the Lucian that they banned in the second banning phase, with Senna up, with Kalista up. And Smolder's not going to have a happy time into the Renata Kalista lane.
And now, I don't know why. Maybe it's because, you know, it's an unpredetermined time. This is actually 6 a.m. right now, and so I'm like, haven't had a lot of sleep. But how did we miss the Kalista going all the way through?
Yeah, I know. I mean, when I think about the fact that they picked this Smolder with this list of champions available, Kalista, Lucian, Varus, and Senna.
And that's why they didn't have to bother picking it, because they had a billion things that they could very happily play.
I mean, I think the Senna is also great into it, right? But that's usually a pick that you would have picked earlier, and then the Smolder is like, all right, well, we'll both scale, and you pick the Smolder into the Senna. It's not a response. The responses are those hard-pushing lanes. Caitlyn was also up, by the way.
Yeah, right.
Which was hovered moments ago. So, I mean, this is either very foolish and risky decision, or it is just a big confidence that OK Bro have, saying that Palu is going to be able to get Envy to the late game on the Smolder against anything that gets thrown at him. They're just going to leave everything up. I think this game is definitely going to be mostly about the bottom 2v2.
I would agree. And you can see fans in the audience here very excited about Showmaker's 500th game. Oh, Tibbers, every time, just a huge Showmaker fan. Really good to see. As D+ Kia, they do have a lot of that early game pressure towards that bottom side. Showmaker's patented Grasp Azir in the mid lane. Lucid found a jungler after all of his were banned away in the first round. And there's an Aatrox for King, and there is a lot of comfort on the side of D+ Kia. But OK Savings Bank Breon, they've got some 4-1 potential. They've got the Hui in the mid lane. We'll see whether Karis can pilot it as we jump into the Rift here for game 1. D+ Kia, 하나, 둘, 셋. OK Breon, 하나, 둘, 셋.
OK Breon fighting!
Yay!
I mean, they would have said 저쪽 은행 Breon, but you know.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine. I mean, it was my bad.
Yeah. All right, Kingen and Morgan hitting each other with weapons. Well, Kingen is. Morgan wishes he had one, but he would be really powerful if he did. Gonna go back home, get 100 health back, and head back to lane. The ritual of the top laners.
I think the truth here is, any Bro fan is watching this going, well, maybe Kingen did get World's MVP and has an Aatrox skin, but he hasn't been that dominant this season. And you can hit that copium, but I'm a little bit concerned about immobile Hui, is Smolder that's going to be struggling in the mid game, and what Aatrox with lethality items is going to do in some of those mid game team fights.
But on the other side of that coin, how did Kingen do against Dudu?
Yeah.
Real not good. How did Morgan do? Clapped him. Back-to-back series, no worries at all.
True.
So maybe we're just feeling like it's gonna be fine if you're a Bro fan. Maybe you feel like Morgan, he's cracked the code. He's hit the next level, and it doesn't matter who it is.
That's his.
He's just gonna win.
6-3 Aatrox right there. that came up as well. Just
yeah,
some
it really didn't help me with my point, did it?
There's a 0-2 Morgan on Jax. It's
gone from bad to worse. Handshake going to come through here as Polo taking some damage. Damn.
Look, stats aren't everything, Atlas.
LCK production really got my number today.
Stats aren't everything, but there is some data. There's some background. This is a very...
There's often a reason for set stats. That is very true.
Lucid is going to come over here and actually try to start stealing away some of these camps and set up a very annoying jungle path for Gideon. With the prio, they have bottom side, which is guaranteed. Let's see if he can steal this away.
He is going to be able to throw this little sapling in the brush.
Force a leash.
And also actually went for base skin Maokai, which is kind of crazy. Logistics program going to come through there as a handshake. Not going to be accepted there by Envy, but he still goes down to 200. Lucid still steals away the Gromp. And this is still bad news, Bears.
And the fact that he's here means that Gideon can't farm. And so this is just a really, really tough time. It's so difficult to farm. And part of playing Smolder is not just getting the minions, but actually hitting last hits on your Qs and on your sneeze. And he's not really getting that many stacks here. And this is really just going to slow him down so significantly. Another handshake comes through. And I mean, they're almost ready to just dive this.
Yeah, Lucid is walking on in. Look at this huge minion wave that they have to deal with as well. Envy taking a bit of damage. It looks like Lucid does not want to commit to it. Gideon's still in the area, of course. But that is plate number 1 down. And that is like the first crash that we've had so far.
And now Morgan does get a small benefit from this because he knows that the Maokai is hovering bottom. He was shown for so long that he can just safely proxy, set that up there. So he gets a really nice advantage there in the top side. It's not going to be game-ending or game-changing, but at least Bro do get something on the other side of the map for this. He's now going to go ahead and back, and we'll teleport back to the lane with his boots and just picked up 1 cloth armor, so that's going to make his laning phase a little bit more comfortable. Yep, small victory, let's just say, here for Bro.
Indeed. We've got some pings in the mid lane, which is interesting. Lucid is getting his blue buff stolen away. That one is going to go. He, of course, started on Gideon's blue side, so you can understand exactly why Gideon is over here. And we'll be able to take that one away alongside of the Rift Scuttler. So still behind in CS, but able to at least get a bit back on Lucid's side of the map.
We have seen Gideon, when vertical jungling has been set up against him a few times this season, really struggle. I feel like he has improved quite substantially, as you can see in this game. It's just not going to let that go off the way Canyon did it to him earlier this season. He's going to come over here and actually take what
Gromp's traded.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going to get what's mine. And, he reacts very well. Set up the vision here, too, and is able to make sure he can get that camp safely and then turn on to Lucid. Gets a little bit of control, has the scuttle top side as well. And in just a moment, we'll be able to start up those bubs.
Yep. So on spawn is collecting the bubs. Looks like it's going to be Krugs into red here for Lucid. So he's going to finish off his jungle for now. Yeah, aiming and Kellen kind of zoning Polo and Envy away from the minion wave right now. This wave is in a horrendous position.
Yeah, it's unplayable. You can't Q anything. The Q range, it's very, very low, to be honest. That's the only way you could balance a crazy ability like that when it gets to late game. So it's very difficult for Envy to even get in there and get those stacks or last hit. He's kind of just trying to use his W to hit minions, but that means he's not stacking them on champions necessarily. This is the worst case scenario. And that's why, at least Gideon was able to get topside, right? He got those 3 bubs. The Jax is being supported there in the top lane. Doesn't have a massive lead or anything like that, but he grabbed a plate. So if you're Bro fan, you're looking towards that Jax win condition right now because the Smolder looks like it is not going to ever come online at this rate. I mean, it's only 6 minutes into the game, but slowing down the 125, which is the big spike where you start to actually stack quickly, is going to be so far away.
Yeah, this is it's looking a little bit dire. We did say that yesterday, when we had one of the slowest stacking Smolders, I believe it was Bull. But even then, this is looking like it could even be more not good.
It looks very not ideal.
Yeah, and the issue is that it's not that you don't make it to the stacks, because you do.
Yeah, you do.
He will get there. The problem is if you get to 225 and you're 10,000 gold behind, it doesn't matter.
No, exactly, especially if there's an Aatrox in that position.
And this composition from D+, yes, there's a Callista, which is focused mainly on, 2-item spikes, mid-game, stuff like that. But I think that with the composition, I think it'll work just fine moving into late game. We know what Aatrox can do once all those items start coming in, really decimate the backline of a team fight, and Azir sort of scales into wherever you'd like him to be. Maokai as well, fantastic. Kellen in these more short-range compositions with his ultimate can really make things work as well. And yes, Karras is going to be a problem, right? Because he outranges everyone. But if you can find a flank on top of him, if you can get Lucid's ultimate into a good position, and if you can maybe even throw Renata on top, it could certainly just be the answer here. So
the more I think about like the Jax that they have to play around so much here for Bro, the more I wonder why this wasn't all man.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's just
strong. Why? Don't do it to the Lord.
Bad to worse, but it makes me wonder why it wasn't a Twisted Fate pick, actually. I feel like you could have played around that a lot harder and just said, sorry, Envy, you're just going to have to sit down there and, you know, and slowly stack up and slowly scale up. Maybe a Twisted Fate could have had more agency, more power there on the top side for Morgan, would have won the lane harder, and they could have played around it. Instead, you know, it's just going to be this Jax that got the proxy once, got a plate, is otherwise not really significantly ahead in any way. Looks like he is going to put a ward up here, some of that prio he has, but that's not going to be a significant advantage. As let's not throw games for control wards. No, because yesterday was teaching us a lesson.
It was a very good moment though, the 0-3 against control wards. Absolutely fantastic. Kellen is well and truly behind enemy lines as, all right, blast coned out is Karras.
They have no vision in the river. They just can't get it. So, I mean, this attempt here to get something done by Gideon fails. They don't commit. And now they just can't even farm. Like, Palu is trying to babysit here, and Envy is just, he's going further and further behind in CS.
Oh, another sidestep. Has to flap it, though. I'm not sure whether I like that.
It's all right.
He's going to stay alive.
Yeah. He is, well, he will for a moment.
Okay, well, let's see whether he's going to be okay. Mum does come down as the minion wave is dealt with. Lucid now finds himself on the wrong side of this one as Kellen's moving over. Doesn't have the hostile takeover available. Does have the Fate's Call there, though, from aiming. He's 2 levels ahead of him. He did take a merry jaunt into the enemy jungle, and that is why he is so far behind. And aiming is able to save him.
So, I mean, this is kind of best case scenario, honestly, for Envy. Really nice ult timing there. The Mom comes down and clears the wave. A little bit of a sloppy attempt there from D+, because they didn't have enough minions. It wasn't thick enough to actually look for that play with the Maokai. Morgan trying to grab another plate here, and we'll get the proxy off, so somewhat successful up here. Again, the laning phase going as well as it could for him, but it's not a large enough advantage to make up for what's going down bottom side. But at least Envy doesn't die, right? And he's able to get more stacks. I don't know what he's sitting at right now in terms of the stacks, but we know it's very low. And, you know, at some point we'll click on that, we'll know. But it is not going to be ideal. But maybe if Bro can win one of these upcoming fights with the way, if there's an overextension from D+, there's a way for them to get back into this game, get Smolder relevant. But if this game just stays 0-0, you know, normally that sounds like a good thing for Smolder, right? Like, oh, okay, like, you know, he's going to scale then, and it means D+ aren't getting ahead. They already got the first dragon, and they're going to start getting map control, and then you're not going to be able to contest any more of the dragons before Smolder is relevant.
I do think, yeah, I think you're right. I think it's about the dragons and whether D+ can continue to have a monopoly. Gideon moving on over, looking at these bubs, but Lucid, he's booking it, and he's going to take control of this area. Looks like Gideon not actually going to be able to move in. Kingen taking a little while, sorting out his top lane as Morgan is going to move down. And Bro did move their bottom lane all the way up. Well, at least Polu. We have Kellen sort of drifting towards mid.
Yeah,
it's going to be full bubs by the looks of things here for Bro. That is fantastic for Morgan. And so on the other side of the dragon stacking situation, there are the bubs. And Mum is going to come down and take out the minion wave.
Yeah, that's going to give him some CS, but not the stacks he's looking for, unfortunately. Every time he clears them like that, he can't queue them. And he really needs to hit 125, because now he's once again in danger.
Another handshake is going to go wide there.
He's got cleanse, you know, he's got flash. It's very difficult to kill him, but grabbing those summers means a follow-up could be nice. But keeping this turret alive in a weird, ironic way, the turret is the biggest enemy of Envy right now because it keeps taking his minions away, and the fact that he has to try to defend it with his ultimate to then stay alive means he can't stack. So he's getting some minions, not a lot mind you, but some minions. He's 30 CS behind, but he's also just not getting stacks off of this, and extending this laning phase in a weird way really just prevents him from actually getting to that breaking point at 125. So yeah, Aiming's not getting more than one plate here. He's not getting the whole turret, but he's going to start getting more now.
Yeah.
But this turret being alive is not a good thing for Envy either, especially as he has to keep using his ultimate. And it's just a lose-lose scenario. Like, you don't want to be playing Smolder into this matchup unless you have something that you can really critically have kill pressure on the top side, and this Jax just, unfortunately, isn't enough.
Yeah, they need a bridge, and there is opportunity for that to be found, right? Like, I think if Gideon and Morgan play together around that top side, Jax and Sejuani together are a lot of power. The thing is, it's just not really how the game's played right now.
No.
Playing for top lane just isn't really a thing. We've often seen Aatroxes even go down like 0-4, but it doesn't matter. They still exist in a team fight a bit later on. They have Profane Hydra, and then everyone still dies. It just doesn't really change that fact.
And it's not really a split pushing, you know, Fiora Jax meta either in terms of objective control. So even if Morgan got ahead, and we're just talking about theories because he's not massively ahead, Paulo may be in trouble.
Could be. Logistics coming on in there, gets the flash out with the handshake. Nicely done there from Kellen, but good heads up from Paulo to get himself out and avoid dying. Still, first blood on the table for both teams. And Envy now has his Essence Reaver. There's at least that as Grand Entrance going to try and get them out of there. Lucid does find Gideon, though, as he's now booking it. Phase rushing away. The Bramble Smash not going to find the Rakan. So
maybe
another disengage.
Yeah, maybe Showmaker can get a plate here. Looks like he will, as the Demolish. Might actually be able to get two as Envy comes over here to try to catch this wave. And in fact, he will with that Demolish. So what looked like maybe a bit of a miss there for D+, maybe an overextension, actually ends up being Showmaker picking up a ton of gold. So very valuable, and it's Mountain Soul, which is going to be very, very strong into this Smolder, and into the Hui as well. All of that poke going to be mitigated. So, you know, in 3 minutes' time, D+ definitely going to be looking to fight this, and Bro are just not going to be in a position to where, unless Jax somehow gets some threat in the side, which is just way too early for that to even be a talking point here. Just don't know what they're going to do, and it's a very depressing cast, I feel like, Atlas, where you look at the Bro angles because they're just so limited. And it's one of those games where you look at the kill score and you think, well, it must be close, it must be good for Smolder, but the fact that he's not been able to stack, at least is now unchained in the mid lane, and that's going to be a much easier place for him, at least for the moment, to actually get those stacks. He's just so far behind the curve. It's more than time you need. You need the actual Qs on minions and Ws on champions.
Or some like amount of control, right? We can see that Lucid and Kellen getting to work on Shelly. The next Drake is going to be the big protocol. I think if Bro can take away this first Mountain Drake, that's huge. But stopping this dragon stacking is going to be forefront of their minds, I would imagine, as Envy now going to set up shop in this mid lane. Has got himself a few extra stacks, especially because he's been able to just more safely farm in mid.
Yeah, mid is where you're going to start to get that, and if you can consistently skirmish, you can also get stacks out of that.
Empress Divide celebrating there. 500 games, happy Showmaker, but he's not going to hit Karis with it.
You could see the confetti flying through the air.
Oh, yeah.
He just swept it up into the sky.
He was like, look at my sand soldiers. And he's like, they're really nice. And he walks away.
Yeah, using a W to get the minion, but it's not a stack from that one. We'll get that one from the Q. He's sitting at like 82 to 85 right now. So far away. 81. Yeah. He's so far away from 125. And it's 15 minutes in. We have seen Viper get it by like 19 minutes, the 225.
Yeah.
He is probably on track for 25 plus, which at first we were kind of like, oh, that's kind of the solo queue average, but in pro, it generally ended up being, in a successful draft, much faster than that.
Yeah, generally good enough is 25 minutes, is what we kind of like to say, but still, Bro, they haven't died yet, you know? They're down 1,000 gold, that's fine. 50 seconds time, that's when things are going to become unfine, because map control is another way to really take games like this, especially when you have a Maokai, when you have a Renata. If the map is dark, you cannot walk into them. Those two champions, it's illegal. You're just not allowed to. You will die.
And, I mean, the most I could hope for... Oh, boy, Palu. Okay, he's fine. The most I could hope for here
gave us a jump scare.
Is like... Envy gets a triple stack off a W, and then that's the contest. Like he's like, I need three. Okay, oh, misses this one. Had one on the aiming just a second ago. He wants those stacks, and he needs them desperately, and he's not getting them in any way as Showmaker's down here. As this is the longest time so far this season before we've had First Blood. Broke the record from the last time Bro played against Kwangno.
I like how you said broke the record.
Yeah.
Because it is always a Bro record. It is like it's not about killing one another, you know? They want an honest game of League of Legends. And that is precisely what's happening. They are setting up for this Drake, though, and they do have some control. We're going to need to find a team fighter. Showmaker is on a ward. Not going to be able to get one of those cool plays. Is Kingin. He's on this top side, wanting to take down this turret. This Drake down to almost 50% as the Rift Herald comes down, and now the teleport is in.
Oh my god, Atlas.
Not a bad flank angle for an Aatrox Swarm. I'm a little bit worried, but the ulti is going to land. Mum comes in. What the heck? The Emperor's Divide onto 3 is gigantic. Gideon's burning, and he gets himself out. Oh, never mind. He does not. The Drake is going to go on over, and now it's the Thunderdome. Kingin will get knocked up, though, as he flashes away, and Morgan finds a huge counter-strike, and it does not matter because the bailout is there for Kingin. And now Envy's run in the wrong direction. The sticks are pulled out. They are limping right now. Let's look at this. They're trying to get a back off. We'll see whether it's going to work as Tanker Zia wants to get something happening, and Kingin will wipe the floor with them. That's an ace. That's a Drake. That's Soul Point. And that's 5-0
That's
now.
the game, Atlas. That's it. It's done. I mean, the fight setup was so weak for Bro. They didn't check for flank wards. They decided that this was the time they were going to make their stand on Soul Point, not on Soul. They did not have any control whatsoever, and Kingin is almost able to get turret and TP. He has the best flank angle you could ever ask for, and so Bro, as soon as they see the Aatrox, they decide, we have to try to push in. We've got to make a play because the Aatrox is going to rip us to shreds on the backline, but Showmaker is going tank is here. He has Warden's Mail. The ultimate is clean. He zones them away. And even though Bro are given some extended time here to try to do damage with this Smolder, he is just not online yet. And then they stick around here trying to get over the wall and then get out. And then Showmaker finds him. He's like, look after me, look after me. And then boom, Kingin goes in. It's like Showmaker wasn't even aware that Kingin was about to pop off. He was trying to get it done on his own.
Yeah. Oh, man.
That, gold lead explodes to 5,000.
And we were talking a little bit earlier on about, Kingin's struggling a little bit in the lane against Morgan. He's fine now. It's totally fine now. No need to worry about that one. The game still going, of course, but 6,000 gold is what the lead has just erupted into.
And I have to go back to it because we all know this, and we've been talking about, Smolder can't stack, Smolder can't stack. They opted into this in draft. There were so many answers, and the Bro drafting this season has just left me speechless at times, and we saw it on display there. In that fight, it's like, your Smolder's not online, you got to fight here. I actually could have just said no and we'll wait for the next dragon, but it's kind of hopeless either way. And then the Aatrox just obliterates this low-range Smolder that is not stacked online. And
also, if we had a look at as well at how Envy kind of played out the fight, he sort of like flaps over a wall aggressively, but then has to move around the Dragon Pit, cannot auto, cannot Q, cannot do anything, then flashes into the Dragon Pit, and then realizes that they've already lost the fight, and then has to flap out again, but he's going the wrong direction. Just wasn't actually able to do anything. Even if he was incredibly fed, it wouldn't have really meant too much.
Maybe he got like 4 stacks off that flash with
Perhaps.
the W.
Perhaps.
Let's see what he's sitting on now. Okay, he's reached 125. So
there
now he will have to get, he's got 95 stacks to go. Let's see how quickly he can do it, because I mean, this is the part where you really start to stack up very, very quickly, as you can see here. One just speed 2 Qs there, grabs those. So we'll be, able to do this around 25, 26 probably, unless they make a big mistake here. But he's going to have to do it basically at the edge of his base. That's the only place it's safe for him to farm. But he will catch those minions in mid every wave. Look at him hold it and look for the Q stacks. But that's going to be Baron, by the way.
Does he still theoretically get it by 25 minutes if their Nexus explodes?
No, actually, that's a good point.
That's what I'm a little bit worried about. Is Handshake going to come in there as hostile takeover? He's going to force Gideon to run the direction he kind of wanted to go. Grand Entrance does come in there as Morgan is splitting on the other side of the map. And D+, they haven't given up on this Baron. That's going to go down, and Bro is still getting pushed away. And that's what happens. D+ invests the extra man into the play. That's going to guarantee the Baron. And now they're able to even teleport towards the bottom lane. They'll lose an outer turret for this. And that's it.
All right, so I mean, this one's pretty much donezo. It's over, as I used to say. But a tough question now becomes, does Kane get POG? Because yes, he did Boom Boom, but like, that was kind of on Bro, and I feel like Showmaker's ult was much more impactful. Plus, you could just give it to Aiming and or Kellen because the game was decided in that 2v2, but also Lucid backed them up. As yeah, this is just denial of any sort of steal or contest. But I mean, he was over there at like 6,000 health. It wasn't even close to the timing because they can't see. They don't know. I mean, it's not even his fault. This is Mom's like, maybe Hail Mary. I don't know. That steal is if we get you back in the game, but they got to try something. But yeah, POG is a tough one. I feel like
it's a really difficult one.
Kingdom will probably get it because he did the boom boom in that fight.
Wait, Chronicle is here, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we should just vote for Lucid. It'll be unanimous, right?
I think it might be only one Chronicle vote for Lucid. But like, there's an angle for it, to be fair, because he backed him up
I agree. And I also think that like him playing towards bottom lane was very. I was poking fun, but also I think that maybe a Lucid vote could go a long way.
I would love for Chronicle to do it just for the bit.
Yeah, I think we need it. We need it. But also, he probably was going to do it anyway. Aiming going to be looking at the Rift Scuttler, and we'll be able to take that one down. There's Mountain Soul as well. Mountain Soul with a short range and very health-based composition like this. Extraordinarily powerful.
Azir is, with Frozen Heart, is going to really be feeling immortal in this game.
And like Mountain Soul, yeah, you understand that like it works really well with tanks, but I think Orcs raised a great point last time we were discussing Mountain Soul, is the fact that it's also extremely good for squishies. That shield is so incredibly powerful. And look at Aiming, like it's a third of his health bar is just Mountain Soul. It's like everyone gets like a regular health shield of Rookern. And if you put it in that context, it sounds completely broken. 171 stacks. Yeah, the 125 to
production just
24 thing is.
They just bro-splaned.
Yeah.
They just bro-splaned Smolder Dust.
We really did not need the bro-splanation.
No. He's so far away from it. The Nexus is going to explode before he gets it, isn't it, Atlas?
Yeah, I think it might actually be the case.
Showmaker can just go sweep him, man. He's level 16. He's got the angle. He wants to just get in there.
The most baffling thing is the fact that Bro just did this to Bull.
I know.
They literally, like, just the last series they played.
I know.
They were like, you fell into my smolder trap. And then they decide to opt into it. Well, Showmaker is splitting on the top side, 1 versus 2. Morgan's dealing with things on the bottom side of the map as Mum gets a little bit mad. Kellen diving forward, but he has the Fate's Call, so he's going to be safe. Not entirely sure what the flash was about, but like at this point, does it really even matter? 9,000 gold is the lead. They've got themselves a Mountain Soul. I have a feeling that Fate's Call was barely even necessary.
No, I don't even know if he really...
Would he have died?
Yeah, I mean, he also had ult, so he could have maybe turned that one. They're playing overly cautious here. I think at this point, D+, I don't think intentionally, but are kind of like just demoralizing Bro for game 2 at this point with the 9,000 gold lead they have right now.
I think Showmaker is also probably just, you know, he's trying to live in the 500 game moment, you know?
Sure.
And if they can get a victory, if he can get a red buff, they can't get a red buff.
Narrative vote angle for Showmaker with that.
There we go. And has he even failed to get a POG on Tank Azir yet?
I don't think so. I think he actually does have 100% POG percentage on the Tank Azir.
And maybe we should fight for that. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
I have no idea what the vote is. There's no clear vote. I think that like Showmaker is a good shot because I think that Emperor's Divide around the Dragon fight, the only fight that meant anything at all this game, was really good. But then Kingin like blasting over the wall and his teleport positioning, absolutely fantastic. Even the timing was very, very good.
He could have gotten the turret though. If you want to nitpick, he could have gotten the turret and also gotten a triple kill with the teleport if he just hit the turret like 2 more times.
Oh, and I thought he did actually. Okay, that takes points.
And also like Kellen missed a lot of handshakes, so I don't think he's in the conversation. You know?
Yeah.
So I think for me it's Aiming Showmaker right now. You know, I'm thinking about one of these two. I feel like voting for Kingin is just really a vote for no clear on the ward for Bro, and I just don't want to be like that.
Yeah.
And Showmaker, he said the funny thing on the clip as well.
That's true. And then he sent the Sand Soldier in there to give vision so that Kingin could do the Matrix and dive in, you know?
What would media do?
Yeah, that's actually what we need. And they're not here today.
I know.
Oh, I don't even know. Oh, that's so sad now.
I mean, I would wear a bracelet that would say like WWMD. People would think it means like Worldwide Weapons of Mass Destruction. And not what would media do? So I guess I probably shouldn't wear that.
Yeah, don't wear that, dude.
You know, that's my new religion. Is what would
Yeah.
media do?
What would media do? And they're words to live by, honestly. And we're lost today. Absolutely lost. I think maybe it's just a Showmaker vote. The narrative 500 games, Gratz Showmaker vote. I'm down. I am down. Or, you know, the Lucid vote is also still on the table.
We have with media gone, we have a greater responsibility.
Yeah.
In terms of our power.
Who's going to be media if no one's media?
Exactly. It might be me if I vote for Showmaker. I don't know.
Oh, we need it. Oh, man.
Okay, how close is he? 215? He's gonna get it. Like, we are gonna see the lines on the health bars at least once.
The lines are gonna be on the health.
Kellen has
17.
Kellen has ult. He's gonna say no. Gideon spotted on this ward.
Yeah. It is somewhat 50-50 territory as the handshake comes in. Grand Entrance going to follow up there as well. Hostile takeover misses because Envy, he's flapping around. Gideon comes in, not able to steal that away because there were too many sticks inside it. Now Morgan trying to get out, but the Sand Soldiers are going to be there. Kingen gets into the backline once again, and Envy, he has to flash. Kingen, he's able to Umbral Dash over there though, and there is a blast cone for the extra aggression. You love to see it.
He got his stacks though, 27 minutes. I saw lines. He stacked it. I guess the comp was viable.
All right, it was viable, and now it's time to break the Nexus, Wolf. I'm really glad that we did manage to reach a conclusion on both sides, as D+, they did not lose a team fight all game. They did not lose a player all game. Showmaker didn't have the ult in the last team fight, nor did he die. That was a shellacking.
He ulted the Nexus to get my POG vote.
There we go. He swiped that Nexus all the way off the Rift, Wolf. And look at that huge grin on his face as well. I don't think that it would have mattered whether whether he gets POG or not. That's just a happy Showmaker right there, and we celebrate those moments here at the LCK.
We certainly do. 500 LCK games only.
Only.
Indeed. Well, also,
in
that
D+.
sign's a little bit inaccurate because it was also on Dom 1 Gaming as well.
Yeah, so it's like DWG as well as DK.
Yeah.
Same org. Same org. So
Same
I
org.
guess we're going to let that slide for now.
Showmaker is a Dom 1 / D+ / Dom 1 Kia exclusive player.
He is. He is.
You can't get Showmaker on PlayStation. He's not on Nintendo 64.
I feel like that guy I saw on Twitter, dude. Stop. It's like it's not all about whether it's on Xbox. All right. Well, I just sometimes like to play things on PC. Isn't that okay? I think that's okay. All right. Kingen did a heck of a lot of damage, and once again, I think we're just a little bit confused about where the bro draft was kind of going. Where was Senna? Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark, question mark.
Senna win streak still alive.
Yeah, but the 100% pick ban presence is dead, and that makes me a little bit sad because I think she should have at least been banned. Still, D+ going to go over the tape. Bro going to do the very same thing. We'll see what adjustments they can make moving into game number 2. Short break, then we'll have the space, and we'll get right into it.
약간 때릴게, 약간 때릴게.
아 우리 2,500에
아, 탈 볼게, 그냥.
먹자.
암람수 갈게, 암람수.
2,500?
잭스 먹어. 잭스 잡을게, 우리. 잭스.
야 이거 내 위치 좀
깔게. 나 하나 살짝
후웨이 보자.
후웨이. 후웨이 풀쓸 거임. 낙한. 이제.
레벨 때 0.
제제. 용영아 재밌어 보인다.
아, 내가 초반에 좀 못했어.
그래? 또 자책하는 거야?
체크할 건 체크해야지.
안파 잡읍시다.
파이팅.
파이팅.
나 정글 3매 매웠잖아. 해줘야지.
Hello and welcome to the space. We are here after game number 1, and that one was not much of a game. There wasn't a whole lot of League of Legends going on there, especially for the first 16 or so minutes, and then eventually D+ were able to win one fight and essentially win the game. I'm Valdez. I'm joined by Ox and Chronicler. How are you guys doing today?
Better than Bro, I think. Going for this Smolder angle, and we nearly got it. We didn't quite, but we nearly had a game where Smolder never reached 225 stacks. Fortunately, Smolder did get it like in the last minute.
It really felt impactful when he did.
Yeah, you could see the difference.
You could not. This is peak Bro. Unfortunately, there are games where they're good. Stuff happens. I really feel like an indicator for Bro's success is it a slow first blood type of game? Because they just don't generally win those. I feel like it's all the way back to like 2021 Lava lineup. They need to do stuff. And against some of the weaker teams, they're able to consistently do stuff. Against DK, they did nothing. Lost one fight. And it was done.
And the game was done, as you said, right? So let's take a look at the draft. I think there is definitely a lot to go over with this draft because, as the casters did mention, and everybody is thinking, where is Senna? And we see her there. I mean, she's on the graphic, but why are they not picking Senna?
Yeah, you know, prior to this match, this was a 100% presence pick on the patch. Every single draft has been picked or banned, and 100% win rate as well. And I feel like we went through the first rotation, we're like, whoa, really surprised Senna's not picked up here. And then we went through the second row of bans, we're like, wow, they're not banning Senna either, and then it's just never picked. And I think from D+'s perspective, they kind of saw a situation where, okay, we're really going to punish the Smolder with the Kalista Renata. We can put it behind a lane, never let it flourish. But for Bro, it's like, I don't see the value of the Smolder over the Senna because Senna also scales really well. You give so much power to your support who farms, and you have a better laning phase, so that's less likely to happen.
That's the big thing. With Senna, there is a lot of picks that you can go for, and we have seen Palu try this, and yes, it failed against T1 when you went for Ornn, right? But there is so much flexibility that you get. Whereas if you do end up going into the Smolder, you just have zero agency. And I don't think D+, their bot lane is necessarily the best at trying these type of punishing lanes. But Kalista Renata has so much power, lose the play towards the bot side of the map really well. There is also the fact that they went for the triple bans to lose it. I think that Lee ban shouldn't really be a necessity. Like, yes, he's good on the champion, but at the same time, if that's a Nazir ban, I think Showmaker has looked so overpowered on this champion, and you still play the same way, you still engage into it for some reason, which then he just lives because it's tank Azir.
Yeah. I also feel like Maokai is really, really strong, so even if you are going to ban it away, it's like you give them a flexible support jungle pick that's really good in either one, and they were able to utilize that very well. Let's take a look at the first and only highlight that we do have for this space segment, because, guys, there was one fight, and the game ended.
Yeah, and we end up seeing this situation where Bro are on the Dragon first, but this threatening TP comes in from the Aatrox, so they end up actually like corralling into the pit, and the problem is, once they get stuck in the pit, you know, they go for this play on a Showmaker, they get ulted back in. Everyone on D+ has such good counter engage in their kit, it's so hard to get out of the pit again, and the thing is, they're on the wrong side of the map, so eventually they do go over the wall, but they're not free after they make that move.
Crucial here is the value of the bailout, which keeps Kingen alive, because Kingen ends up playing a really big role in this. And the initial engage with Showmaker looks pretty good. I think it was Gideon who was able to hit an ultimate on top of him. But the problem, as we don't speak of this, because this is just a literal decimation of the entire team, as they get absolutely kaboomed. It's tank Azir with Mercs. Like, he won't die, and if he will die, you will have to invest too much. You don't have the time necessary. And this is such a consistent trend where teams just don't pivot into engaging on something that isn't... Showmaker is playing this far forward on purpose. Like, he wants you to engage on him.
The problem is there, though, like, I don't see a good target to engage on in general. I guess Kalista's probably the best, but even Kalista with a Renata is so good at kiting backwards. You don't want to engage in the Aatrox. Maokai makes it incredibly difficult to engage. I think just once they're in the pit, it was over.
But you can engage on Aatrox, he's lethality.
Yeah, he definitely takes damage. Yeah, nice build. Full lethality, tankiest champ on the Rift, yeah. I mean, I just think once they got stuck in there, especially with it being the Mountain Rift, very difficult to get out again.
Yeah, this is the extra walls, and you're kind of playing this comp where in that fight as well, I think Envy had like 95 stacks or something, so he's useless, right? So even going into the fight in the first point is like just asking to lose, I think. And yeah, it feels like maybe they found that angle onto the Azir, but as you guys did do a good job of highlighting, there's really nobody that's good to engage on, and you don't really have the damage to match. So the fight itself, maybe they just got a little bit antsy and they were like, okay, well, we got to go for this, and it did not work out, to say the least. So we don't have any other highlights because that was it, right? There was like a Baron fight later on where Palu got picked off the one time, and then eventually they kind of just like crushed them in the final fight of the game, so we didn't want to get any of that. We already saw enough. Guys, we do want to see, though, the POG. Let's see who did pick it up here for game number 1. It will be Showmaker in his 500th game in the LCK.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like playing the tank Azir again, had a very solid performance, being able to stack up in bulky. This shuffle, this Emperor's Divide, pushing them back in the pit, really kind of defying this fight. And then from here on out, it's just, okay, they're fed, they're just styling on them.
It was, you could realistically vote for most people on DK. The only one who didn't feel like he really did a whole lot, which wasn't by his fault, was aiming. Because he was mainly there as a pull Renata back in mod when, you know, we had him go really far forward. Kalen tried to go a little bit too ham, as with the Braum. If you're trying to engage on Renata, it looks a little bit silly, but it didn't matter. This game was supremely one-sided, unfortunately. As yeah, like that split actually. I thought there was going to be more votes for Kingen.
Yeah, just the one vote for Kingen, that's from Ox, and then we had 2 votes for Renata for Kellen, as you're mentioning. So either way, guys, we are done here on the space for now. Ox, you can talk in the next segment.
Okay,
it's okay. We're going to go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Valdez, and the rest of the gang. Ox, if you do want to say something, feel free to come up to the caster desk. You can say it over here. We've got a spare headset. So if you did have something to say, we'd really like to hear it. That would be absolutely fantastic. Showmaker picking up a well-deserved POG, but honestly, I don't mind a spattering of votes all over the place because really, roll a 5-sided die and just select the number.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with what Chronicler said that it couldn't be aiming because, and there was 1 vote for aiming, just because the game was defined by the fact that he played Kalista and he did auto-attack towards a Smolder and deny him farm. And which was that like him playing extremely well? Was just Kalista? It's hard to say, but a lot of the game was just about that 2v2.
Yeah.
So I think it's warranted. It just depends on how you think about POG. If you think about
I also think it's like
only,
it's 2/3 the Renata in that lane, and there were 2 votes for Renata and 1 for Kalista. So
perfect.
The math checks out. It's absolutely fine. You can see some dejected faces here on the side of Bro. They're going to have to get themselves back into this one, though. Mind, body, and spirit.
Yeah, I don't want to hear any coach comments from Edgar about the players messing this one up either, to be honest. The players do often mess it up, right? But this was a draft diff.
We don't know what was happening because, like, maybe Envy's like, I want beat Dragon. You know, maybe that's what happened. And Edgar was like, yeah, but, you know, center is broken. Envy, and Envy's like, no, Dragon! You know, like maybe that happened.
Palu has some, after that T1 series where he played the center lane, he might have some serious bad memories of that. Maybe they just don't feel comfortable. Because all those picks that are good into the Smolder were also going to be playable into the Senna, although the Senna I think is a much stronger pick because it is relevant and gives you a lot of utility in fights and you can roam with it. There's a lot more things Senna can do than Smolder just sitting under a turret, but I hope we don't have to talk about this anymore, and I hope that they do not make the same choice a second time, as I think D+ will probably on red side ban Senna this time around.
Nope. I reckon they just leave Senna and Azir up, and Bro will never mind. So they are just going to ban Azir and Senna.
That seems like a whoopsie to ban both, the Orianna and the Azir. But
I think if you ban one, you have to ban both. So you can either free it up and then not ban either of them and just ban away things for, you know, expecting to get the Senna, right? Like
I think banning neither is the strat because then you get +2 bans.
Yeah.
Senna's banned by Bro, actually, here. And I wonder if they're just going to look for an early Smolder pick once again. Because there are still a lot of answers available, including the Kalista. I really hope they don't fall into their same pattern once again.
Nautilus going to be the ban here. Has been a pair with the Smolder quite often. But now, with Azir taken away, with Senna taken away, the obvious first picks aren't really there, and the Hui is going to take that spot.
Yeah, Hui, much better pick here, especially with the Orianna removed. Let's see what Showmaker wants to play into this, because Showmaker will just play LeBlanc here and laugh.
I want Kassadin.
Kassadin, also an option. I don't think Silas is going to feel great here, but I wouldn't put it past him just to play it just for the giggles. Vi going to feel very good into the remaining scaling 80 carries that could be played, as they're just going to blind Lucian.
Very interesting.
That looks like Aiming raised his hand and said, it's been a while. I would like to redeem myself.
I'm just hoping that it's not the Lucian Melio heading for the 10 losses in a row, and we're going to see some Lucian Nami, which we have seen be a little more successful, although not that much more, guys. It's not a great situation.
Kellen's Nami is pretty good. I think he's a pretty good Nami player. I'm on the same page as you. Rather see that than the Melio right now.
Yep.
This offers you a lot more playmaking and team fight warping, and you have the Vi on your side. You know, you can do a lot with Vi plus you know, Nami ult and stuff like that. K'Sante picked up early in this draft with you know, the opportunity for counter pick here on 3, not really a thing. So I think it's pretty smart because you can protect it because they need to grab the Nami or they can't play Lucian. He won't do that. He won't do that to his team. He won't do that to Kellen, would he? Nah, Showmaker, certainly not. No way.
Lucid's having a bit of a giggle, but it is going to be the Nami. Or, I mean, I guess they could pivot to Emilio if they would really like to, but I highly doubt it. I think that the Nami can definitely add a little bit more. And Kellen being a bit vocal here. Wonder what he's actually saying about this particular Nami pick. Just saying, it's okay. I'm happy to play Nami.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was probably saying, like, yeah, don't you dare ever think about taking that away or else I have to play a pick with Lucian.
Don't even consider Melio. It's 0-9 over the last 9 games. Okay, stop it.
So this should be topside bans targeted towards Kingen now. Maybe the Gnar goes away, Aatrox.
Yep.
Protect the K'Sante that you prioritized, but no.
Ooh, okay.
Just gonna take that LeBlanc way. This is the pick that I expected Showmaker to play into the way, to be honest, and looks like Edgar and crew think the same thing. Xayah also going to be removed, so the one safe pick left basically into Vi. You still have Varus, you still have Zeri, which Envy is very good at. You still have Velios that you could potentially play, but all feel very immobile, very difficult to play with the Vi, Lucian Nami on the other side. They do get the Aatrox. Kingen's pretty good at Gnar. See if he wants to just play that here and be a second ranged AD threat in these team fights, as he's giggling.
They are having a very good time. D+ are in the highest spirits that we've seen them in for a very long time.
Yeah, whenever you see D+ like this, you got to be afraid.
And
or
if you see a Karma as well in the hands of Showmaker, you can also be relatively afraid. Of course, Kingen could be playing it, but that is a Sivir Yuumi lane. Okay, I mean, that's a choice that you can make. You can make that choice, Wolf. You can pick these 2 champions. They are enabled.
They are enabled. They're allowed. Win percent 0. Pick percent 0.8%. That's less than 1% of all champions picked. As it's going to be Smolder Top.
All right, Smolder Top's coming in. So we have got double Enchanter, double AD carry, and a Vi. That's this composition. I mean, I'm kind of all for it.
I think that my one concern for this draft is it's a lot of AD damage, but Showmaker should be able to shore some of that up with the build that he's going to go for. We'll probably eventually build boundaries and...
As well, they can build the hybrid Smolder as well if they'd like to, right?
Oh, no, absolutely. And I think that they certainly might, and I've been calling for this a lot more. I think we definitely should see more of it, especially in games that go late. But for once, you know, I look at the draft of Bro and I go, okay, they made some smart decisions. They protected their K'Sante pick a little bit here. They have a good front line to deal with this Smolder. They know that it's going to come online late, as they learned very unfortunately in the first game and many other games that have been played this season. They have a draft that I wouldn't say is stellar by any means, but it is about 2 or 3 tiers higher than the draft they had in Game 1. And this is also, I think, one of the times, you know, Smolder Top has been hovered. We've talked about it a lot. I think it's terrible in so many drafts, but I think in this draft against K'Sante, you feel really comfortable about your ability to lane there. You're also playing into Lee Sin, so with Flap, you should be able to avoid any Qs, and I don't think you're going to get ganked early. You should be able to pretty freely farm. You're down a body to W to get stacks, but you have so many minions you could just freely farm up there. If no one collapses onto Kingen, he should come online 22 minutes or so.
Yeah, we'll see how it does go, though. It's a very different draft here for D+ Kia. Let's jump out of the rift here for game number 2. D+ Kia. 하나, 둘, 셋.
D+ Kia fighting!
Okay, saving back to Biran. 하나, 둘, 셋.
Oh, okay, bro, fighting!
Nailed it. All right, already we can see some Ardent Blazers heading through the jungle.
That's not what the fans sound like, by the way. They sound way cooler than me.
That was just Wolf's fan chant voice.
That's just like I have certain voices I make when I want to go a different octave, and they sound really weird.
Yep. And look, that's the same voice that we were using when we were watching Worlds and stuff like that in those games.
Yeah.
I remember. We were there. It was just the end of last year. So I just need to make sure that, you know, not making fun of anyone. That's just how he does it. And I respect it. I think it's absolutely fantastic. All right, Polu and Envy are going to try out this Sivir and Yuumi lane. Now, Sivir Yuumi was one of my favorite Yuumi lanes when Yuumi was broken. And Yuumi isn't in an awful position right now, but she's also not that good.
Her utility has been decreased ever since she was reworked pretty substantially because, okay, going to get some more first strike gold here, aiming, stacking it up.
Yep, Polu pressing some buttons, trying to make sure that they can get those ricochets across. Envy actually deciding to go for W first. Often we do see some boomerang blades taken first just to have a bit of extra oomph in these early trades.
First time in the LCK.
And it's not a surprise that we are seeing this, sort of with the rise of Twisted Fate top at the same time, and as Smolder's release. Smolder was played in a lot of solo lanes, mid as well. And in fact, it was Pays that I was looking at, who was playing Smolder everywhere but bottom lane.
Yeah.
But has since moved over to playing it more bot. But
the cool thing
it debuted, it was more solo lane focused.
The cool thing about this matchup is that K'Sante, in order to knock you up, has to, you know, stack his Q multiple times. He has to Q3 you. And otherwise, engaging on top of the Smolder, he can flap his way out of pretty much anything. And he can actually stack Q on the K'Sante himself because he's a tank immobile, or not immobile rather, he's fairly mobile, but he's just a melee champion is what I mean to say. He has no range, he's melee, so he doesn't have threat on you. It's not like Camille who could just hook shot onto you and all in you, or like an Aurelia who you would have a terrible time into. Kingen actually gets to have prio here, gets to stack off of just constantly pressing Q and W onto the K'Sante. And so he can stack pretty quickly, and he's going to be able to farm very comfortably as he is now. And so this matchup feels very comfortable to stack into. So when you know the K'Sante is your lane opponent, it's pretty easy to play this one out. You go Ghost Teleport, you don't need a flash because you have Flap to get out of anything. And they don't have a hard engage jungler either, right? Like if Gideon, if he tries to Q, you can Ghost away, you can Flap away, and if that Q doesn't land, you're like, cool, well that's the end of your gank. Nice try. And then you just walk away from it. So you have so much agency against what Bro have, so it really fits the comp. I like it a lot. We talked about Yuumi earlier. A little bit of lane power here. Go barrier to try to trade with Illusion aggressively. They're doing a great job so far. But Yuumi's not going to empower Gideon in skirmishes, for example, as we've seen Yuumi do in the past. You know, we even saw Talon for meta for a minute.
Oh, that's a bubble onto the Yuumi, taking a lot of damage as Lucid's going to come down. He's got Flash, he's got Vault Breaker, but the Yuumi's able to keep herself untargetable. Now Envy is going to be said target. And Lucid gets himself out of there. Still, Polu's going to have to lick his wounds and see whether he can live to fight another day. Of course, aiming down to 200 as well, so it's not exactly all happiness and roses.
Yeah, Yuumi also used to be able to detach and harass a lot in the early laning phase and add some additional damage. Just not really viable anymore.
The pop and block ain't quite as good
No.
as it used to be.
Definitely not. So it was going very well in terms of the trading until got hit by that bubble. Good job, Kellen.
Yep. And these Boomerang Blades not quite finding the mark there as well. When he was getting the return shots as well onto aiming, that's when aiming was really losing out on these trades. But has been able to since recover. Gideon moving down towards the bottom side. And if they can actually accelerate this and Envy can get to a point where he can just eradicate waves over and over again, really keep the pressure up, will be a big thing here as he does look for this potential dive, trying to stand in front of aiming, but that's first blood, and it immediately goes to Kellen. Now Gideon won't be able to do anything at aiming, even no! You cannot do that as Envy's gonna take the turret shot. He had the barrier up and available. That scared the heck out of me, Wolf.
Me too. And actually, he calculated it better than I did, but still will have to pop barrier and walk away as Polu just thought he was going to be able to tank that well enough, and aiming just reacted instantly and got on top of him and popped him. Knew his health was super low from those trades earlier, takes him out, and the thought process definitely correct there from Polu to try to tank the aggro and then attach, become untargetable, so he's at basically 0 health, but it doesn't matter. But aiming's reaction is just so fast. A disaster here for Bro, and what could have otherwise been a very cool play. Really unfortunate
Yeah, feels a little bit like all or nothing or something like that, or we want to win really early, because if that dive does work out and they manage to get even just one kill and control the wave, then the Sivir is in such a good spot. Yes, Envy didn't die. That is definitely good news, but still, the fact that they're unable to get any kills, aiming can stick around, then goes back and is well on his way to item number 1. This is not optimal. Kellen getting the kill, of course. Sometimes you'd say, oh, but a support got the kill. That's like best case scenario. But accelerating Imperial Mandate is actually kind of also really sad.
It is not good for Bro, because that's going to give you better mid-game team fighting. Nose Kingan sitting at 38 stacks and just drops down the queue. W comes through. Also, Flap gives you a stack as well. So every time he flaps like that, he's going to get one more. Like, he's up to 42. He is stacking incredibly quickly. Once you get 25, you get the AoE on your queue, so you get more wave clear, you get more push. And because Gideon hasn't been able to make an impact up here, he can just keep pushing super hard. Showmaker getting prio mid as Karma starts to come online. Now they're taking the Raptors away, and the map is just becoming red so fast as Gideon will at least, again, he's been pretty good at reacting to his jungle being taken away. Look at the reaction here from aiming. Just dashes in combos perfectly to proc his passive, blows up the Yuumi. Gideon can't do anything more, and then Envy decides, I need this auto, I have barrier. Drops the turret aggro for a moment, then has to barrier as he gets it one more time as Kellen's pushing him back. Nice try, but not good enough.
Yeah, and I think that was a ricochet hitting Kellen that got him the turret aggro as well. So just a little bit unfortunate that he had to blow an extra summoner spell. That'll be up relatively soon as Lucid comes on over, looking for Gideon. Spotting him out, I think, is the most important part, because it means that Kingan can play accordingly. And his accordingly seems to be just continue trying to harass Morgan out of the lane despite the location of Elise in. And that has a lot to do with the fact that Lucid is also in the area as Kellen. Going to be able to feed Envy a little bit of mana here. Nice spell shield to avoid the Aqua Prison. That is going to be a little bit less easy later on in the game because, of course, very similar to that of an Alistar, Tidal Wave Bubble is very hard to spell shield because you have to spell shield immediately after the first CC comes in to avoid one of the knockups. It's a pick your poison type situation.
Yeah, much easier here. And the ability now to harass for Envy is kind of done. Like, he's basically at this stage in the game not going to be able to put any more pressure on. And so now the lane is controlled here on the bot. Oh, I don't think you want to go on that one. Now the lane is controlled by Aiming and Kellen. Top side, Morgan has his plated steel caps now, so he's hoping maybe he could do something. He can't. But Kingan, he's getting closer and closer to 125, right? He's sitting up at 57 right now. Once he hits 125, he can just start pushing these waves so fast and harassing so efficiently that he's just going to be able to start taking, turrets down. And someone needs to answer this Smolder. And the focus has been for Gideon just trying to make sure he can farm because they just don't think that reliably they can lock this Smolder down. And in this draft, I really don't think they can, actually. If you come all the way up here, you commit to a gank and he just avoids your Q, you're like, well, I wasted so much time. What did I get out of this? But you didn't have that successful dive bottom side. Showmaker has perma prio in mid. And so now this Lee Sin pick just feels really like it's fallen completely flat, and it's also significantly behind in farm.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disaster. Also, apparently, I said mana back with Sivir. I'm an old man, I'm very used to saying mana. I'm very used to saying mana back, but of course it is now HP. So I apologize.
That was like what, 2022? I think they changed that.
Yeah. But I feel like Sivir hasn't been like a full meta pick since that, so I haven't like the muscle memory, like the brain memory, just isn't there yet.
To be honest, when you said that, I didn't even realize it was actually out of date because it just seemed right to me.
Well, I knew that it was out of date, but my brain just says mana to me. Oh my god, I think I've been living in this realm for too long or something like that.
He's been casting League of Legends for too long.
Yeah, maybe. I'm okay with it. First pub, going to go over to Bro yet again, though. So that is going to be Gideon locking that one down. Looks like he's sticking around to pick up the rest of them as well. As Kellen and Lucid playing around towards the inner turret here on this bottom side. And
this is plate gold.
Might need to be a little bit careful. Yeah, you're exactly right. That'll be at least one plate.
I mean, he's so far away. Like, he has to shadow
more people. I mean, there is cease and desist. So much extra CC as Polu has to jump off just to try and create some distance, but he is definitely dead again. Oh my gosh. Okay, D+, they are really tearing them apart now.
I mean, Karis is going to get a plate here, but I'm just not entirely sure what the thought process was. I mean, they had so much time to react, like an insane amount of time to react, and Gideon was up like around his blue buff, and now he's going to try to come up here and take Krugs in retaliation, maybe look for a dive. Again, onto the Smolder, who has Ghost. Seems unlikely. Showmaker wants to punish.
Yep, he's going to get snared. Showmaker going to stand out of the way of the mini equalizer.
He just teleported, Karis did as well, so losing half his health bar is going to feel terrible. At least he got the plate, but at a hefty cost, as he's in kill pressure range.
Oh dear, Showmaker manages to get the snap. There's another Q, but doesn't get it empowered. Ulti does connect onto Showmaker, but Ebb and Flow going to get all of that health back. Double Enchanter, one of them being this one that's capable of doing ridiculous amounts of damage at the same time. It is going to mean that when they do group up for these team fights, double AD carry, double Enchanter, plus this Vi to start these fights. If they're able to do exactly what they want, if they're accelerated, this is going to be so hard to play into, as now Envy taking a lot of damage. Spell Shield does absolutely nothing, and now aiming, just looking to finish him off. Of course, you can have Polu block the culling. It is, a way to sort of mitigate the Sivir just getting torn to shreds.
It's a way to lose in a different way.
Yeah.
It keeps the Sivir alive, but then the Yuumi is under pressure.
Bubble is going to interrupt here as well, as that Imperial Mandate, like we were talking about, did come through on Kellen's most recent back, so very dangerous.
They're just toying with them, it feels like.
It's a tidal wave and a bubble, and the cat on a book, just leave her alone.
I mean, he has so much control. He doesn't need Tidal Wave for any reason. He's just going to Tidal Wave to get a turret. And it's like 110% worth it. He's going to get all the plates and the turret here. He's 30 CS up. Doesn't matter if he's playing, a strong matchup into a Smolder, or if he's just playing into Sivir Yuumi. Naming is just outplaying, and he's got Kellen to back him up. Next wave should be the turret here, as Envy doesn't have the Shiv, so I guess maybe that will be able to stave off the pressure for now, but what a disaster. And then Gideon, again, we didn't make any sort of dive play here topside. He got Krugs for that death earlier of Envy, and now we're getting to the territory where Plate Gold maybe even going over the Smolder. He's on the edge of it.
At the start of this play, the turret was full health, Wolf.
Yeah, and then it's just a really nice flash in here from Lucid. Detach here from Palu, whose ult is unfortunately misangled here. Doesn't really matter. He's going to go down as well to Lucid, trying to use the turret to stave off something. Try to do something, try to be like, okay, please aggro me, and maybe the turret will save me because my AD carry is dead. No, you're dead too. Showmaker also almost gets the kill right onto Karis on the punish there. Then he picks up several plates. He's super big now. And I mean, you could have argued Showmaker could have tried to flash the minion wave and even look for a kill with his Mantra Q onto Karis, but instead he just decides to keep his flash and maintain that really strong tempo advantage he has. There's 20 seconds left on this plate. Might be able to get it.
Yeah, should be. Aiming, able to move on down. It is going to be an Infernal Soul this game as well. You can see Cinders littering the map as Aiming 10 seconds, so we'll be able to take that first turret as well as the platers. Okay, Mom's going to get a little bit mad, but so's Morgan. Let's see whether King can flap away out of this one, and he's not going to be able to. Gideon turns up, and it's going to be Morgan that collects the kill. A little bit back here for Bro, being able to punish the Smolder top lane.
Finally, Gideon's able to help out and get something done. I don't know if he was really required in that play, but he was there to set it up and make it happen, so Morgan gets confident enough to look for the all-in there and the all-out. I don't know what
the all-out, all-in?
Yeah.
I love that.
Oh, that's a flat Smolder on the ground.
It's very flat.
I don't know how that play started off, so maybe we'll get a replay of it here. Okay.
I think he hit the window. It's always the thing with these winged creatures.
He just walked into the brush and, of course, got all-outed into this location and then couldn't find his way out, and then Gideon gets him with the Q. Delayed for a little bit, got some additional stacks. Not sure how many stacks he has, but he's got to be getting close to. If not, he's definitely got 125. We're at 15 minutes into the game. He's going to be stacking up to 225 so quickly.
Yeah. Also has gone for the Spear of Sojourn to start things off. Oftentimes you will see the Essence Reaver if it is the classic bottom lane build. This looks to be the more hybrid, kind of more fun build, in my personal opinion. I think Leandri's with a Smolder that has extra stacks is so powerful. Just with the way Execute works, right? Like Leandri's burn does current health damage, and an Execute means that once you get down to low health, it doesn't matter that it does way little damage for that burn because they're dead.
Exactly, and it just offers you so much more utility in team fights for burn. just with your W, and you end up doing a lot with that as Lucid, maybe a bit too far.
Yeah, just dives into 3 people, technically. Cease and desist does come down. He flashes, but he still has the ulti on him. Second time that's gotten a D+ player. As aiming, looking to try and turn this onto Morgan. He's taking a lot of damage, even though he is pretty tanky. Absorbs the CC nicely. I like that aiming is playing so aggressively, but I'm not quite so sure about Lucid's positioning on that one.
I don't really agree with Kingan's decision to teleport in either. It's okay, he can flat back real quick. He just couldn't resist getting a few stacks. He was like, well, if I teleport in, maybe I could like W2 people, and I'm stacking. He is going to walk back down. He won't lose anything for it except his teleport, which doesn't feel great. But either way, I think D+ expecting there to be less people there and that there was going to be a really nice dive setup. Instead, it backfires in a big way. Kingan loses TP. Very awkward fight, but click on that dragon. I want to know how many stacks. This is the new thing. Okay, 128. So he just hit 125, a little bit later than I expected. The 16 minutes here.
Should be able to stack it up relatively quickly. If you're in a side lane, like oftentimes a lot of our bot lane smolders will just park themselves in mid. There's often a couple of people there, a few more opportunities to get these stacks layered on in. But if it's just Morgan down here, especially if he's dangerous like this, has a level advantage and is very scary, it's going to be harder to stack that one up. So we might see it take a little bit longer perhaps from this point.
Yeah, we haven't had that many skirmishes he's been involved in, minus trying to be involved in the last one. So do agree, and that death does take away a lot of time. That time where he did die. He's at 132 right now. And until 224, he's going to be just farming them up. And then once he hits 225 is when it really starts to be a party for D+ here. So they have this late game insurance policy that is going to be very difficult to deal with. And with this build that you mentioned, you should be able to do a lot of damage just in general in slower fights. As Bro, we're going to start this off first. And flanking Kingan.
Yeah, the smolder flank with the mum angles actually could work out here. Sorry, moom angles. I was saying mum all game last game. What was I thinking?
We're so silly. I did it too.
Turret is going to go down in that mid lane, and it looks like D+ might just give this one up. As Showmaker doing a lot of damage here to Morgan, even though he is pretty tanky. It's a lot of armor that he's invested into. There's a Mantra in Q. Gideon not going to get knocked up as mum yells, but only connects onto the Lee Sin. And now Bro, they're looking for the re-engage. There's the kickback onto Showmaker. Let's see whether he can keep himself alive. The answer is absolutely not. Now Kingan has been isolated. The all-out comes in for Morgan, who is trying to be the hero. Once again, though, he just goes a little too deep. Still, he will survive. Envy dives way too far forward, though. Lucid still going to fall as a result, and the double bubble will be enough for the disengage. Slight advantage there for Bro, but they also managed to get the Drake.
I mean, I think this could have been even worse for D+, but they are kind of carried by good mechanics and really good kiting there. But the thought process here is so bizarre because they just don't have any vision. Like, you can tell in the angle that Kingan drops the moom that they just don't really know exactly what is going on at all here. And you can see then when Gideon comes in for the kick, that's the real turning point in this fight. And yes, Kingan can get a ton of stacks off this fight, and he absolutely does. He is going to be the biggest benefactor here out of this by D+, but he just doesn't have the damage output to help turn this. And Karma, she does do a lot of damage if she's given enough time to consistently hit those Mantra Qs, but there's just too many threats and too much damage coming out of this Sivir so quickly, as well as the Hui, that things were pretty disastrous there. They do not get the Dragon. They do not win the fight. They get a lot of stacks. I feel like D+ could have been a little bit more decisive about either trying to slow push in and try to fight earlier, or just backing away and trying to get value elsewhere and saying, we're going to give this. They gave it and then took a bad fight.
Yeah, and they missed a bunch of their ultimates that they needed in order to get this fight rolling, right? Like, I think that Kellen throwing his tidal wave just a little bit south, right? Like,
same with the moom as well.
Yeah, it did work out to be a bit of an issue. I think that having both the Nami and the Smolder a little more coordinated in these fights so that at least you can get some knockups with then Moom running over the top. That's the value that you're looking for. Still, they have certainly plenty of time to sort that one out as we move further into the game. Just ticking over 20 minutes now as the buffs become global. And D+ probably just going to go back to the drawing board as far as making this composition work.
Look how quickly he's getting to this now, though. 182.
Yeah.
And he got so many stacks in that last fight. Look at how quickly you can just clear these waves. Turret trolls him a little bit there, but just go down and even... I mean, I don't think Morgan could do anything here. I hope he doesn't overcommit. As Ghost isn't up, but it's in fact the Smolder.
Yep. looking for an angle, I think, and Morgan, of course, is very strong at this point in time. A 2-0-2 Cassante.
Yeah.
We all know what he's capable of, especially the gentleman in the mid lane on the other side of the rift. So I imagine that Showmaker is like doing a lot of pinging of Morgan and his status in this game, telling everyone to be a little bit wary of what he's capable of.
Yeah, he's just looking for an all-out angle. Now going to proxy the minions here, try to be annoying. If Kingen gets too close to the wall and he gets pulled into the left side of that wall away from the turret, Morgan can absolutely kill him, as we saw in that previous topside play. So, just to play respectfully here, trying to freeze him out of stacks, and fairly successful.
Yeah. Kingen has also got himself a chain vest, so it might be a Frozen Fist variant. That would be a little bit of fun. A little bit brawly for Smolder.
Make it very difficult to kill him, and he will, you know, do a lot of burn damage with his Qs over time as he lives longer. Showmaker obviously going to do a lot of burn damage as well with the...
I'm just really hoping Leandris comes in. That's all I want. That's all I want.
When he hits those ults, the ult Q, Mantrid Q, is going to burn them on the ground with Malignance. So there's a lot of ways to slow win fights here for D+. Just going to hope that Wei doesn't burst somebody down, or that they don't get a really sick kick engage again, like they did last time, Gideon really being the MVP of that last fight.
Yep.
And meanwhile, though, they're just kind of losing the map to Illusion pushing an inner. So, you know, a lot of waiting is going to feel great here for D+, because Showmaker and Kingen just kind of sat under turret while Lucid pushed in mid and got a ton of gold injected. He has IE at 22 minutes. This is a problem. Aiming is very large.
And this is like the most classic crit Lucian build. And remember, this is aiming, right? This is the guy that builds like he was playing the Twisted Flucian, right? We've had some crazy stuff, but this is like he's pretending he's Caitlyn. This is Kaitchen, Lulin, something like that. Anyway, it's just a very standard crit build, which does scale extraordinarily well if he can actually be in range to hit things.
Aiming thought if you built all three,
there we go. Look at that. Hitting Morgan. Not a great example of it doing damage. But that's fine. Look at him. More. We're going to zoom in. Nice little bubble. Trying to connect there. But Bro, just pushing forward, wanting to get themselves an angle on this Drake. Second one for them would be absolutely massive.
Aiming is skating on the edge of death with these plays, and it's starting to add up, though, the damage.
Well, Lucid also taking a lot of damage here as the ulti will explode. He gets himself a shield, though, from Showmaker, who's now on that flank angle. DK, they have got in there, but the Drake is taken by the Sivir. I'm not sure about that one. And now Mom gets angry. Gideon taken down very, very low, and Kingen is now sneezing on the side of this battle. Q's connecting as he's fighting both the Yuumi and the Sivir.
He's too tanky.
Envy needs to be really careful. Yeah, exactly right. Like, what is this? It's Frozen Fist build's doing crazy work as he just walks in and kills the AD carry, and now they're looking at a Baron.
I mean, they don't target Kingen down in this fight because he's level 15. He has the Frozen Fist, and he's just too difficult to kill. But every single Q he lands, all of that burn starts to stack up in the longer fight. And, I mean, just watch everything get used here on the Lucid here. Essentially, Kars can now no longer threaten Kingen. And, yeah, the Dragon getting stolen by Sivir is a little wild here. Let's see how low it gets. Okay, that's just insane. That was, like, less than 100. And then Kingen, look at him just chase people down. Gideon is like, okay, I have to flash here. Karis also super low here, and he changes target to Envy. And Envy is like, all right, well, I can break tanks. I'm Sivir. Not fast enough, actually, as Kingen just keeps hitting these Qs. He doesn't even have cooldown boots at this point. He's just doing a ton of work. He's got plated steel caps, so nobody can hurt him.
Yeah, steel caps and the Frozen Fist means that, it's just really difficult.
And the Shojin's going to give you the cooldown reduction you need.
It's really cute. I'm kind of into this this tank smolder vibe. And in fact, D+ players just changing builds on champions to be tanks. Maybe that's just their thing. That's the shtick.
Yeah.
That's it. And it's working. I still want the Leandris. Really want it.
Is it foreshadowing? Is Kia Automotive going to build a tank?
Oh, true.
Maybe that'll be their new mascot.
Yeah. Maybe it's the thing that's going to try and combat the Tesla truck thing.
Yeah.
Maybe that's their answer.
What a strange vehicle.
It is a very strange vehicle. That's all right. Kingen is going to get prowled upon by a projectile. And Showmaker actually does land the second part of that Q because Morgan needs to make it back to his team. Lucid looking for a cease and desist angle, but not quite going to get there. 270 stacks here as we tick over the 25-minute mark. Nicely done there by King and a choose flying in. And
Look at the damage.
This is scary because you've got Nami and Smolder standing next to one another. Ults at the ready. This turret, like, they're not going to be able to defend it. Another minion wave comes, and bro, if they stick around, they will just die.
It's so weird to think of a tank as a poke champion and a champion that's not a tank as a tank, but that's what the Smolder is doing. He's tanky, and he doesn't have a lot of range, but he can just keep getting into range to Q, and who punishes when there's so much support? There's a Karma, there's a Nami. You can't kill him because he's tanky, and if you try to commit, you lose, and if you don't commit, he just burns through. It's kind of like they made a different version of Senna, you know? Minus the range, right? Like, it's this threat that's has scaled up so well and is so well protected that, you know, damned if you do engage on it, damned if you don't, because there's just no way to deal with this threat that's so big now with this composition. And Sivir sitting on, you know, a Shiv and Navori Quick Blades isn't the build that's going to break through this. She needs an LDR, but I mean, she's so far away from it. I think the game's going to end before she gets it.
I mean, she's half the items that Aiming has, and Aiming actually has a good build. I mean, this is just a does a lot of damage build.
Yeah.
And I know it's very standard, but if you have seen the other items that he has purchased on this champion, you might also be impressed. The cease and desist brings Lucid all the way underneath the turret. The kick out does come through as well as the ulti from Karis does a lot of damage, but it isn't enough to quite kill the Vi. And now with all of these shields, great double knock up there at the same time as Kingen is just keeping them at bay. Karis not able to clear these waves even without the Baron in time to save that inner turret. So the outer ring and the inner ring both removed. Only inhibited turrets remain here for Bro to stand behind as D+ once again move towards a 10,000 gold lead. There is a teleport.
Yeah.
And Morgan's not going to be able to get this wave towards the turret either.
And also stacking.
Yeah, and he just kind of realizes that maybe he's just not able to fight this Smolder anymore.
No, he can't. He won't be able to do enough damage. Jack Shows is done.
Yeah.
Like, he is a locomotive train, okay? He is a mountain actually hurtling down the tracks, and he's gonna hit hard, and you can't stop this train. He is so tanky, and he is going to do so much damage. This actually seems like a balance issue, right, that we are witnessing right now. I'm like, this actually seems like it should not be allowed, but it is, and it is viable, and it is crushing Bro now.
Well, now let's see what they can actually do here as Mom gets a little bit mad. Karis is going to turn up, and he's really dead. He is definitely going to die. Showmaker turning up a little bit late there with that teleport. And so 4 people was enough.
I thought that with the rotation that was happening down, maybe he was going to live long enough for D+ to actually turn that, but he lived for a while, but not long enough. But still, a lot of tools are used, and then D+ just
they'll take the Drake.
Infernal Soul point.
Still, with the couple of Drakes that Bro picked up, it's not Infernal Soul they have to worry about. Is Kingen flapping over that wall?
Also, Lucid was very nearby, but then also queued over the wall himself, and yeah, they weren't close enough to save him. That's going to be some bounty gold going over here to the team, and Karis as well.
Yep.
And those 2 Infernal Dragons that they've picked up, Bro, that is, Showmaker.
Yeah, Morgan has now found him. This could be a little bit dangerous. Flash does come through. Showmaker definitely respecting, and now might even try to kill him, as he doesn't quite hit that one, and Morgan's ghosting out of here.
Aiming is nearby, and they were very aware that he was missing, so deciding not to commit any further. This poor Morgan, man, he's just been cooked this game by dragons, by Karma.
Yeah.
He's just constantly losing his health, despite, he's like, I built the tank items.
He's
it's
like,
not fair they keep burning.
My champion has so much mobility, why am I getting kited? This is so silly. Kingen actually heading towards what could be a Morellonomicon with that Oblivion Orb that he has collected.
Yeah, seems...
That means that we're going to continue to not have a Leandries?
Yeah, that's a little sad. But hey, he could eventually, if he goes full build, get that Doran's ring off, could be the last item.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. That will deny the Spirit Visage value that Morgan has purchased for himself.
I do think that we're getting to a point where, yes, Aiming is massively ahead. It's like an item and a half ahead of Envy, but Envy's going to scale up if this game goes too long. Okay.
Yeah, Morgan. Aggressive. A chew coming on down here as Kingen flaps himself into position. Hitting these Qs, just making sure that Bro takes a lot of extra damage, and it is working. 330 stacks now.
The volatility of this game goes up so massively if D+ can't close it out soon, so you know, I would like to see them be a little bit more aggressive with the Smolder, just kind of run towards them. They have a Vi who has Flash and Ult. I mean, if you kill either of these carries, it is done. And yes, Sivir has Spell Shield and a Yuumi, and yes, Karis is level 16 and has Zonius, but threaten them, all right? Get them.
Oh, God. The Vault Breaker, you can feel it, that it actually doesn't come on through. In fact, Lucid just holds onto it. Gonna stay over the side. You can see he does have the flash available as Kingan's flapping on over, and Envy's taking a lot of damage. Mom gets mad as well. And Envy almost just dead to the execute and the burn. Gideon now on the wrong side of the map in the Baron.
That's Baron.
I mean, it's just D+. There is nothing Bro can do.
I mean, that was what I was kind of calling for, is like, D+, you have a massive advantage. You can just walk at them. You have all the tools. You have a level 18.
Or flap at them.
Or flap at them, and run at them with Karma and do all those things. There was no way Bro could really do anything there if you just engage on them, as they were trying to group up and hope for a mistake, but if D+ stay together, engage, you win that, you get Baron, and then you continue to push now actually very efficiently. So very well played here from D+ finally, because what I was getting at was, if this game goes to 40 minutes, you know, maybe somebody dies randomly, the death timers are long, and then Bro could actually get an Elder, you know, there's ways, but now it's doomed.
Well, yeah, that's cease and desist on Karis. He explodes into a Fountain of Cinders, and that is going to mean the base is broken. Envy was dealing with the mid lane inhibitor turret. He's not going to be able to save this one. Open door to these Nexus turrets is now aiming, dashing forward. Gideon and Morgan trying to get something done. There's a kickback, and look at his health bar. Kingans just keeps on going up again. The culling flying down. Gideon cannot follow the cue for the resonating strike. The first Nexus turret will go down. Now the teleport back from Kingan with full health, and this Lucian is just massive. Look at this damage as Envy explodes. The Dragon back once again, and this cat on a book, he wants out. He's going to stay on the Fountain as the 2-0 for D+. And honestly, it was not even close. This was just a smashing from this team. It feels like they're getting back online after the slump.
Yeah, definitely true. I mean, they've had a pretty weak strength of schedule after the slump, but it's the quality of gameplay that we've seen each and every time. It's the eye test that makes you believe that this team does have it back. And yes, we'll see that tested again when they actually do end up facing stronger opponents later on. And that's when we'll you know, start to either be like, oh, are we back? Is it over? You know, kind of thing. But I think right now, if you're a D+ fan, you should feel pretty good about, again, the quality of gameplay. The drafting has been solid. Some creativity, right? And the team looks happy. Just in general, as you point out, this is like the happiest it seems like they've been in a very long time. They're enjoying themselves. They're experimenting. And that's how you should use weaker teams that you're going to 2-0 in an LCK round robin, right? Is use this moment to see what you can learn and see what you can gain and see how much you can grow.
Yeah, and I think that we are seeing the synergy between like Lucid and Showmaker extend to the rest of the team. I think it is now starting to encompass the rest. I think at the beginning, they had actually put in a lot of work to get things sorted out, but now it is just pulling everyone in. And I think I would have voted for aiming. He did a correct build on a Lucian.
Wait, is he going to do a... Oh, I thought he was going to do a Lucian gun thing.
Where did the gun thing go?
That wasn't a ceremony. That's not going to make ceremony of the week, I tell you what,
nope,
Atlas.
Not even a little bit. I'm canceling my POG vote.
He just held the mouse pad and stared at the camera like he was deciding, and then he just didn't say, nah, I'm not going to do it.
He went, no.
He just kind of then put the mouse pad away. Aiming, come on.
Yeah.
You left us hanging there. And you see that D+ banner, and that era, 2020, 2021, where they were world champions, they were going to international finals, that was an era that feels so long past. The D+ fans are chasing for, right? They're longing for it to come back. And it's games like this that make you see the glimpses of how strong this team is. And yes, Bro had some serious draft problems, especially in Game 1, to be real.
Yeah.
But I want to champion how well D+ drafted and played with a unique play style. They looked super coordinated in general here. And it's just a look at what this team could be, and I think could be even against teams like T1 and Gen G if they can find the consistency. And Lucid is still growing. He's still a rookie.
Yeah, and also, like, I want to talk about Kingan, because I was definitely very harsh on Kingan earlier in the season. I felt like he really did not get off the ground running here for D+. But he has since debuted top tier. He was the first one to play it, picked up a victory on that champion, is now the first to play the top Smolder as well. And this is a guy that we were saying can only play Aatrox and Gnar. And even then, you know, beginning of the season, during that slump that we were talking about, even the Aatrox wasn't looking that great, right? But now, branching out with the champion pool, making things happen, and yes, was extended really far in this game, but I really liked the build that he went for on the Smolder, as well as the way that he played. I think that Kingen is finding his groove once again as we delve into round 2 here in Spring. And I think it's fantastic to see. And I think that he is very necessary for a D+ that can go further.
Yeah. You just have to tell everyone about that strength of schedule caveat, right? Yeah. It does top the damage in the game, unsurprisingly. But it's the way they did it. And I think as we see them approach tougher opponents later on, that's when we could really judge. But it's a good sign here that they didn't struggle at all against DRX. They didn't struggle here against Bro. Looked pretty clean the whole way through.
And I think momentum is something that is very valuable as well. So we'll see whether they can use that. Unfortunately, Bro was unable to, but hopefully they can get back on the horse for their next matchup. It is now time to throw it over to the space to hear what they had to say about the D+ 2-0. Take it away.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful breakdown of that series. D+ with a quick 2-0 tonight over Bro. It wasn't exactly close. We got to see some interesting stuff in this second game as well. So pretty fun series overall. I'm Syl Valdez with Aux and Chronicler. What do you guys think about that game?
I feel like it was a pretty interesting one, seeing like the smaller top lane, which obviously got to kind of just free scale. I think one of the issues we've seen with Smold is that when it's early drafted, which obviously you typically do, the enemy team has the opportunity to set up and punish it. But here, last pick on red side, you know the entire game in front of you. You know it's a Cassante Lee Sin, who aren't really giving much of a threat. And as a result, you had this Smolder who never got challenged, got to build tank, and did most damage in the game.
There was also the issue of Sivir Yuumi, which if you are a better bot lane going into a weaker one that's trying to push you with Lucian, I actually think that maybe you can get away with that. If you, however, try to dive level 4 and it fails miserably and you give over free leads to the Lucian Nami, it's not going to go very well, which is what Brion did. And even in theory, the idea behind the Sivir Yuumi, I wish Brion, and I think there is a very clear gray area between picking like only aggression early game, which okay, I'm fine with them not doing that, and picking Smolder and Sivir, both of which have just zero agency, like until you hit either your stacks or free items.
You know, Varus was open. You know, they could have just.
Who's that?
Yeah, I mean, it just feels. It feels like game one, they had this aversion to picking Senna, who's so strong, and they have played before, and then this game, they don't pick up the Varus. It's like they're trying to be cute with it, and like, oh, we could do this instead. Maybe that's what cuts them off guard.
Not cute.
Yeah, it just didn't work.
Didn't look very cute in this game. We can talk about this in the first highlight, which was an early reel of, first of all, that dive you mentioned, Aux, and also a bit of extra fun in the other side of the bot lane. This dive, you know, you got to Lee Sin, you're thinking maybe this can work, but instead Palu just dies.
Yeah, Palu clearly wanted to tank 2 tower hits, then leave aggro, reattach so he's safe, but Aiming just immediately looks to punish that, escapes on a sliver of HP. So a failed dive that obviously, if you'd been able to pull that off, really would have set them behind. And then the counter punch. This is when D+ set up their own dive. It's not respected, it's punished so hard.
Envy feels safe because he has Sivir and he has a spell shield. But like Lucid went for the ultimate flash there to give 0 response time, it wouldn't have mattered. Like even if you spell shield the Vi ulti, like you're dead. You can't walk up there. Showmaker was there as well for the roam. And they knew. You could see they were like, oh no, we're gonna back off. And then, but what if you went back in?
You know, one of the things is actually, we saw Vi a lot during when Sivir was meta. It was actually a really bad matchup because whenever you're ulting the Sivir, you just smite on the way. And it's like, it just makes it very hard to spell shield it. And because you're so short range, you're always in range to be ulted. So I think if they came in with the expectation of, oh, I'll just spell shield the Vi ult, it doesn't work in practice.
Did not work in this game either. We can take a look at the second highlight, which kind of was the cherry on top. Some extra fighting here on the 4th Drake of the game that also went the way of DK.
Things were already not looking up for Brion. They somehow do get access to this Drake here, which is quite nice. But the problem is that in these longer fights, the continued damage from Kingen, who didn't go for a high damage build, but just get to fire Q after Q after Q, plus Showmaker, ends up being a difference maker. And this is where top Smolder specifically really does well. He's 3 levels up and he has an Iceborne Gauntlet. Like, he's never dying to a Sivir that is this far behind.
Yeah, the Sivir just cannot cut through how bulky he is right now. And as well, when you think of when Sivir is good, it's typically into comps that clump together, maybe some bulkier targets you can bounce the ricochets off. Never really was that opportunity to do so. And I feel like everyone on the side of D+ was quite mobile and independent and wouldn't really clump together that much. You know, like Lucian could be dashing to one side, Smolder's flapping this way. Just never really saw it come to fruition.
Yeah, speaking of Smolder, we did prepare this lower third with his build. We did want to touch on this and say it's pretty good, right? You have the 1 damage item, you build mostly tank from there, and you still do most damage in the game. How is that possible?
Well, obviously it is somewhat inflated because you do max percentage health damage and you're playing into Cassante and he was free farming the whole game. But I do really want to highlight that there's a ton of... this is just pure tank, right, outside of Shojin. We've also seen like the Riftmaker Leandris type of builds. I really want people to realize that Smolder isn't really an AD carry. Like, you can play him as such, and I feel like we've seen him struggle the most in that position. Actually, I like him more when you go for these style of builds where you just accept that you're a Q-bot. That's what you do, and you get to poke, you get to use your range, but I'm sure whenever we get him next, it will just be Essence, Reaver, Rush, and it'll just be back to that.
Yeah, and you just sit in the top lane, it's free, you get a bunch of stacks, it just feels very nice. Guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up here for game number 2 on the side of D+. So we'll be aiming on the Lucian, especially for his early shenanigans and getting very far ahead. I think he deserves it this time around.
Yeah, I think play this dive pretty much as well as you could in this situation. And if you'd fallen here, if you hadn't been able to turn around, it could have been really rough for a lane pairing that really needs to be ahead, needs to be having that acceleration to be valuable.
They played around it really well, used his pressure. When he was rotating towards mid continuously, just shoving these turrets. They got a ton of gold off of that in the mid game as we do take a look. Some smattering of other votes. I don't mind any of them, really. Obviously,
Nami vote is pretty interesting.
Yeah, actually, Kellan. So Kellan's
It's a Lucian without the Nami.
Kellan's lane was good, but his team fight Nami was really not it. Obviously, I'm always gonna love the Lucid vote. I was already called out for that.
Wait, you like voting for Lucid? Whoa, new information. Can we dive into that?
Who did you vote for again?
Yeah, I voted for King. I thought
you were the only one.
You had a good game.
Hype down, media.
You were literally
okay.
so hyped. It's like, oh, look at this build. It's so great. I love to see it. And then doesn't vote for him. So I don't know, man.
Hold out the media already in game number 1, series number 1. Guys, we are ready to go to the interview, though. We do have Jisun on the line for the translation. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation, joined by Aiming and Showmaker after their clean 2-0 victory. Congratulations. Also, congratulations, Showmaker, on having your 500th LCK game. A cute little Tiber plushie to celebrate his milestone as well. DK is on a great momentum. Please share your thoughts on the 4-match winning streak. Feels amazing, of course, and I will work hard in order to keep this going. What about you, Aiming? Yeah, happy to win the match today. I think this winning streak really means a lot to the team, and also it's amazing that we get to celebrate Showmaker's 500th LCK game together. Showmaker, in the first game, Senna was left open, but you chose Azir first. Do you value Azir more than Senna right now? It's not about like the champion evaluation. I was just really confident in playing Azir today, so we decided to go for the first pick, Azir. Yeah, I didn't really mind too much of playing up against Senna, so we were feeling pretty comfortable letting the Senna through. And Showmaker, your grasp Azir is on a 4 consecutive POGs. I mean, there's a lot of debate going around your build, so is it really good in a vacuum, or is it because you use it? Well, I think it depends on the composition. You know, it's not just good anytime, but same goes to all the other builds as well. So you have to choose the right build in the given situation. Does it require a lot of good teamwork as well? Yeah, of course. I think Grasp Azir has become one of your signature picks. Is there anything you're cooking up as well? A lot, of course, because I love trying freaky stuff, so there will be more in the future as well. And at the end of the first game, you somehow did some of the impression of the Korean caster saying GG, so it seemed like you were in a very good mood. Was that because you were playing your 500s LCK game? Yeah, also just because, you know, we didn't really have live audience today, unfortunately, so I just wanted to kind of lighten up the move a lot. And aiming. And we saw Silver Yumi bottom Dio picked by the opponents today after a very long while. How did you plan to deal with it? Yeah, I was not expecting to see that making a comeback, but I was not too worried, especially because we had Smolder, a very strong late game champion. Aiming, you pretty much showcase a very high preference on Lucian pick, but Lucian, especially together with Milio, is not having a great win rate so far. What do you think about that? Well, I think it depends, you know, sometimes depending on the composition, the champion might suffer a little bit, but we just tend to pick Lucian when it's the right kind of situation to play Lucian as an AD carry. So looking at DK's game 2 comp, you know, you guys didn't really have a strong or tanky frontline, which could be a little bit risky. So Smolder, because the late game is so strong, and also especially when Smolder goes to a solo lane, it can actually stack up really fast. So we thought that could actually be a turning point for our comp. How did you view King and Smolder as an AD carry player? So I want to say AD carry Smolder and like solo lane Smolder is very different, you know, and I think Kingen did a great job pulling that off. And after winning the first game, Showmaker, you hit your 500th LCK game as well. How do you feel? I guess, you know, I was performing for a very long time and I hope to play 600 games, 700 games, 1,000 games in the future. Congratulations on winning your 500th LCK game. And also, in order to play 600 and 700 games, you have to win more LCK trophies. Keep winning LCK trophies and, you know, be on the national team roster and make it to the Asian game and, you know, get exempted from military service and keep playing as long as you can. Is there any, like, memorable moments so far until now? A lot, but the moment when I won the, you know, final game at the finals, you know, when we were on a match point and winning the game that decides the series made me feel amazing. DK, your next opponent is KT Rolster. Any comments on your preparation for the upcoming match? Round 1, we were so close to winning KT Rolster, but we could not, so I really wanted to get a revenge. I'm so happy that we got our chance to get a revenge, and I will make sure to showcase the best performance possible this Sunday. Yeah, it was a big bummer that we could not beat KT last time. I really want to take down BDD for sure, and I hope both of the teams can have a great game together. And that will be the end of the interview from Aiming and Showmaker, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. We can take a look at the standings now as D+ here in a solid 5th place. Brion still looking to try to break into 8th.
I feel like this is the recovery kind of completed for D+. I feel like the position they're in now is kind of roughly ballpark where we expected them to be at the start of the season. Still work to be done if they want to push those higher playoff spots, and obviously their matchup against KT going to be really important, but considering how far down D+ were earlier in round 1, they're doing pretty fine now.
Also remarkable how big the gap is, even with Kwangdong taking 2 consecutive losses between them and then FairX, who are currently in 7th. Because I think Kwangdong was at -2, FairX was at -11. So that's
Yeah.
It's a pretty sizable gap, and then especially when we get lower towards the standings, it gets even more pronounced. Which means the next series actually really big and important for the teams that are still fighting for playoffs.
It definitely is. The gap is only widening at this point, but let's see if these two teams, Nongshim and DRX, can have a chance in the next match. Guys, we're just going to have a short break before we do come back with Nongshim versus DRX, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
my blood.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2024. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf as we dive into our second series of the evening or morning or whatever time of day it is for you or potentially is for us.
You'll never know.
No one will ever know, neither do we. We were actually woken up at a specific time. Unbeknownst to us, all of our clocks were destroyed.
Yeah, we were blindfolded as well.
It was so annoying. I'm going to have to go to Daiso later, get myself a new clock.
Yeah, I will tell you guys, you know, it's been weird not knowing what time it is or where we are until we just suddenly turn on. That's why our prep hasn't been the greatest for today's matches, you know. We've just kind of been sworn to secrecy.
A lot of secrets. But what isn't a secret is the standings. Let's have a look at where all of our teams are currently, as we do have a bit of a battle on the eastern side here for our second series of the night. Nongshim taking on DRX. DRX kind of desperate to share their, their position with Nongshim, get themselves to a 2-9, and then Nongshim, Bro, and DRX, it's the full three-way handshake.
Yeah, the game score has been much better for Nongshim, though, so we'll only pass, technically. Yeah, in terms of the match score, you're correct, but in terms of the game score, only pass Bro after Bro were 2-0'd earlier in today's matches. But Call Me versus Satab, Battle of the Rookie mid laners, they have been arguably two of our weakest mid laners in the tournament so far. I mean, Karas has really stepped it up. He's not really in that conversation right now. And yes, Bulldog's laning stats were the worst in LCK, but Call Me and Satab weren't doing things after the laning phase, whereas Bulldog was. So a matchup that we definitely have our eyes on right now, but I think when you consider both these players' struggles, maybe they actually get to shine today against a the talented opponent, arguably. And both these players are very new, so maybe we'll see something great. As you can see Call Me on camera here, looking like he's in a good mood. The DRX players sitting down to play, looking a little bit more serious on their side of the stage.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more of a somber attitude here on the side of DRX. We'll see whether that means that they're going to play with a lot more aggression, bring all of that enthusiasm to the Rift instead of outwardly here on the stage. Having a look at the key player matchup, Jiwoo versus Teddy. We say this a lot. Jiwoo certainly was sort of the main character for Nongshim for a long time, but I don't think has been quite that guy more recently, as you can see here on the stats, not necessarily indicating that. But Teddy is the entirety of DRX. Make no mistake.
So another thing that is important of note for today, if Nongshim lose today, the series, then T1 and Genji will both be qualified for playoffs.
That's crazy. We're not even, what? This is like our first week of round 2?
First full week, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of nutty. I guess, we had half a week last time, but that's pretty crazy that already we're promoting 2 of our teams into the playoffs. Of course, not entirely sure exactly what part of the playoffs they'd be in just yet. pretty safe to say that they're relatively close to the top. So pretty huge if a victory can actually happen for DRX. And that could be a more difficult story because this team has been going through quite some struggles. Oh, actually, no, not Gen.G. Gen.G will not actually clinch playoffs. They don't have quite the game score for it, but T1 will.
They very likely will, given their
I believe it'd be a matter of time.
Yeah. So right now, the difference between T1 and Gen.G is just simply that one game score. So, and we'll only take one game to catch up for that to happen. They're both sitting at 10-1, and it is pretty early for that to come through. Just goes to show the gap that we have right now between the East and the West. Even though there have been some changes, right, with D+ going down and then bouncing back up and Kwangdong bouncing down a little bit, the gap is still quite large between Kwangdong and DRX in terms of consistency. There's still hope, and there's still hope for both of these teams. Neither of these teams will be eliminated from playoffs. We still have several more games before that's going to happen, but this is the game you have to win if you think your chances of going to playoffs are realistic, because this is one of the easiest opponents you're going to face. It doesn't get easier from here, especially if you're Nongshim, because yeah, they have a tough schedule coming up, and then you have Nongshim going into Kwangdong Freaks, D+, KT, and Gen.G are their next matchup. So
bit of a ramp up until they get like a little bit of a respite with a Bro matchup, and then T1 with Fox at the very end. So yeah, like you're saying, certainly a difficult run for Nongshim. But I think it's like when we're talking about these teams that are in the bottom three, it's a difficult run kind of no matter what.
Yeah, no doubt.
When you're looking at the majority of the rest of the season. So Nongshim, they will be on our blue side starting things off here. We'll have our eyes on things like the Senna, things like the Azir as well, because Call Me is a Taliyah guy. And so maybe doesn't mind too much about Azir's flapping around the rift. First ban going to be the Ashe here as we dive into pick and ban. And what is going to be the response here from DRX? Taliyah just taken off the board. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, I think targeting Call Me, definitely smart, as he's shown that proclivity to move towards the Taliyah. Sponge will lose his Sejuani, and then Sylvia's Vi is gone. So feels very player-based rather than meta, which is going to leave a lot of strong picks open. Okay, there goes the Senna. That's going to be taken away, so glad we're not going to be seeing that.
Yeah, I think maybe are we angled for an Azir first pick?
I think we are, unless it's banned here. Poppy taken away, all making sense so far. Don't let Dundun or Sylvie play that one. Generally been more of a Dundun pick, and there's the first pick, Azir.
Oh no, I'm sensing Lucian. With that Poppy ban, it just makes me feel like they might want to play Lucian, and that's scary. I feel like Teddy being on something with a hell of a lot of range.
I'd like to see Teddy on Varus instead. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
They'd be listening. I think we still have the speakers on, Wolf. We really need to make sure we amp up these noise-canceling headsets.
You can go Varus, Nautilus here. It feels pretty good.
Yeah, it doesn't feel bad.
You could grab an Orianna and see what you see in terms of the bottom duo if they show anything here, but you don't have to get it now because they've already locked the Azir in, so looks like they're going to go for it anyways, just to wait for more information about what they want to pair with this Varus, which does make sense. But you could, for example, now have left open something like a Zeri Nautilus for Jiwoo, if that's what they want to go through. Zeri seems like she is quite strong right now, but teams are just a little bit reluctant at the moment to pick it, and it can be tough to play into Varus. Smolder, also quite difficult to play into Varus lanes.
We have seen that Smolder doesn't really, that Varus doesn't care about Smolder at all. This could also be a flex. I don't know whether Dundun's been playing that much of it at the moment, but as we saw earlier on today, Kingen was able to pick up a victory on the Smolder top lane. Loved the build as well. The Frozen Fist with the Spear of Sojin coming in first. That was pretty cool.
The two picks I would have liked here is Lee Sin, which is what they locked in, and then the Aatrox. Aatrox a little bit tougher to play into Azir and the Maokai. But I still think it's very strong with this draft, especially when you consider how much mid-game power is going to be tightly packed into Varus, the Orianna, and then a very strong Aatrox flank potentially in the mid-game. Take away the Udyr, and this is where things get a little bit awkward. Do you want to spend a ban on Twisted Fate? I don't necessarily know what the matchup's going to be. I like this Nautilus ban quite a bit more.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind focusing on that bottom side. I think, DRX looking for a support and a top laner. Maybe just trust Dundun to survive in whatever matchup he gets. What I would like to see is Rascal go back to some of his old ways, some of his old tricks, and maybe that Lee Sin is going to get flexed.
I would love to see that. That'd be fun.
Be a lot of fun.
I don't think it'll happen, but I would like it because that makes this draft a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, it's just a fun thing to have happen.
Okay, they are going to ban the Twisted Fate, and I think this ban feels fairly weak because they're going to have counterpick no matter what, and you know, Twisted Fate is good into a lot of different matchups, but Aatrox is up now that they could get instead, which feels very blindable in this meta and very strong with what we have. Leona. I actually think this is pretty good. Rakan is the other option, right, to grab here, and it'll deny the Rakan from Nongshim as well. We've seen Rakan work very well with Smolder if you can get some time, and then you could, of course, play it out in the late game, but it'll be taken away. And now the question becomes, what are you going to play with this? Is it just going to be Alistar like we've seen so many times, or will they think of something else? Pyke, I do not recommend. I'm personally not a big fan of this one here.
Less psyched about it, absolutely.
Peter seems like he would be ready to enjoy it, but
I think they Peter didn't have that look in his face like I was about to play Pyke. It was more like I'll stop hovering that silly stuff, pick me Alistar like we were actually planning to do, and that does make some sense here. Last pick will reveal where that Smolder is going. Although I think we already
it's definitely
know.
bot, yeah.
Cassante.
Okay.
How's the Lee Sin into Cassante matchup? Not great for Lee Sin.
No, I don't think it's very good for Lee Sin at all, unfortunately.
Damn.
Gwen, though.
That's a fun one.
That's a good answer. Don't need the Aatrox. You could still get on top of a Smolder with Gwen and wreak havoc in a team fight, especially if you have a big Orianna ball on top of the Gwen and she's getting in there. Closing the gap can be quite hard, obviously, into Maokai, but any melee top laner is going to have the same struggles, so you'll have to find a flank angle. Yep. And Gwen can often win out on the flank against a Cassante pretty easily, so it does feel a lot easier to pilot this in terms of team fights than an Aatrox might be if we get to late game, and that's where things are going to be stressful for DRX because you're dealing with late game Smolder, you're dealing with a Cassante that, you know, is going to be super tanky, but Gwen can kind of deal with that off on a flank, and then you can avoid the Maokai ultimate, and should be able to get a flank off to win the team fight. Teddy has range advantage, and that's something that's always going to be true even if Smolder hits 225, even if Smolder hits 300. We saw this played by Viper to its fullest potential against KT Rolster. Certainly can be a range problem that is difficult to solve when you don't have any tank items on the Smolder.
It's very true. The lethality of Aris did seem to work out relatively well, but was that a Viper situation, or was it just normal as, wow, Tibbers
just hanging out.
He's just absolutely chilling. Like, that is a okay.
Is it Wukong? Like, what is? I'm not 100% sure.
Isn't it the monkey from the Jinx video?
Ah, yes, it is. You're right. I was like, I'm not familiar with this type of Wukong.
It's like baby Wukong? I don't know. It looked like a toy. But yeah, I think it is the
Jinx thing, yeah.
The Jinx one. But we caught him drinking, which is not very nice for the camera guy. But I do like that we get crowd shots of our non-existent crowd. I think that DRX, a bit more of a finesse comp. Nongshim have so many tools. They have to get to the power spikes. We'll see whether they can. Nongshim fighting.
Yeah.
And then DRX fighting. I don't need to do a count-in for ourselves. I don't think.
Good job.
But we're just gonna get into it.
Alice is just so good at doing things on the fly, man.
That's what I'm going for. Don't know whether we're good at it, but
he didn't even plan it, but he just did it so smoothly.
We need to actually edit in post-production the fan chant.
Yeah, they're just gonna cut us out.
Yeah. Oh my god. I actually wouldn't mind it. We just like get fan chants artificially installed at the end.
Sponge?
Okay, we've got like a lot of bad guys here on the top side of the map. Rascal hanging out, knows that he's not going to be murdered here in this Tribrush.
I was worried for him for a moment there that Sylvie was going to get the root off, but I don't think he's skilled at anything, so Maokai that is, so
yeah, I don't think you want to take W early.
No, but if you're in the range of a Lee Sin, maybe you change your mind.
Yeah, true. If it's a difference between First Blood and not, 100%.
Taking a look at the runes, it will be the Grasp Azir or Call Me, which I think 100% makes sense. Taking a page out of Showmaker's book here.
And it will make this whole like composition so tanky.
Any Alistairs at level 1?
Yeah, well, Peter is going to headbutt Teddy. There we go. That's the full extent of his skills that he has available.
Aftershock procced.
Nailed it. Well, I actually didn't hit anyone with it, so I wouldn't say nailed it, really. But Jiwoo is going to hit minions and stuff like that. More headbutts here for Peter.
Yeah, it's just like my cat when it's sitting in my lap just keeps headbutting me.
Yeah, oh, me.
My hand especially.
Yeah. My cat's got this new thing where he just stands like in front of my keyboard and in front of my monitor and just stands there and stares at me.
Yeah, your cat knows where you want to be, and so it's figured out your environment and what you like to do and where you want to be, and it wants to be in between you and your preferred environment, so that you have to interact with it.
Yeah, that has your attention. Absolutely true.
That is why my cat likes to sit on the remote, so I can't change inputs, and on top of my game controllers.
Yep. My cat sits on my hands, like my mouse hand. He just comes up and plonks himself on the mouse hand. Like, dude, you know that you're going to get moved, if you do that. We cannot coexist like this.
And I don't like it when the fur gets in the peripherals, but, Yeah,
it's
I love cats, so it's just how it's going to be.
Yep. It's one of those things. You just have to accept that all of your things have cat hair on them now, forever.
We missed the chance to talk about this during the Yumi game.
Oh, that's true, actually.
But I don't think we would have had much time because there was a lot of action in that bottom lane.
And this bottom lane, not quite as much action. There is some headbutting that Peter was doing. He now has 2 buttons, which is pretty extraordinary.
He's only going to use
one of them. Yeah.
If he used 2, that's too much commitment.
No, don't do that. No headbutt pulverizing. As in this mid lane, 300 health for both of our mid laners. As Wave in a pretty good spot here for Satap to very comfortably pick up the wave. And it looks like a relatively early back for Colmy.
Yeah, they are just going to kind of shake hands on the TP like the old days. No massive advantage one way or the other. Tier picked up here. Amp Tone picked up for Colmy. And otherwise down here in the bottom lane, Smolder going to try to flap his way back as he gets boots, so that'll help him get back to lane faster. Grabs a control ward as well, which will make somebody very upset.
Yeah.
I'm not going to name any names, but there are a lot of people actually. It'll be a quite long list, but, as long as you got that extra gold left over and you're going to try to make something of it.
Hopefully he can control some stuff with the ward, because if he can get a large amount of control, then maybe it's worth it.
I mean, Maokai's bottom, maybe there's an angle.
True.
I don't think so, but...
So it's not exactly a massive item advantage, and he lost the cannon, so a little bit of a disaster there. Lost a wave as well. As you can see, Teddy now with a 10 CS advantage was already ahead by just a little bit by farming a little bit more consistently. But now that lead has only extended. Confirmation that it is going to be the lethality Varus as well, with that comment that he has picked up. Hasn't even gone for Hail of Blades or anything like that. I think it's the OG.
It's way smarter to go for that than to go the lethal tempo route and try to play on hit, because you just want to poke and outrange the Smolder. You want to hit him with your Q, and you want to take half his health bar away, and then do it a second time. Then you don't have to worry about, how scaled he is and how much his Q is going to do.
I also think if you're in range to auto-attack people as the Varus in this game, you've probably lost the team fight.
Yes.
Like, looking at Cassante, Maokai, Azir, and Alistar, like, it just doesn't look like a good time to me.
Yeah. I know a lot of people will probably... Okay, hold on. We're going to have a little scuffle here over the bubs.
Yeah, Sylvie just going to ignore Sponge completely and wander over and take his bub like he deserved it.
Yeah, and Dindin going to get the fast track down here, trying to contest for a second, but no smite. Not going to happen.
Nope.
That's why getting here first is oh so important. So 2-1. Not going to be super impactful, as we've talked about many times, but if they get the 5 on the next one, then it will be. As, the thing about the Varus lethality, a lot of people always go, but there's Cassante! Like, you just don't, that's not your target. You don't shoot the Cassante. That's the thing. That's the point, is don't shoot the tank, shoot the squishies.
And also, Cassante is immortal no matter who you are.
Yeah.
So, unless maybe you're Rascal. Or maybe not. Not entirely sure. Dundon has found angles in the past. But this Gwen, certainly going to be the closest thing to an answer to this Cassante that they do have.
Yeah, when you can get the 4 stacked Q, the big snips, that's when you can kind of trade back. But with the build here of the early Null Magic Mantle for Dindon, you can kind of mitigate through a lot of that. And so it'd be a bit of a noodle fight for now. Sharp noodle for Rascal, but as you can see, not really much kill threat one way or the other.
Yeah, running with scissors is always dangerous, but maybe not life-threatening in this particular moment. So here towards the bottom side of the map, we've got DRX starting off the Drake. Rascal does need to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, he did take a few of those poor trades and used his mist early, so That doesn't feel great. Bottom side, obviously, in full control of Teddy and Pleta with the Varus pick here into the Smolder, so that's going to guarantee you first Dragon. Rascal already teleported, of course, so this is going to feel pretty bad that he has to go back here, and no one's going to be able to catch this wave. And even the Shadow from Sylvie, as he's going to come over here and take Krugs away. They could look for a play. He has level 6. Looks like they're not going to go for it, not even going to commit to the plate. Very interesting. Thought they definitely had an angle to get a little bit more value out of this, but denying the farm alone is going to feel nice.
Yep, certainly is. I think there was a cannon, so it's not going to be like the full wave that's going to go, but definitely missed out on that cannon. Pretty sure, as that wave did look a little bit thin on that top side. So still a lot of value there for Dindin. But Haunting Guys now completed here for Rascal. In comparison, the Spectre's Cowl now done for Dindin. So it's wet noodles abound. There's okay here on this bottom side. Sponge getting in there. There's the headbutt, the pulverize, and Peter, he managed to have the answer to all of the multiple choice questions that were asked.
Yeah, I feel like Sponge, the only option left was to insect there, and he decides not to. He's just going to be happy with crashing this wave, and if they want to commit further, though, they might regret it. As Sylvie's here, they know that now.
Yep. And quite a few stacks have actually been picked up. I feel like Jiwoo has been quite opportunistic with his sneezes.
Yeah.
Getting them in the right positions. Have a look on the stack counter when we get to it, as Pleta takes a casual turret shot, and DRX keep up the pressure on the bottom side. I do like that they are playing aggressively down here. It's something you certainly need to do. Is very close to 40 for Jiwoo. It's not a bad clip.
You know, I can never remember the name of Haunting Guys, and I think it's because every time I hear it, it just makes me feel like it's a bunch of like high schoolers who are still going trick-or-treating, and it's like their club. We're the Haunting Guys.
They're just a bunch of Haunting Guys?
Yeah, yeah.
Right, so it's like Casper and like...
They like show up to somebody's house in December and they're like, trick-or-treat? I'm like, it's not time. Like, I don't know. It's just every time somebody says Haunting Guys, which is basically just you, because you're the guy who knows all the item names and says it correctly every time, I'm always like, who are the Haunting Guys? I don't like that. I don't want to meet the Haunting Guys. I don't want to see them.
I mean, I was a Mordekaiser main, so I built a lot of Haunting Guys. I love that item. Back in the day where basically you could be like the best version of Rumble by building Sork Shoes and Haunting Guys, and that was it. Your build's done. You hit level 6 and you hit an equalizer and the game's over. What a time to be alive. It was beautiful. That was Hooney's time.
Yeah?
That was definitely Hooney's
time for sure.
He loved that.
There's too many masks in League of Legends, so I wanted to call it the masks.
Yeah.
The mask, but I mean, we got rid of Demonic Embrace, and I don't know.
Sylvie might need to move. Satab and Pleta move on in.
Yeah.
Like this battle for the Rift Scuttler is going to go over to DRX. Incremental advantages for our red side.
Small leads. But as you mentioned, Jiwoo has been doing a pretty good job of stacking. The question really becomes, when can Nongshim stand up and fight? When can they actually look for a team fight? And what soul do we get? Because if they just say no to a solo Chemtech Dragon and allow DRX to then be threatening for soul point and it's Infernal Soul, that's a problem. Or if it's Mountain Soul. And just in general, any soul, but especially Infernal, especially Hextech are the ones you really don't want to encounter here. We'll see what we get as Sylvie very boldly trying to deny these bubs.
Yeah, and now Colmy is just going to throw his ultimate into the wind. There is a safeguard from Sponge that saves him completely from that one. So now Q connecting, and they're looking for a re-engage opportunity. Peter does have the Unbreakable Will if he would like it, as the Shockwave is not exactly gigantic, but Dundun kind of is as he joins the fight. And now everyone is piling forward. Knockbacks abound. And Rascal gets in there. He's trying to do his best to do Gwen things, but everyone's in melee range, so he's not exactly immune. And that is another one for the K'Sante. 1-0-1 now for Dundun, and Nongshim really finding their way through the fight.
That fight was a lot of things, Alice, but it was not clean.
No.
And on either side, although I think Dundun definitely got the best of it.
Ooh, okay, so Teddy, W-empowered Q does a heck of a lot of damage, so Jiwoo wanting to cleanse the Chains of Corruption. Yeah,
and then Teddy predicting he'd walk that way, I guess, after the cleanse, and did miss it. But this fight is messy. Call me ults air, because Sponge has his safeguard. And then the follow-up here is, okay, we can turn this. Pleta wants to go in because he knows Satab's coming over. He speeds himself up, puts the ball in. And then they ult Yeah, a Maokai. So that's not really ideal. And then the Maokai ult comes down, and then suddenly Cassante shows up. Dundun is like, well, if you guys can't get it done, I guess I'll get it done myself. And comes in here and does a massive amount of damage during his all-out, even into this Gwen, because the Gwen is just, unfortunately, at this stage of the game, not very strong. If she has a little bit more gold, a little bit more items, if she has that Riftmaker online, then this is actually a fight I think they can win. She's going to have that extra sustain, she's going to have that extra damage, but she does not. Those two engages really whiffing, but the second one whiffing when DRX are committing forward and then being in range of this Cassante was the biggest problem, as well as, of course, Sylvie's ultimate.
Yeah, Sylvie actually, I think would have hit the ultimate if Dundun hadn't have pushed everyone out of it with a Q. It was cool seeing the Q hit multiple people, but when it does cause the Maokai ult to do absolutely nothing, that is a little sad.
I mean, they worked together in a...
And it worked out in the end,
yeah,
so we can't really fault him for it.
I think the ult is going to get some value, you know, either way. Like, if he isn't in position to hit those Qs and then the ult does hit, then he hits the Q afterwards. Definitely not the greatest coordination. I want to give him credit for the angle of the Maokai ult at least.
Yeah. I think the idea was absolutely there as Jiwoo. I don't know whether he's going to flap his way out of this one, but his mom was trying to get angry, but she unfortunately had an appointment. She's just going to yell and say, sorry, not today.
I mean, if you look at the map here too, like, Sponge wasn't even involved in this. This was just a Pleta call. He's like, I think he dies. Let's just ult him. His cleanse is still on cooldown. Sponge is like, you guys don't need me, I'm cool to do Dragon. They're like, yeah. And Azir was kind of in the vicinity, but not really, as Satab is in danger.
I think he might be close to dying. Sylvie didn't even have to use Twisted Advances. The Shockwave, not going to go on cooldown, thankfully, for Satab, but it is also not able to go off because he died so incredibly quickly.
The play where we did see the Smolder go down, where Jiwoo died, you know, it looked like Call Me wanted to help out, so... oh my god. No.
Grand entrance is not so grand.
That scared me, Atlas.
Yeah. Was scary for a lot of people there.
Yeah.
Call Me does have his flash available, so probably wasn't going to die. But still, let's have a look at this one more time.
Yeah, so... I'm looking at the map here. He commits the teleport to come down, actually, and this allows Satab to come up, because I was a little bit confused as to how Satab got that much up there. It's because he just straight up teleported early, so he knew. So then Satab gets greedy, pushes too far, then gets punished. Doesn't flash, though, smartly, so we'll be able to keep that summoner spell, but it's a kill going back over to the side of Nongshim. So they get something back at least, despite the plate gold going over. It's just 125 gold in Satab's pocket. Obviously, the Varus picking up the majority of that money.
This is definitely a very messy game, and I wonder who benefits the most from this game being accelerated by a few extra skirmishes and a few extra kills. Nongshim seem to think it's them. I feel like Nongshim are playing, feeling like they... Okay, yep, Peter definitely feels that as Pleta finds a grand entrance onto Call Me. That is going to delay his follow-up to the engage, and Peter is unfortunately just dead. And Satab is killing turrets forever on this bottom side.
I mean, I respect the killer instinct from Peter there. He had an angle, but they did not have follow-up. It's a Smolder on Essence Reaver with no stacks, and Call Me did not have his ultimate. He has it now, or in like 5 seconds time, he will have it. And if he has his ultimate to follow up, maybe that ends up being an amazing play, but he doesn't have it, and they don't have damage, and so DRX just kind of turn and look at Peter and say, thank you.
Yeah.
For the engage, we'll accept it and turn it into money.
And they absolutely did. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. And I think a lot of it had to do with Pleta getting that quickness down, charming Call Me very early on in that fight, keeping him CC'd. And then, unfortunately, Peter just looked a little bit silly as a result.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously it was a really good play from DRX on the turn, but they had all the tools to do it.
Yeah.
And I want to say
and you don't have to make that engage.
Yeah, and like, I don't want to just say like it was all just a huge mistake, but I think if Call Me has ult there, you know, it's actually an amazing ult potentially. They grab Pleta as well on the play when they decided to pull the Emperor's Divide out if he's in range to follow up on it, but he just didn't have it. So, you know, maybe just a miscommunication on that one, or Peter just kind of going in on his own. As look at where Call Me is. If they have Emperor's Divide after this, you get a 3-man there, Dundun gets knockups, Duo comes over, and he's just going to be able to layer his ultimate on top of it. It's amazing, but they didn't have that, so yeah, just dies. So, I mean, look, great engage from a mechanical standpoint, just no follow-up damage.
Yeah, just not quite there. We are getting an idea as to what Nongshim's composition is going to look like as we move further into the game. And it is going to be very burly. There is going to be a lot of tankiness. And if they can keep this chaos happening, I think it only gets better as they go further on. But maybe Peter's going to have to make sure that there are some people in range to do DPS instead of just Jiwoo saying, my mom will take care of it.
Observers and production. Okay, hold on. We have a fight.
Yep, Colmy is going to get jumped on here. There's the kick flash. That wasn't the shockwave, but I think they're still going to be able to kill this Azir who's trying to get some autos in. Not quite tanky enough at this point in time. So they do manage to get their target. Colmy now can teleport back in 30 seconds time.
Yeah, if he doesn't get hit by the Q, maybe he can slide his way out of there, but it was a really good play from Sponge. Follow up on the Q2. Take that Sonic Wave in there and kick him back into the rest of the squad. You know, he used his dash after he was Q'd, so is unfortunately not going to be able to stop Sponge from getting in there and making that play. Zaytab picks up his second kill of the game. Is going to grab a ton of damage on this inner. In fact, might just stick to it. He can. Just one more auto will do it. 700 more gold in his pocket. This Orianna, suddenly a very large problem here for Nongshim in this game. And this is, you know, going from bad to worse. I do agree with what you were saying right before this, though, in that the comp for Nongshim is starting to, you know, get to its point where he can do things, but the timing of this for Calmy and his positioning is just so problematic. Sylvie, nothing really he could do without his ultimate to fix this either, and he's just caught out. But until that moment, I was like, yeah, I'm kind of feeling it. The Smolder's getting online. The Cassante is pretty big. They've got good tools, but this Orianna now has Leandri's.
Yeah, and the Orianna is very scary, like you were saying. Rascal as well.
He has TP.
He's snipping, and he does have that teleport like you're talking about. Riftmaker in hand as well. Could be very dangerous on a flank. And DRX, I think you are very capable of giving up an Ocean Drake. Not exactly the most valuable. And if you can trade that for this, then you're feeling good. As Mom's going to come down, look for a bit of damage onto the bottom lane as CC absorbed by Dundon. Nature's Grasp is just going to wear off and not snare Sponge, and they just walk their way out. Rascal, oblivious to the whole situation, is just pushing. Managed to take that top outer turret, and this gold lead is starting to balloon for DRX.
Yeah, they
got playing the map better.
Yeah, they're playing the map so much better, and if it's a Hextech Soul, it's a totally different scenario, as Jiwoo may be in danger here.
Well, he's flashing in. There's a headbutt. I'm not really going to find too much more, though, as we zoom all the way out. Rascal's teleported forward. This flank angle is terrifying, and Jiwoo's in trouble. The needlework coming on in. Pleta trying to get what he can done, but he's going down extraordinarily low, and Jiwoo manages to get the kill. It's a great shockwave into the backline, but a 1-for-1 is not what I was expecting there, as we get the fan reaction as well. You love to see it.
Speechless, that fan.
Oh, completely.
Speechless by the play. Very, very broken up, messy fight here again, but these teams just want to go at each other non-stop, and I think considering how many tools were used on that last play to get out, especially Teddy's ultimate, Jiwoo can stand here because that Chains of Corruption was used defensively just moments ago after the Maokai ultimate came down. It was a great ult from Teddy. And then Jiwoo here is like hitting a turret and trying to bait them in is what it feels like. Rascal comes in the fight, Jiwoo cleanses and flashes away, and then it's a kill on the Sponge, but the Orianna ultimate here just is a little bit too much, unfortunately, for the side of Nongshim, so it's a traded back kill that does go over. Teddy is pretty big in this game. Zaytab is also, as we mentioned before, quite large, does have his Blighted Jewel online as well, so starting to build some MR shred to get through this Cassante. He's already got the Leandris, which will help out against that quite significantly. And so, yeah, the Varus poke isn't going to be very good against Cassante, but everything else is going to be just fine. And they don't have much follow-up still just yet in this game. Jiwoo, now at 144, did hit that 125 breaking point, so can, of course, start to stack a lot quicker now. But the rest of the map is just so DRX favored, and they have taken so many of those turrets. Dindin, let's see what he can do, if anything.
Well, he is going to wait patiently for Rascal to finish with the minion wave, and then he's going to hit the minion wave, and then going to walk away. So that's about it.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought that something might happen that's going to be eventful.
It's okay. You know, sometimes in the top lane, or the top lane matchup in this case, that's an aside in the bottom, you know, you maybe think things will happen, they will interact with each other in an exciting way, and then they don't.
Yeah.
They might do it now, though.
Oh, yeah.
Let us here.
But
he's not a top laner.
Does get the battle dance, and all of that CC is just absorbed. Has Dundon got enough dashes to get his way out of this one? He has gone all out. He is theoretically a little bit squishier. A dragon is getting angry. and she is going to be ignored entirely. That is snip, 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 and down goes the Cassante.
I mean, I'll have you know, I believe he was able to hit both, or at least hit one, right, with that dragon. That's
did he?
I think it might have actually gotten the edge of him there.
Oh, okay, never mind.
And if he had hit both, it would have been +2 stacks. So you know what, Atlas? Don't talk smack about my boy Chiwu. He was trying his best to help out. He might have gotten some stacks as a bonus, okay?
I know that, and I do respect him using the ultimate, but it was more the fact that Dundun was just really dead.
Yeah, he was definitely dead. I know the funny thing about casting these Smolder games where the game state is so poor for the Smolder is all I can think about when I'm watching is like, will he actually get stacks? Like, how many stacks is he getting? Where is he getting them? And will he ever be relevant? Because the answer right now feels like it's a pretty resounding no. Yeah, we talked about there's no interaction between the top laners, but all it takes is one other non-top laner to interact, and then it's a big to-do. As Rascal did get hit, I believe Pleta did not. It's only +1 stack on the play.
Yep, not quite able to get all the value that he's looking for. As Jiwoo does have the quick blades done, slight variation from the builds that we have seen. It was the Spear of Sojin second, the most popular for the bottom side, but we did see this in one of our first couple of games.
I think that Crypt Bloom is pretty insanely strong for both of our soul laners here for DRX, and they have the Varus to kind of trigger that and make that happen pretty consistently in these team fights. And yeah, the Cassante is pretty tanky here and has a ton of MR, and even Wit's End has been picked up here for Call Me. But, I mean, I think you have so much control on the map right now, you don't necessarily need the extra MR shred that the Void Staff is going to provide. We'll see what they pick. They might trade into one each. We'll see what happens. But you also have Leandries as grouping around Baron right now. Nongshim, I mean, the production's showing us, man, he's not stacked. They know it. The DRX know he's not stacked. They can click on him. They can see the animation of the Q. I don't know about this.
This is somewhat dangerous, but Nongshim have not been a team today to shy away from a scuffle.
That is 100% true.
They are all about scuffling if it's possible, and that was a grouped up team of DRX. So that is 5 people that they could potentially scuffle with.
That's right.
Optimal. Absolutely optimal. Don't know whether the timing is the Drake up and available right now. You can see DRX moving down there, grabbing some control. You can see Rascal has already started this up. Ghostblade popped. Means something might be happening, or at least Teddy's walking faster.
If you had the Sundisk on DRX's turret, maybe you could try to say, we might be able to trade this Baron. Let's see what you could do about it, but it's on their own, and so it doesn't feel like it's going to give you any value. Rascal can solo this back and then teleport to the Baron. You just cannot do either. You lose on both fronts.
Yeah.
And you're just scaling, I guess.
Should be soul point there for DRX as well. They have got a full mixed bag of Drakes.
And you know what? If they're not going to contest Baron, Rascal can actually just stay bottom and heal off the wave and get an additional amount of gold. Here he's going to take Krugs. He's probably about to hit that breaking point on his potentially Crypt Bloom. Crypt Bloom was picked up for Satab. We'll see if he goes Void Staff. I think it's going to be more value for Rascal to have Void Staff, but he'll probably just Crypt Bloom. I think Crypt Bloom makes sense here. Let's see.
See what his decision is going to be, but the main thing is 3 items for the Orianna and 3 items for the Gwen. No matter what they are, is going to feel extraordinarily strong. Teddy also gets his transformation on his Muramana, so he is 3 full items complete. And he has been farming up a storm. We actually saw those farm numbers. Now, Jiwoo has actually been able to pull ahead just because that Q does have the extra evolution, so he does just farm a little bit more quickly.
Yeah.
That is certainly good news. I mean, Jiwoo is going to be the entirety of the late game. And this game, it's a 5,000 gold lead for DRX, and it feels like it's very sort of casually got to this very large number.
It's just all the turrets they've got in this game.
Oh, 227. We've nailed it.
All right, he got it. He got it pretty quick, too, considering the game state. He has been farming really hard. But it's not enough to win you the game. You still have to deal with all of the other champions. You have to get past a Gwen to Q. You have to deal with this poke from Teddy. So at least he's a champion now.
Yeah.
Let's see how he uses the fact that he exists as champion and how well his team can play around that. The Maokai ultimates are going to have to be really good. The Peel is going to have to be insane against Rascal. And with no map control and all these turrets that have been destroyed, it's a little bit concerning about how many different ways Rascal can flank. He didn't have to teleport. They didn't force that out of him when they were kind of contesting and posturing around Baron. So at any point in time, Rascal could be anywhere. They've got a lot of wards set up here. They need to be really diligent about getting the flank wards cleared up, Nongshim do, if they want to take any objective.
Well, Q going to connect onto Sylvie here. His position known in the DRX jungle. As DRX 1-3-1 in effect right now. We're checking out The comparison of 80 carries.
That's
more
not
money
fair.
here for Teddy. Yeah, it is the amount of damage done for Varus. But this is the time where you have to check in because we have the evolution now for Jiwoo, so he is going to do a lot more splash damage, a lot more damage in general as the game goes on. This is when Nongshim need to turn it on, though.
Yes.
Emperor's Divide going to come down. So as I'm saying that, things are starting to happen, but Sponge just going to get himself out of there with the safeguard. Nature's Grass comes down. They've noticed that they're split up, and Hepa Pulverize is going to get flashed there from Teddy. Nicely played, but Pleta is burning down. There's a safeguard. He's going to be absolutely fine. That was so many shields, so many options.
Man, it feels like something happened. This feels like a JRPG side quest backstory about something that happened between Call Me and Sponge, because he keeps trying to kill the Lee Sin with Emperor's Divides, and that is one of the toughest champions in this meta right now to actually lock down and catch with that ultimate. And even when he hits it in this particular case, Sponge is just like, well, I'm Lee Sin, I'm out. And then Pleta is able to escape. They almost are able to get that kill or the execute with Jiwoo, but unfortunately, not enough damage there. And they keep trying to make these plays on the exact same place on the map, and DRX are just one step ahead. And this just means Rascal gets some additional time inside. That Void Staff is done. It makes more sense for him to have the Void Staff because he's going to be doing more damage throughput throughout the fight than the Orianna likely will. She's going to be kind of doing one combo and maybe a second one, but it's all about getting that big ultimate. So it makes more sense for her to apply the Crypt Bloom and look for some of those additional heals. Yep. Like the split they have here. The Cassante that felt like maybe a problem in this draft for how tanky it can be just feels like a complete non-issue at this point with how well DRX have itemized here.
No, seriously. And they have a lot of magic resist, but they don't have a lot of armor, so Teddy's kind of shredding through them as, okay, Jiwoo able to Cleanse Flash his way out, but now Cleanse Flash is on cooldown. Sponge, he can't get there! Jiwoo's now able to get these autos down, and the Dragon gets angry. Rascal's fighting Sylvie, but that means he's not in this team fight. Bramble Smash comes down, he can dash over. He's trying to play in the base gates, but it does not work. So Rascal is able to answer it. It's a 1-for-1 though. Both junglers now dead.
Yeah, no junglers for this Dragon that spawns in 35 seconds. I mean, they'll be up, but they'll have to run back as fast as they can. DRX probably just going to try to delay this and get Rascal in position. He doesn't have teleport anymore, so see how long he wants to spend on the side. Just look at this range advantage really at work here from Teddy. Playing on the target he wanted, but even still, Dindin, he built MR as you said, so he's half health.
Oh, that is bounty gold. Going over to Nongshim, though, and opening up this mid lane, going to be huge for being able to grab themselves some sort of control of this Dragon. This is about the time where Nongshim are starting to feel like maybe a fight could go their way. Both junglers back up and available. Yeah, the problem is this guy right here, the guy with the scissors.
Yeah, Dindin also is healing a little bit off of that Ocean Drake they have. I mean, he took a ton of damage, but he's kind of relevant now.
All right, Peter, taking a combo from Teddy. That is dangerous. As Rascal going to have immunity.
You have to be decisive here if you're Nongshim because you're eventually going to lose the poke war to this Varus if you just sit around. You have to engage. Call Me, it's on you. You've got Flash, you've got ult. You're going to have to make it count.
It's just about to come off cooldown, and he uses it immediately. Dindin dives on over. They look for the jungler. They steal away the Drake, and there goes Sponge. Although he stays alive for a really long time, they're able to take down the Smolder, and Rascal is now tearing them to shreds. He does get knocked up. Emperor's Divide, the tankers here, starting to work out. Somehow it's Peter that gets the kill, but Teddy is still up and available and gets the flash out from Call Me. Pleta now chasing after his opposite number and just runs headlong into the wall. I don't blame him. This game is completely chaos.
It is absolutely chaos. Rascal dies, but he does so much damage because even though the ult comes out from Sylvie, the follow-up isn't there. Call Me holds his ultimate for so long. And Rascal is able to do a ton of work here. Look at the angle of the ultimate that comes out from Sylvie. Rascal knows exactly where everybody is, comes into the fight after the ult has passed, and even though he gets all outed here, he does a ton of damage. Sponge also taken out here, but look at the damage that Teddy, Satab can put off here while Gwen is just frontlining and ripping through those health bars. I think Call Me couldn't wait as long as he did to ult. He needed to do it faster. He needed to be quicker on it, and maybe even started off before the Maokai ultimate is ready because they gave so much time to poke for Teddy. And I mean, there were a lot of things that went wrong on both sides there, and the Dragon was secured by Nongshim as well, which is quite important, but so much gold going over to DRX.
It's very true, but Nongshim still win, right? They go even, and they manage to secure the Dragon for themselves. And the gold lead is moving back towards Nongshim.
Yeah, it's slowly going their way.
And what I missed was because it was in the reeds, right? We're on the ocean rift. There's foliage everywhere. But Satab managed to clip Jiwoo with the shockwave, and it just did so much.
It's insane.
And that was all because Sponge managed to get in there and gets the cleanse flash out of this dragon relatively early in this game, in that sort of play. So the sequence works out for DRX to be able to stop what could have been absolute disaster.
Yeah, it certainly could have been. 329 stacks, like he's doing a lot. And he stacked up a lot out of that last skirmish. You could see some of the extra damage that's coming through here. The Q execute is going to be the biggest part of this story. But I'm most concerned about the fact that they haven't been decisive on these fights. When they've had small advantages, as he's, I don't know, he looks bored, but shouldn't
just
be.
Relaxing, just having a great time. You know, there's been quite a few kills on either side. It's topsy-turvy back and forth. So just trying to hold himself together is Tibbers. I guess that's what it is.
The other problem that Nongshim have is that there's a bit of a clock on this game in terms of the side lane Gwen and the split push that she can put off. So Rascal has been a constant threat. This Varus poke is unreal, and you just cannot give Teddy the opportunity to hit multiple pokes, or you just can't fight anymore.
And yeah, you were talking about the looming Rascal threat. He is moving on over. Speaking of moving on over, there is a Chains of Corruption as Dundun going to swap positions with his Azir and is going to keep Call Me up and available. Takes quite a few Blight stacks, but they do wear off, so he's going to be all right. As there's a flash out from Sylvie. Grand Entrance doesn't connect, but they get the Nature's Grasp and the flash out of this Maokai. Massive cooldowns for this Baron fight that should be upcoming.
Yeah, and Chains of Corruption is not really on a long cooldown, so they're able to, use that as well to maybe look for a pick, and then they turn it into something more. Teddy's going to have that up for this next fight, very likely. Feels like all the eggs right now in DRX's basket. Is that poke, though, is going to land. They're going to use the minions here to burn Teddy down. That's actually pretty significant.
Yeah, and when Teddy lands some abilities, it looks like Jiwoo can't do anything, and when Jiwoo does manage to find some of these Qs, and it can be very, very dangerous as Satab possibly in the danger zone.
Verdant Barrier went down there. That was a really nice chew there from Jiwoo to take it out.
His sneeze aim is pretty good.
Clean so far. This is anyone's game to take. I mean, you guys could probably tell, I pretty heavily favor DRX at this moment in time, but one mistake, one moment of hesitation, or one really good engage, and it all changes because Jiwoo is so big now, so relevant, every Q really hurts. I mean, you can basically burn half of Teddy's health bar with just one. And if he drops an ultimate, Teddy can't be in the fight anymore, can't do poke, then you've essentially won it. Plus they have the Emperor's Divide to keep Jiwoo safe. His summoners are back up.
Ow.
Yeah, it's unreal.
I tell you what, I agree with you. I actually think that I really like the DRX composition. I actually think they have more win conditions. It's more flexible. But I still think that the onus is on them to win the game. I think that if they don't do anything, if they don't do enough, Nongshim will just passively be better. They need to try and draw them around the map, utilizing Rascal and things like this.
Yeah.
Because Nongshim in a 5v5, I just feel like they're just going to get too big. And Jiwoo will then just have too much AoE damage.
And Call Me, I mean, he's tanky. He has magic resistance. Like, he's going to be able to put out a decent amount of damage with his Leandries regardless of the tank build. Plus, his Emperor's Divide offers so much utility. I think it's really about Rascal closing the gap.
Yeah,
he needs to do it. And
Chains of Corruption going to connect there onto Sylvie. It does take a lot of poke. Teddy got to keep landing these.
Yeah, he really does need to, and he's been pretty good at it so far. Getting some value here, going to force a back out of Call Me as well with some of that poke. And I guess the juggle here for the mid-wave continues. It's not going to start objectives up. Teleport comes through. I mean, if they could force Sylvie's ult, Rascal can do something.
Yeah, see, if they manage to land these Qs onto the Smolder, that is danger times as Call Me moving on over. Mom gets mad as Satab going to lose that Verdant Barrier. Now the Baron gets angry as he throws an orb at it. Not sure about that play. Although I think the Baron still got angry because Mom yelled at him.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it was.
And he was behind the Baron too. If they had like some MR, or the MR shred of that Baron, maybe they get in there and blow him up somehow. It could have been interesting, but instead it's just going to be a trade of objectives here. Soul point for Baron. Dundun knows this. Obviously, he's here, but the rotation has to be swift. Let's see if they can actually get away with this. They got the Dragon. They're coming over now.
Yep, and the Baron is going to go down relatively quickly. Teddy still does a lot of damage to it, as now Peter trying to get himself in the area. They know they have to wait, and Sylvie is booking it. He's trying to get through. Emperor's Divide to throw back this Rakan, who just explodes. And yes, they managed to get the Baron, but can they get out with it? That's the question. The answer looks to be yes, as Colmy unable to get over both of the walls. So highway robbery as the Drake is traded for the Baron, and DRX should be able to get this push on. But look at where these waves are. They can play around the Gwen, but we're going to have to see
so much time will actually be needed to actually start to put pressure on these inhibitor turrets, because they had a lot of map control early on in this game, but there's a lot of wave clear here for Nongshim, and they've been able to work with it very well in the mid lane, and then they move over, contest the Baron, and yes, they lose Baron, and they kill a Rakan, so arguably the least impactful member to have the Baron buff, unfortunately, for DRX, but the waves were pushed back so far that there's no real threat here just yet, so the Baron buff already down to 2 minutes here for DRX, and there's just more and more time for Nongshim to sit back and stack up this Smolder, and I'm starting to get a little bit concerned here about how these team fights are going as well, because the power of this Sylvie ultimate really puts Rascal at such a disadvantage when he wants to flank if they don't have map control. They need to get the Baron buff to allow them to then set up for objectives, but there's no objective left right at the end of this Baron buff because they traded the Dragon for Baron. So they need to try to hard force something else here, and if Nongshim just plays safe and slow, it's going to be hard for this Baron to be extremely high value.
Yeah, I tell you what, this Banshee's Verdant Barrier from Satab,
it's really working out.
It is, but it's also, like, Jiwoo seems to be able to pop it whenever he feels like, just by pressing a Q button, just because damage sort of goes everywhere.
Yeah.
Jiwoo just, like, this Smolder guy is a bit messy.
It's kind of like the Crown argument with Jace and stuff like that.
I actually don't take the full damage. Yeah, no, you're exactly right. As Chains of Corruption just barely avoided there, Peter hoofing it out of the way. Teddy, it is a bit of a shooting gallery, and it is kind of working out, but I think the Bloodthirst are going to be really helping Jiwoo here. And 3 Ocean Drakes into poke.
It is also a problem. That was something that I was going to mention earlier, is that as they stack these up, they heal so quickly, all of that poke damage.
Oh, Mom gets a bit mad. That's fine.
Just making sounds. Blowing these 2 ultimates here,
I mean, 40 seconds on the Drake. Is that going to be actually enough now as, okay, Bleder is going to get that charm across. Looks now for Dundun. Snip's coming in. He goes all out. He tries to get out of there, and he is going to be able to get out. What the heck, Dundun? Just baits Rascal in, and he's taken down. He is their biggest threat in a side lane.
That
this
is
Baron's
so
going to
huge.
do nothing.
I mean, I really thought they wasted 2 ultimates trying to clear a wave to end the Baron. And then that was the moment Rascal goes in, right? He's like, okay, there's no Maokai ult. I can chase him to the ends of the earth, but there are limits, actually, to how far you could chase him. He went way too deep on the play. If Dundun dies there, feels amazing, but if he lives with 1 health, you have to be like, well, I'm happy with that. That's all I can get. They go way too deep. He's picked off, and now such a big threat gone here. The Baron is done, as you said, and Nongshim also with the back timings here of DRX are just going to get map control back. This Smolder clears waves so quickly. He's level 18. And suddenly DRX no longer in the driver's seat. I would go as far as to say at this point, I'm going to change my take. I was saying I think advantage DRX for a long time. Not anymore. Not after that mistake there on the bottom, or rather middle of the map.
Well, super mega late game is probably the infinite scalers zone.
Yes.
I reckon I'm right there with you.
And I mean, there's just no more map control for DRX either.
Yeah. So the next Drake spawn is going to be a big one. Let's have a look at Dundun's perspective here, as he's the one that goes in on the Gwen. Of course he is.
Yeah, and of course there's a Rakan here as well that was an attempt from Peter to actually keep him at bay. He goes super low, gets out, and then look at that. Peter knocks him back in. It's a kill.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was not the right call if the Rakan gets on top of you. Peter was trying to block, was unable, of course, to prevent Pleta, but still is able to turn the play at the end after he survives long enough, and then Peter just boops the Gwen right into the graveyard. And now the stacks are... We're not talking about whether he can execute, we're talking about all the additional damage. I mean, that's 175 per Q, 240 per W. Look at the damage on the sponge just there, and that's another stack.
He's got an Elixir of Wrath as well, so... Teddy, yeah, you can't keep taking these Qs because this burn is just getting absurd.
And if Jiwoo can Q Avaris, you're losing the game.
Yeah. And his mom is also waiting in the wings. So Sponge looking for that flank angle. Dragon is going to be up in 5 seconds time. Nongshim want to get the Ocean Soul. I feel like it's almost curtains. If they do pick that up, this composition will be so difficult for this relative poke comp to try and take down if they just keep getting their health back. And look at how much of it Dundun has. Pleta gets in there. That quickness kind of massive as the shockwave comes down. Now Mom's getting angry. Rascal trying to be immune, but he's not. He just explodes. Jiwoo has hit critical mass, and it is a big problem for DRX. Dundun running after Satab. Doesn't seem to mind too much about Pleta. He'll take him down first off. Jiwoo going to help out with that, and there's the flash twisted advance.
That's the game, I think.
Goes down, yeah, and there's just nothing they can do. Teddy's like, well, I mean, I think I tried my best, guys.
Sponge trying to hold the wave.
Yeah, he's going to burn down. Emperor's Divide is a celebration. The sneeze is there, the flash from Jiwoo, because he knows the game is over. And Nongshim are going to take game one.
What a game.
42 minutes.
What a game. That wasn't the call from Pleta to go on the tanks there. They just got desperate. They got frustrated. You know, they're getting the Dragon. We actually don't have enough time to win the longer fight. The poke is not doing enough damage. Everyone is so tanky, but the engage there's just not enough damage to kill the targets he chose. And there's a lot of damage on Jiwoo to kill anybody at any point in time. And finally, the Dragon will have his day today. Not in the top lane, but in the bottom side this time around after what was a struggle in the early game, and they took a lot of skirmishes that did not work out. Finally, they're able to do it. And it's off the back of really one mistake from Rascal overextending there, thinking he could get the kill on that Cassante that engaged onto him. Then he dies, then map control goes. They can't win the Dragon fight. And I mean, this was not a clean game on either side, to be honest, but that type of gameplay, when it's going to go late, always favors the scaling comp.
It also always seems to favor Nongshim as well. Like the power of friendship in these late game decision-making moments, when they can have clear comms, when they can respect one another to give them their space to have the things to say. Like Peter, we also know, is extraordinarily vocal. The guy never stops giving like advice to everyone to make sure that everyone knows where to go. And I think that Ocean Soul also really did kind of help. And even just the 3 Ocean Drakes, right? The fact that that was the rift that we were on just meant that Teddy, yeah, he does 55,000 damage.
Yeah.
Like, it was absurd the amount of damage that he managed to do.
If you actually put this into damage that led to eliminations, Jiwoo would have a massive advantage over Teddy.
And also where the damage occurred, because Jiwoo's happened at about the 30 to 42 minute mark, right? That's when he came online. Great game from Nongshim Red Force, but it is only game one. Short break, the space, and then we'll be back for game 2.
내가 아들 앞에 서줄게.
구현 여기 있어.
나 박았다 얘네. 나 박았다 있어. 한타 빨리. 야 구현 있어.
W W.
우리 구현 봐줘야 돼.
빠지면서 봐.
구현. 빨리 가. 빨리 가.
용모 용모.
보자. 빨리 가. 갈게.
가봐.
나 더 갈게. 쭉 갈게. 우리 노플 나쭉갈 거야. 나 오른쪽 쭉갈 거야.
라인 지켜볼게 이거.
우리 노플.
라인 지킬게. 라인. 라인 지킬게.
한번 되는데 이거. 야 되는데 와봐. 노플.
나 큐플 볼게 주야.
라인 지켰나?
라인 지켰어. 끝내자.
치면 안 돼 이거? 이거 라인 지켜야 될 거야. 끝났어. 빨리 와줘봐. 나 빨리 끝내고 싶어.
There is the Jaws, and it just gets solo killed. Faker,
I told him not to die. I even said.
and Faker had flashed extraordinarily early in that play. Like he decided he was killing Coleman. He has been in side lanes a lot. He's accrued a 40 CS advantage. Oh, the fear comes in, and Sylvie, the unending despair, he flashes into the brush, will survive from, oh my goodness. Very close to his fall. Oh, and his Dawning Shadow snipes him. As Willa, he's in trouble. Kellen looking for the opportunity, gets right on top of the Lee Sin with that quickness, and there is the W-empowered Q. Good flash from Execute, but the Emperor's Divide's better. The Magnet Storm 2 as Henna and Closer both just die clear.
Time they have an insane amount of damage. Nobody's helping out.
Come on!
Kill is running away. They finally get him. And now the press there are buttons on a Jovi who is isolated, but he is able to dash away as well. Maximal hits all four of them in the back line. And the damage should be there from Paze as well to finish this one off. Even has an arm guard.
Give it to him.
He ends. The Penta. Let the little baby dragon get his Penta. Let him have it.
Got the minion.
Oh, they're slowing him down. The Q comes in. It's a Penta. As going to use the Unstoppable is Keen, and Paze able to get over the wall here as well. Chains of Corruption into the air as Toby gets the four of them, and just like that, Genji decide they want to win a team fight. Toby has had enough of the fooling around, and Willer will go down as well. It's a triple for Canyon. It's a clean ace. I think they might just end the game.
Current damage and being able to amplify it. Something that they can work out as we cut forward here from Envy. He's zapping this little dragon who is just not big enough just yet. Now he's underneath the turret. One more auto, and that is going to get him. Moon flies by. It doesn't actually do anything, and it's just a solo kill. There's the killing spree we were talking about. They're telling their driver, we need to get out of here. Bull's at full health, though. There's the flash forward. They blow up Cuz, but he is not the optimal target here. Morgan now taking a lot of damage, and Tudu pretty dangerous as well as Envy's frontlining. Of course he is. Bulldog now down to about 100 health. The heroic charge from Gideon is exactly that to lock down the kill on the Nautilus. And now they do have priority around this Elder.
The Hail Mary, 10k gold down. Can they make it happen?
Well, there's a steadfast presence. That is going to deny Cuz as he makes his way in. Mum gets aggressive. That's a great pulverize into the backline, but the follow-up not quite there. Now Dudu's going to turn up, and oh my goodness, the entire sky just fell down on top of Pro. Morgan's going to get breathed on as it's a triple kill.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We are here after game number 1 of DRX up against Nongshim, and that one was quite a lengthy game. We did go the distance. Eventually, Nongshim was able to take it down in about 48 minutes or so. I'm Valdez. With me is Ox and Chronicler. How are you guys doing after that game 1?
Played into the classic Nongshim win condition. Eventually, they'll kind of maybe find a team fight if you're not good enough. I've seen him do this a million times, and it never gets more frustrating to watch because I feel like I like the approach in draft from DRX. Actually had a counter lane in top, a counter pick in mid, even though obviously I think the tank is here does a little bit better into Orianna. And then a great, strong bot lane that completely punished Smolder. They had all the pieces. That's it.
Yeah, I
And
feel
then
like
what?
I feel like when it comes to team fights, this is kind of the issue I see with DRX's comp because they don't have a really reliable way of starting fights. They have the Rakan, but Rakan really struggles into Maokai is a problem. We also saw the Smolder take cleanse, so you could cleanse flash out of the ult combo. The Azir was a tank. They really just limited the options you could easily engage on. So, Rakan, who's normally relied on as his really strong engage support, wasn't quite able to do it. Lee Sin was going to struggle. And as a result, the game just really slowed down. And when you have a Smolder on your team, that's a good thing. That's a really good thing.
Yeah, you got to 450 stacks by the end of the game. We can take a look at the first highlight, though. This was very early on, actually. 11 minutes in, we did have the Herald fight, and then 3 turrets taken by the side of DRX.
I love this highlight. There's a lot of stuff happening, a lot of which is not that great. As the cost is called out, called me just trying desperately to shuffle Sponge, then the ultimate only hit Sylvie. The key thing here, though, and this is what the big difference maker is going to be, is that already we can see that when it comes to the actual front to back, I feel like Nongshim, for all of their faults, particularly in laning, they're not bad. That they can front to back a little bit in the 4v4, but their macro, not ideal. And this is where the game really kind of collapses in the early game because they fall so far behind in terms of global gold.
Yeah, and I think the thing is this composition from the side of DRX really needs to be setting the pace. So the fact they got this gold was really important. But I think 2 factors really hamstring them. One of them was the fact that they weren't able to consistently secure these dragons. And the second was it being an ocean soul. So ideally in this situation, you get this influx of gold, you start picking fights, you take those dragons, you get a soul that is enough to put you into a winning position, and then you end the game. But even one other thing that happened was we saw when the Baron came through, Nongshim were willing to sacrifice Maokai ult and the Smolder ult just to clear waves. They were so, we're just going to wave clear, we're just going to play defensive. They were fully committing to the win con, and eventually it paid off.
And the win con happened about 41 minutes into this one. We did have a soul fight because both teams were on 3 Drakes, and that highlight number 2 is starting now, where we did get a very interesting shockwave on the front line. It turns out everybody is a tank, except for Smolder, and they hit 2 of those tanks with the shockwave.
Yeah, and this is the thing, the Azir has the stasis and also is just so bulky, especially this late in the game, having built all the tank items, got all the stacks. And as soon as that initial play, that initial pick onto one of the backliners doesn't work, it's so easy for the cleanup for the side of Nongshim. They're so bulky across the board, the Smolder's going untouched and just doing a ton of damage, and they have no real answer to this Cassante at this point of the game.
Smolder was not the main character in this game in an interesting way because even though Jiwoo, I think, played it well, once he got to the later stage of the game, it was just the fact that he exists forces opponents to play in a certain way. I do think that DRX could have played the mid game a lot more aggressive, but this is one of our lower tier teams, so it's not surprising that they don't have great Baron setups or don't put Nongshim in these awkward positions, instead ending up in a front to back situation, which Nongshim always is going to take.
Yeah, so Nongshim did win that game number 1. We should be able to see who does pick up the POG here in just a moment on the side of Nongshim. This was one of the most difficult votes, I think. For
no idea.
You guys took quite a while, and I also didn't know. We were like, is it one of the solo laners? I guess, but there wasn't really one piece that really stuck out.
Jiwoo did do a lot of boom boom later on.
I'm hoping we get a really scattered vote, I feel like it should be. I feel
like a 2 vote winner.
That'd be a great one. Honestly,
That'd be crazy.
That'd be fun. Especially interesting because we only have 8 votes and not the full sort of roster that we normally have. So definitely going to be an interesting one. I do think that Maokai was really impactful in how they wanted to play. Even if I'm not sure, Sylvie.
Did you go Maokai?
Impactful. I went Maokai. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see who actually does get the majority of the votes here for the POG, as we will take a look at this right now. And it is Jiwoo on the Smolder. He did press his Q button quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, he was the one who was the beneficiary of this long game. There's definitely some moments where he was engaged on and you managed to avoid the consequences of it, playing it well in that regard.
Look at the highlight. Look at the plays.
It is. This is just the last fight already. After two quick highs, boom, last fight. Oh, look at him, he's smolder.
At the same time, and we joke, but I do think that this is one of those games where you can truly vote for anyone. And one of Jiwoo's strengths in these team fights, his positioning is key. If he mispositions, and we've seen some of our lower tier AD carriers struggle with this very consistently, it is just donezo.
Yeah. Dindin almost first tiebreaker, but someone voted for Sylvie.
Yeah, I stand by it.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
When nothing happens in a game, it's because of the Maokai.
Yeah, that's true. He did press his R button very well. Guys, that was an interesting first one. Quite a long, extended one, but we are done on the space for now. Let's go over to the casters for Game 2.
Thank you very much, Valdez, Chronicler, and Honorary Media. Let's jump into game number 2. See whether Jiwoo can pick up another one for himself. See what these drafts are going to look like.
Yeah.
We have a substitute, though.
Wow.
And this is an interesting one. Not entirely sure how it's going to work out, but Yahoo is back. It has been a while.
It's been a long time. We'll probably see exactly how many days it's been at some point. They like to do that. They like to talk about that.
And I'm going to say Kyehu again, even though we're supposed to just say Yahoo. But
yeah.
I just keep putting the K, because it's there, you know? And I like reading.
Every time I see it, I just think about Mario jumping. And
Yahoo!
saying Yahoo, even though it's Yahoo. But,
yeah.
So...
Isn't it Wahoo when Mario yells it?
I mean, he has a Yahoo, he has a...
Oh, that's true. He does have
Yahoo.
multiples.
Yeah.
What's the most common?
I don't know, actually.
Huh.
I don't know. Maybe you guys can interact with us when you watch this broadcast when it is.
He does, because he does yippies as well.
Yeah, he does a yippee.
Because that's like the triple jump is the yippee.
He also does. Oh!
He does do that one too. That's less of a jump, more of a I'm on fire.
But when he jumps and then he comes down from too high up,
yeah,
it's a little.
True. All right, I'm very interested to see what Yahoo is going to be able to do. We have spoke many times about the fact that Satab has been a weak link for DRX, hasn't been able to reach some of his challenger highs that we did see, maybe some stage fright here on a much bigger stage in the LCK.
I think in terms of like that last fight, I actually, I saw the ult come through and the engage from the Rakan, and I was like, well, I shouldn't engage on the tanks. But the truth is, there's only one non-tank in that comp, and it's Smolder, who's going to be well-positioned.
And he could have built the Kingen build to also be a tank. Imagine that. That would have been very cool.
But I think this substitution probably stems from a longer-term weak point in this team, which has been Satab's laning phase, as well as he played against the Azir and was actually for a lot of the time losing lane in that first game. Like he wasn't actually putting the pressure on. We see a lot of Orianna's put onto the Azir. Yeah. I thought his side lane decision making was really good though. I don't think this is as much about game 1 as it is about DRX just want to change things up. Like losing to Nongshim here when you're trying to make that playoff run is just not acceptable. I think this is the one substitute position you would want to take. You're not taking Teddy out. You're not taking Rascal out. Sponge is the best you're going to get right now in terms of what DRX has available. So let's see how he plays it. Very limited experience here in the LCK, only played very briefly.
Yep. I do want to say something though.
Say it.
Yahoo has an 85.7% win rate on Azir this season. So maybe now that they're on the blue side and have banned Talia, they're going to look for an Azir angle.
No Smolder.
No Smolder, but also it has to be a center ban, right?
Yes, so
the Azir first pick should be possible.
Yeah, so they're going to get it. They also banned Teddy's Varus this time around. So it feels like it's either a Senna or an Azir.
Or you ban something random like a Kalista and then take whatever they don't.
I think you'd rather see Azir than Senna, though.
True.
I think they agree.
I think you're onto something there. I think, and maybe the Kalista could be an option for Jiwoo if they would like to. I think that enables Peter really well. Means that when Peter does perhaps flash headbutt in a little bit too far, they can just fate skull, and he's like, it was all planned. Never mind.
They're gonna take the Kalista for Teddy instead. I mean, this is not a shock, to be honest, because Teddy is so good at Kalista and has been for his entire career. Even though he's known for his insane late game fountain laser champions, he is very good at Kalista too.
And the Orianna isn't banned, so you can then just answer any Azir pick with that Orianna pick.
This better be Azir Senna. Or sorry, Senna's banned, excuse me. This better be Azir and you have an answer.
Azir Draven. Azir Neela.
Because if you just try to play a scaling pick here, we've seen how this has gone. I just don't think... Like, Senna would have been the only one that has actually done pretty well into Kalista, which is why I said that and forgot that it was banned. But I don't know if you're going to be able to win this unless you fight fire with fire as Jiwoo and Peter. Oh. Xayah?
That doesn't fill me with joy.
No, that fills me with dread.
And I miss dread.
Me too.
But and if you watch the most recent episode, what's the show's name?
We weren't wrong.
Yeah, we weren't wrong. It was great to hear about Dread, and like Spirit was talking about like that particular roster. It was actually great that
it's really
fun there as well.
But it just made me
that discussion.
It made me sad because we don't have Spirit back in the LCK anymore, obviously, and also Dread is not back. So
Spirit does only have like a month or two left in his military service though, so he might be coming back to do some stuff.
I hope so.
Oh, so do I. I miss that guy a lot.
Well, let's talk about this draft a little bit more as. You don't have
Rakan.
You don't have to take the Rakan away.
Away.
Yeah, I mean the Hui is fine here, but
I actually like Rakan and Kalista. I think that there is a lot of power there, and it's almost impossible then to kill the Rakan.
Yeah, it's really interesting because. I mean, you have a lot of power in the lane and you have good engage, but something like this just instantly shuts it down. Leona, even though she's not very meta right now, would have felt fantastic here too into this. So, the Nautilus is going to prevent a lot of dives from being successful here with the Rakan, and I think it's a really solid answer for Peter for Nongshim here. And they could have just played Renata Glask and would have had a pushing lane anyways, even if the Rakan was picked, so... I'm a little bit disappointed with this choice by DRX myself. See what the bans are going to look like, because top lane is where we are still very open, and they're going to go for jungle bans instead. That's the other role, of course, that we're looking at here, but with red side, you can kind of push the bans towards top side, get that counter pick for Dundun.
Yep. Poppy does double duty. You love to see it. Of course, Sylvie is the premier Poppy player on the side of Nongshim Red Force, but they have flexed it in the past, so it is going to go over both ways.
Yeah, it's a great ban against two roles and super strong into what they drafted, so fantastic ban, as you say. And Sponge, he has been most successful on the Sejuani, continues to be banned against him, will be here as well. See what that final ban is going to be. Lee Sin could be a look. It's what he played in the previous set, and that is what they will take away.
I think Cassante probably just needs to be banned. I think that you don't really want to opt in for a run back of that.
Yeah.
But Maokai going to have precedence there. So now this is looking to me like it's going to be a counter pick for Sylvie, which is interesting.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to do. I take Cassante here because you already have the Tank Azir option. And this was quite successful for them in the previous set. But they're going to get the Rel. They really want this. And it was hovered earlier, so it's not a shock to see this come through. But this means you will lose the Cassante.
Yep.
And Rascal will pick that one up.
Dundun, what's the percentage chance that he's going to play Jax? Is it like 98% chance he's going to play Jax?
I'll put it like 92.
All right.
Because it's either Jax or Aatrox, I think, in this. I don't really like Udyr in this draft. I don't think it's going to do a whole lot for Nongshim.
Does it ever do a whole lot for anyone?
I mean, sometimes it annoys a Cassante for a really long time and can give you some backline access, good vision clear.
Oh, this is how you could challenge it. Just pick Jungle Jax. But instead, it's just going to be Xin.
Should be a Jax pick, you have to imagine, for Dundun in this scenario. It's either that or Aatrox for me.
Or he like does something Dundun, and just picks Nasus or something like that on purpose. That
Twisted Fate is also up. I actually kind of forgot about this pick, and it is very strong right now. Works well with the comp. You have a lot of follow-up CC to a gold card. You can crash into that with your Rel. You have the Nautilus. You have feathers you can pull back.
Actually, I really like it with a Xayah composition as well, because I feel like Xayah does have a bit of a trough, right? Like you get a bit strong with a couple of items, but then it feels a little bit rough when you're getting outranged in sort of like the mid-game, later mid-game portion of the game. I think that TF can sort of get you past that. I'm kind of into it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the draft here for DRX that I really like is that they have a lot of control in mid and bottom with the matchups they have, and you can put the pressure on the Azir early with the Hui, especially if you have jungle attention there. The Kalista is going to push really hard in the bottom lane into that Xayah and the early levels, so early prio is going to be so valuable. But I do think that around skirmishes in the mid game with this Twisted Fate, who is going to be the really strong point you have in the laning phase, if he could survive through that, if he's not just ganked non-stop, then you have a really strong argument for getting out of that trough that you're talking about with the Xayah. And Twisted Fate can also help peel for a Xayah that already has an ultimate, so engaging onto this champion is going to be so difficult. The Xin Zhao as well gives you some additional sticking power to get on top of this, but let's see how they play it out.
Yeah, I'm very interested, mainly in the Hui play. I think that Yehu does have a lot of attention at this point in time. Can he be the savior of DRX? We'll have to find out right now. As DRX fighting. Woo! Yeah. And Nongshim fighting. Yay! Nailed it. Okay, so Nongshim looking for the 2-0 DRX, trying to get themselves back into it with a brand new mid laner. Yeah, we haven't seen him all 2024. Was sharing some time, I believe it was last year.
Yeah, and played a little bit early on in the year, and then was kind of cycled out, unfortunately for him. And level 1 here, big group up, trying to set a trap. They've got a lot of CC, like I said, and a lot of follow-up for a gold card. So pick a card would have been pretty insane if it lands onto any single target. Would have been Summoners down, if not just you're dead, because there's too much CC to follow up on it. But luckily for DRX, they respect that level 1, do not interact with it, and everything's fine. Rascal is positioned pretty far forward here, but I don't think that Dindin will interact with him, and that'll be the end of that.
Yep, just going to follow the minions as they head towards the lane, and then just look to be annoying with the extra range that he does have for himself. We have seen this matchup in mid go both ways. I'm reminded of Showmaker just getting ulted underneath a turret and having a horrible time as the Hui versus Azir.
Yep.
And so we'll see whether Colmy can replicate that, or whether it's going to be Yehu just having a bit of extra control.
I like how he played that first wave, just using the burn to push through the minions. Gonna get level 2 faster.
Pleta is in a bit of danger, as Teddy is now going to turn it onto Peter, who really wants to hook, but realizes that maybe he'll die.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about trading your support's health for the enemy getting speared by a Kalista, is as long as the support doesn't die, Kalista will trade up a level 1 against almost anybody. So it does backfire a little bit here. And now level 2 is hit, and this pressure does continue.
Yeah, you can see Jiwoo struggling a little bit here as Sylvie.
No way.
Oh, no.
Man.
Well, crashing down.
That was a weird angle. I thought it was maybe a spectator bug for a second, but
not the greatest of times. As Jiwoo and Peter are going to have some free time now. This full shove does come on through.
I mean, look, he's Rel. He'll clear. He'll make up for it real fast. Don't worry.
You'd hope so.
Sylvie enjoyers. He'll be fine.
One of the main things about Rel is the fact that she does clear very quickly. So with the fact that he's now being put behind a little bit, maybe it's impactful, but I don't know.
I think it'll end up being, very low impact, but it was definitely not something you'd ever want to show on camera. You were hoping the observers weren't watching when that happened kind of moment, but I don't
Imagine thinking that you can get something past Jonah Strong. There is no way. Absolutely no way.
It's like if there's ever like a melee minion and it's a full health and you're like, okay, 2 tower hits, and then you somehow mess that up, you'd be like, ooh, I mean, it's not a big deal, but it's also kind of hope nobody saw that kind of thing. And
yeah. Speaking of which, I think the way Rascal's being treated, we shouldn't be showing either.
Yeah, that's a little unfair. He is playing into a Twisted Fate here.
Yep.
As
usual.
Sponge, I don't think can make anything of this play. You know, if it's a different support than the Nautilus, maybe he is. Or if Ju walks in the bush.
Yep, he's going to have to flash, and now he's down to next to no health. Does manage to get the root onto the Xin Zhao, but face check in there, that was costly. Has to use his flash, and that is almost just disaster stations. As Colmy is also in a little bit of trouble.
I mean, Ju has a lot of experience now as a player. Like, at this point, you know, it's hard to keep saying, like, well, he's still young, but it's true. And usually if you have that game sense, because he absolutely had the sense of,
Oh, there could be someone in here.
Yeah, there could be someone in here, but usually, if you have that sense, it means you do not walk to check. It's the kind of the never look back kind of when you're being chased kind of thing. Like, you know, don't look in the bush if you think someone might be there, because it will be the end of your laning phase. As he has to flash, he has to back, and that's going to be a ton of lost farm for him, unfortunately. This going very well for Yehu. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it's not a massive CS lead, but he's able to push Calmy down to half. He has tons of control after his TP. He's even going to get some additional vision in the river, and they will be able to, in a few seconds' time here, group up for this dragon. Bottom side prio they have, mid prio as well.
Yep, nicely done. Calmy does go on a little bit of a later back, now has himself the Merc Treads, pretty pivotal into a Hui lane. But hasn't taken Grasp, so it is going to be just a bit more of a regular Azir this time around.
Yeah, just perhaps knowing that they're going to have to deal with a Xinjiao, a Cassante, wants some additional damage, doesn't want to deal with that. You know, the tank Azir, the Grasp Azir isn't going to get you much value necessarily into this comp.
Yep.
A lot tougher to play as well, to be honest. I think only a few players really mastered this. He showed us a good version of it, obviously, in Game 1, so I know he's been practicing it, but it doesn't necessarily make sense here as much as it did in the last game, where you just want to be tank everything.
Yeah, I feel like Grasp feels a lot worse against a champion that outranges you in every single way.
Yeah.
We did see that it was still opted in for in our, I believe it was our previous series. I think that Showmaker still decided to go for it on the Azir into Hui, but I don't know whether it's recommended. We liked it the most into a Yone. We accepted it into an Orianna, and we don't really. I mean, I'm not super psyched about it into the Hui.
Flood has
the
been
amount of value you can get.
He's been roaming a little bit here, and they've just been trying to freeze this and get CS advantage that way. But it does mean that they haven't been able to get the control for Drake that they wanted. That it looked like they wanted to grab. So keeping the wave away from Jiwoo and taking away a significant amount of his farm, but will finally now, it looks like, get that prio wrestled away, push the wave in bottom, and now look for the dragon. So just looking for an extended advantage there on the bottom side in terms of the CS, and it works out.
Yep. We do have level 6, so Destiny Gate available for Dundun. DRX going to start off the Drake, and I feel like they might have enough control just to get this one done. Ward does go over, gives the information over to Nongshim, but can they actually get down there to really do anything? No depth charge up and available, as Sylvie really wants the Magnet Storm that he does not have available just yet. Sponge also only level 5, so no Crescent Guard. They do have positional advantage.
Yehu was positioned better, had a little bit of extra prio because the wave clear here for Hui is just insane. And he had his Sphere available, so if Calmy tried to come down and make a play, he could just Sphere him and hold him where he is, and there's just no way for Jiwoo or Peter to actually get over there. So they both, you know, extended that CS lead as hold on.
Yeah, Rascal looking for an angle here as Gold Card not really going to do anything at all. He is going to throw it down, and now Dundun creates a bit of distance. Both of them just ghosting. Q going to come on forward, as now we've got another Gold Card. Ghost comes down. There's the stun, but Rascal is going to be able to tank that one up, and he will be fine. So Flash up and available for Dundun. The only one with a Summoner spell left in this top lane.
Very patient there from Dundun, actually really well played. Shouldn't have been in the position he was in to get engaged on, but handled it well. Now he's in trouble.
Yeah, well, Rascal's going to try and get over there. Remember, the Flash still up. As Calmy, he could be in trouble. The Ignite ticking down. Should still be all right, though, as okay. There's the Shattering Strike. Gold Card coming down as well, as Dundun and Sylvie just trying to space this one as best they can. And so far, so good here on this top side of the map.
Yeah, I feel like some miscommunication there between Rascal and Sponge on trying to make this play. They waited so long. They pushed Dundun away, but then didn't threaten him, and so gave enough time for Sylvie to come over. He's got Magnet Storm now, and end up losing out on that control. A lot of that coming down to Dundun actually taking the longer trade in that last exchange as Sponge going for it.
Sylvie might have to try and get out of there as he just crashes over the wall. That is going to do it. And so it's just, I feel like this is a game of trades at this point in time.
Yeah.
We've got a whole lot of little instances, but oftentimes there is not the man advantage that either team are looking for. The answering play is often just there. So it is going to equate to, once again, this first blood being delayed.
And the one place where Nongshim have a real pressure point, right, is the Twisted Fate, and Sylvie reacting very well there, coming over, shadowing. We've seen so many Twisted Fates fall behind in the early laning phase because of ganks that come through because they're trying to put too much pressure on, but I feel like Dundun, despite, you know, getting caught a little bit there, handled it well, holds his gold card until after the Unstoppable is used, and he ends up doing a bunch of damage there. Sylvie comes over. He's playing that dance very well. It's a delicate dance you have to walk when you know that mid isn't really going to be where you have a lot of control. Bottom side is just a wash, unfortunately, in the early game for Jiwoo. But Dundun is at least that one strong point on the map here for Nongshim, and Sylvie did a good job to kind of help make sure that stayed the case.
Yep. Teddy, trying to avoid these feathers, is able to do so to the best of his ability. This is the huge pressure point for DRX, is this bottom lane. Jiwoo just trying to hold his own as best he can. And I think later on in the game, the Xayah will have a bit more value than that of the Kalista.
Absolutely.
But I still think Kalista being able to reposition Pleta, add that extra layer of CC for their front line and allow Kyehu to find these angles, that is certainly going to work out. By Kyehu, I mean Yehu. I need to actually start saying the name correctly, but it's got a K at the start. I mean, it's not Knight.
Very few things actually tilt Atlas at the LCK, but Yehu's ID is like probably top 3.
Anyone whose name I have to say very differently to how it's written is very difficult for me. I'm a reader.
Yeah, and I feel like after it was Fate, right, who played in front of him, if I'm not remembering wrong, last year after he became the mainstay again. I could just know how excited you were. I don't have to cast this idea.
Yep. I'm like, oh, thanks, Satab. Thanks for having a name that I can just read.
Look,
it's fine.
Atlas knew what he was getting into today. You know, it's a pre-recorded broadcast. It's 2 of our bottom of the...
Oh, maybe they could just take me pronouncing it correctly and then just replace all of the times I messed it up with the correct one?
Oh, you set the punchline before I could get to it. But yeah, I was going to say, look, you knew you were getting yourself into. You didn't know you were going to have the Yehu cameo, but don't worry, production's got you. But yeah, maybe they will.
I hope they do.
I hope they don't, just to keep it authentic.
That would be the Ian way, as we spoke about yesterday. As Nongshim, they are once again going for a little bit of an invade towards this top side of the map. Spun should be able to grab his Gromp, and it's a back coming through from Rascal. 10 CS going to be the advantage on this top side, but it's 25 in favor of Teddy. As you can see, he's just hopping towards this Xayah over and over again. This is certainly just happy times for the Kalista.
765 gold, the advantage. 0 kills just from 1 plate, and the farm advantage there.
I mean, the gold is basically negligible, just given the fact that, okay, Destiny going to come on through here. Is Yehu going to get thrown back? There is Sylvie looking for it, and he'll be able to get there. Dundun's got a gold card for him, and that is a very dead way. And first blood at 12 minutes goes to Call Me.
Yeah, Call Me finally going to be able to look for that engage. Good coordination by the Nongshim squad. Committing 3 ultimates, but absolutely worth it. Yehu doesn't have any way to get out of that, just tosses down as much damage as he can. And doesn't even flash. He knows there is just way too much CC going his way. As soon as he is on the wrong side of the river, he knows it's just 100% donezo. DRX, though, going to try to turn this into a dragon play while those ultimates are down. And Yehu doesn't have teleport, but they just have enough bottom side control that they will turn this into a positive here. We'll see what that soul is going to be. Ocean again.
Oh, man.
But you have 2 valuable solo dragons in the Hextech and the Infernal. The stats they're going to get from that are pretty huge for the mid-game.
Yep, DRX just getting the most out of the Rift as far as dragons are concerned. I would agree with you. Call Me has gone towards the Nash's Tooth, so it's not going to be fleet footwork and then go tank Azir. Looks like it is just going to be the classic this time around, which is what we see most of the time. There is fleet footwork picked up. As Nongshim, I think it's another just bide your time and then hope that we win late style of play. And can you really fault them when it worked so well in game 1?
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, I think this is a different style of... I think this is a different type of late game scaling, though, for Nongshim this time around, where they have a strong side lane threat in the Twisted Fate, but the Xayah isn't just going to default win. Because there's so many threats here for DRX and so much burst, and the poke is always Xayah's #1 enemy because she can dodge engage with her ultimate. So we'll talk about this really quick first, though. As Call Me goes in here, gets Yehu just on the edge. Yehu's got to be so frustrated with this one because he was just basically barely clipped by that. Wanted to hold his flash and will pay for it dearly. If he had actually gotten away from that, it would have been a ton of commitment for Nongshim that came up with nothing, but instead he dies. But anyway, Xayah is so good at avoiding engage But if Way Poke just keeps landing, you never want to trade your ultimate for a rotation of Yehu's abilities. And that could be her biggest enemy when we get to the later parts.
I think a lot of it does come down to how much acceleration Yehu can get this game. 100% agree with you. Because like you say, if you are threatening, soaking a Featherstorm with just a few abilities from a wave feels real nice. As they are able to clear out this minion wave. Yehu and Teddy now trading experience, which is not exactly ideal, as Dundun just parks himself towards his top lane. Shelly goes over to DRX, who have had a monopoly on the neutral objectives outside of the buffs, which Nongshim did take 3 of.
Yeah. I really like how the laning phase was played out by Teddy and Pleta, because they could have tried to force some dives, and they were close to having an opportunity. Remember when Jiwoo made that mistake earlier, which he's really paying for in terms of the CS department. But I like how they just froze and tried to maintain that advantage instead of trying to hard dive into a Nautilus. A lot of teams messed that up. Well, let's see what they do with this mid game, because if they just sit back and don't do anything with this Kalista, the Xayah will be a problem before Yehu gets online. You know, we were talking about he needs to land the poke. How well is he going to perform? No caster curse intended there on that miss, but...
Yeah, you've never cast a curse, so don't you worry about it.
Certainly not. But the game is going to be really interesting to see play out. Like, I don't want to make any further predictions. I feel like we are just along for the ride at this point.
No. And I often like it when we're along for a Dundun ride. I'm interested to see what he's going to be able to do next. First Destiny was a success, and that is often what we adjudicate these Twisted Fates on. I want to go back to your conversation about what these compositions are going to look like in the late game, though, because I really do like, as Teddy is just going to be throwing sticks into Jiwoo, and he did have his Rend on cooldown, so not going to need to worry too much about just being executed as he stands, so he will be all right. But I do think Twisted Fate really does change up how you look at a late game, just with the amount of vision control you can just get on a dime.
Yeah, exactly. Plus the fact that with Shiv, he can push waves super quickly.
Oh, the Ignite!
What?
He's going to get flashed on. Depth Charge has come down as Battle Dance going to come on through, and now Shelly's driving into the turret. It was no action, and now it's all the action. As Shelly's still alive, 4 health. Sylvie wants to come on over. There's a Magna Storm. It only connects onto the Xin Zhao, who does get pulled back, but that hook is great. The answer is there. And Fate's Call is going to save Pleta once again. Nongshim, they tried to answer it, but that is a lot of damage onto that outer turret in mid lane.
Pleta, I mean, that was the most interesting way I've ever seen to guarantee a Herald charge into mid lane. But, you know, it works out in the end. He doesn't have to burn his flash. Comes in there. Starts up some biffo, as you would say, and the Herald comes through, and then Nongshim think they actually have an angle. Magnet Storm used, Peter also dredge lining onto Pleta, so some key ultimates down here for the next dragon fight in 30 seconds, but they are going to be faster to get to it, whereas on the side of DRX, a lot was expended as well, but I think they have...
Crashdown actually greatly placed there by Sylvie, but still Pierce going to get Teddy over there. He says, no, Pleta. No, we're not fighting. We're killing control wards, and he's going to win that battle.
Every single player on the Rift is making a statement in their own way, I feel, in every single exchange. When players interact with each other, they're going to make a big splash, let's just say.
All right, we are Hex flashing and missing.
Yeah.
And now Call Me, he's here.
I mean, they have the Azir ultimate, they have Prio. They should just start the Dragon. Yehu on a flank is not that scary. You could turn on him pretty easily. Sylvie's about to have his Magnet Storm back. I think Nongshim definitely should not be wasting time, and now they're finally going to start this up. Yehu going to push this out, but he's not going to be a real threat here on the flank. They're committing the TP, though, for Rascal. Let's see how this fight goes.
Yeah, Destiny going to come on through here as Dundun will join the fight. In goes the Recumbent immediately. He's gold carded, and now Jiwoo's going to be on the board. Decent work, though, by Yehu, as Sylvie is going to be his first target. Jiwoo trying to get out of there, and he will successfully escape. The Blade Caller working out as well, but the Dragon, that's going to be Soul Point picked up for DRX, and now the re-engage once again. Dundun going to have to flash to get himself out of the way, and Yehu just destroys Jiwoo as he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and now the long-range poke coming on in. Dundun will survive that one, but Nongshim, it looked like it started well, but it definitely didn't end that way.
No, I mean, they don't get the Dragon, they don't win the fight, and they spent so much time, they wasted so much time trying to clear that mid wave and trying to get an additional set of Prio. When the wave clear is so good for DRX already anyways, they're going to come over pretty quickly, and then Yehu actually ended up being a big factor because they spent so much time trying to secure the Dragon. It did not work out. Call Me, no ultimate. So I mean, the angle here is really quite weird for Pleta. He flashes for the engage, gets gold carded, but then at this moment, Yehu shows up, and look at this layering of damage. He also hits a massive grab there, and I mean, that is just so much onto Jiwoo. He is out of the fight, and then they come back in for a recontest here as well, which is just, unfortunately, optimistic doesn't really describe it. It was just never going to happen. Jiwoo goes down, Dundun barely survives with his life. The snipe is not going to kill him. But, I mean, things started off well when they answered Pleta's engage, but then the follow-up damage from Yehu was just unreal.
Absolutely amazing stuff. He just kind of hit everything. Crushing Maw, really well done. Like, that was it. That was kind of the moment. Because I felt, as soon as Pleta's engage was completely whiffed, kind of thought, like, with all of that, those resources used for absolutely nothing, it should have been in Nongshim's favor. And Wei just does way too much AoE damage.
Yeah, they were all grouped, and he layered, I believe it's the QE, the floor damage on top of the Maw.
Yeah.
And that was like, that was just
equalizer.
The basic ability equalizer is. Yep. Dindin can win out against Rascal here, but the damage has been done in this game now. I mean, that's sole point for DRX as well, so Nongshim in a really uncomfortable spot. But the last time, you know, they didn't have any Ocean Dragons and they started to stack them up. You know, things did change, but they had a massive tanky composition into Poke. And the problems of playing Xayah into the Hui have been felt now. I think they will be felt more as this game progresses.
And he's just a little bit far behind now as well. Like, it's going to be harder for Jiwoo to get out of this slump. So much of it does come down to Dundun. Live or die by the Dundun. I love that.
Terminus is such a great item to build second on the Kalista when you're ahead like this, and Teddy's finished that. And live and die by Dundun, indeed. Try to find a flank angle, maybe try to find a pick with gold card in the CC. I think that's your ticket back into the game, is if you can get a high value target, blow them up first, without using too many resources.
I think the honest 5v5s is not how Nongshim wants to be starting fights, but that is often exactly how they do it almost every single game. They do really want to try and play these mind games, play the vision game with the TF, use these gold cards to get picks.
And half of the gold lead here is sitting in those two turrets that DRX don't have. And they have a mid turret that's about to go down, and then of course those two outers in top and bottom, and that it will just catch up the gold basically in itself once they're able to get those. And they should start to get a little bit more map control as time goes on here in these next few moments. 90 seconds till this next dragon. If Nongshim get wiped on this one, I feel like it's kind of a done deal. And it looks like Nongshim are significantly ahead when you look at the gold, but compositionally here, the Xayah is just not going to do as much as Teddy can do, and I feel like the Azir is going to feel kind of binary in a lot of these fights because the Leandries isn't going to be given enough time to take through Rascal's health bar. So let's see if Nongshim can prove me wrong, but I think this next fight is so critical.
I would agree, 100%. And I also think keeping Ocean Drakes on the Rift as well is going to be a good idea, because DRX, if they open up Elder and then have sort of that win condition already on this map with this Kalista composition, feels fantastic. They're going to inject a bit more gold though. That is going to be the first quarter call. So outer turret finally goes down in the mid lane. That gold lead slowly but surely reaching neutral once more.
You can see the items here, much larger items for Call Me, but he did much less, he made much less of an impact with how these fights look on the Azir than the Hui did.
All right, Call Me does manage to grab it. The flash comes through, but it's not quite enough. And now the Hui tries to get the ultimate damage across. Dundun is almost just dead though. And a K'Sante is going to be in there. The all-out comes down. Call Me is ripped to shreds. And yeah, you'll trade that, your mid laner, for two, definitely.
And the problem with this play for me is, if Yehu hits that flash, you lose those members and you don't get Yehu. You barely got Yehu. You just were not in a position to force that. Now they're in even more trouble.
Yeah, Featherstorm does come down, but there's the Fate's Call to deny any of the damage. Magnus Storm trying to get the work done as Jiwoo is going to get knocked up. Sponge just gets another audacious charge. Peter trying to be a hero, but there is no damage left in this fight, and DRX will just clean them up. Nongshim,
that's
that one overextension cost them everything.
Yeah, that's Soul, that's Baron. I mean, that's the game probably, unfortunately, for Nongshim. It looks like we're probably going to 3 in this one, and it's all about this moment here, and he barely gets him. He barely gets him. He flashes it perfectly, but the edge of it is going to get him, and he still hits the perfect combo. The ultimate does massive amounts of damage, and you don't have the numbers. You got teleport coming through, and Rascal just pulls Dundun into the nether.
Yeah.
Pulls Call Me into the nether, and then in mid, the follow-up here is just so insanely good because they have the numbers advantage. They have Fate's Call, which they use both to, as you mentioned, avoid the damage, but then to re-engage here. Jiwoo, he only has one ult button, and this comp is so sticky, even without the poke of the way. And just one decision to go in on that Emperor's Divide is what may be what costs them this game.
Yeah, Yahoo pretty happy with how his teammates playing around him there as well. It was just the bait in that particular moment.
It is insane too. Remember, he was down on gold so significantly, did more damage in that last critical dragon fight, and baited Nongshim into that fight, did so much damage they win it swimmingly despite his death. And I mean, this way is just getting way more done than Call Me is, even though Call Me had the advantage.
Yeah. Not down and out just yet, as Nongshim were able to grab themselves at least the dragon. Sponge helped the rest of his teammates collect the Baron, though. There are outer turrets all over the place.
So much
Baron
money.
power play, 2 minutes. Only sitting at 1,000 right now, but with standing gold all over, it is going to be real tough to avoid this from reaching like 3,000, something like that. First one going to be this bottom lane outer turret. There is a huge, like, the wave was well and truly pushed up to the inner on DRX's side of the map for top lane.
Yeah, because they just went right into mid lane after they won that fight. That happened right under the turret, so they didn't have time to push that one out. But they are going to get that gold, as you mentioned, in the bottom lane. Bounties are up now for Nongshim.
That's crazy that bounties are up right now.
Swing, right? Like I told you guys, they're up on gold, but not really. Once these turrets start going down, you win one team fight. This game swings real hard.
This is crazy. Well, Baron, the minions are going to be taken down. Dundun splitting on this top side. He is known for his split push play.
Yeah, I think he might just not have enough here to get this turret, unfortunately. He gets about a third of it, and then will be hounded away.
Yep.
Unless he greeds, that could be a problem. Okay.
He is just going to get a cheeky auto down, and with the Destiny, is able to gate his way out. So, Twisted Fate successfully just maneuvering them around. And honestly, if inner turrets stay up, that's almost a win for Nongshim, because they managed to get the dragon, they managed to delay, and this Baron power play is not going up. Like, the number is not extending all that much.
You're very right. Like, this is definitely best case scenario for them. It's still not ideal, but it's definitely the best outcome based on what did occur. Now, it looks like they will be able to get this turret anyways here because Dundun had to Destiny gate out and back off, so no one's here to defend this one. That's going to be a lot of money going into Yehu's pocket, so they still get some more additional gold, but it's less than 2,000.
Yep.
Dragon means that it's not Ocean Soul. There's no Elder. They can buy a little bit more time for maybe Jiwoo to actually be relevant in this game, but I'm just not seeing it right now as Rageblade's done for Teddy. That's the biggest spike here. Now he is ready to do insane amounts of damage in these team fights.
And Dundun doesn't really do damage to Rascal, who's now level 17, which is kind of absurd. I feel like Dundun has been alone in side lanes for a really long time, and he's like basically same CS number, but he's just 2 levels behind.
Yeah, I think part of it just the additional experience from those fights, and you know, he's only 15 CS up, but that'll be a part of it as well. And
Was just about to level, so that's fine.
Yeah, and he leached some experience from mid and stuff like that. So either way, you know, the next fight here, we said it last time, okay, the next fight is going to be the big one on the Dragon. Same scenario here, except DRX are in a better position to win it. We didn't have a fight for the Dragon because they made that play to try to kill Yehu and it backfired, and then Baron went over, etc. So I feel like Nongshim still have one more chance, but yeah, that gold graph was kind of a lie earlier, and then it flipped super hard after they won the fight and got all those turrets.
It is 3 items now for Jiwoo. 3 items for Call Me. The more items they get onto this Xayah, the better they're going to be looking. I think like Bloodthirster might need to come in before you're like really kind of happy with the situation, because it allows you to battle a little bit more. But even then, I just feel like it's so hard to play out. Rascal, highest level in the game, as Yahoo looking to join him at level 17 pretty quickly.
And you need the LDR here as Jiwoo to get through the Kasante's health bar, but if you're autoing a Kasante very long in this fight, I hope you want it while you're doing so, because otherwise I just don't see it as Yehu is just going to be keeping them at bay with some poke here. Not going to land any of it really right now, though.
Yeah, putting the fake equalizer down, the eye there as well. As not a lot of poke on the side of Nongshim, but also not really on the side of DRX if Yahoo doesn't land too many of his abilities. So far, Nongshim have been avoiding them, as Ghost having to be invested here by Dindin. Can't even sacrifice the health bar, as the ulti is going to come down onto Sylvie. Not exactly priority target for that one because he can tank it up, but getting half the health bar on the jungler.
Right before the fight
control of this river.
Exactly.
Okay, there's a flash from Peter to try and start this one off, but they walk over a control ward, so the vision is actually equal between these two teams. Rascal now taking a few autos, but he's definitely capable of doing that as Pleta dives into the backline. He finds the quickness onto Jiwoo, and Emperor's Divide now to try and protect him, get him into a good position. Sylvie can't really get this one done though, as Rascal had soaked everything. The Rakan goes down, Nongshim still trying to stand their ground, and there goes the Cassante. I don't know about this one, as the Sand Soldiers come on in, and Teddy is going to get taken down. Dindin with a beautiful gold card. He's got another one now as the Crushing Maw comes in. Dindin has been sacrificed, and Sponge is going to do it. The Xayah goes down, and DRX, they win everything.
They win everything. It looked so rough when Teddy went down there, but it doesn't matter if Sponge gets in range of that Xayah. Calmy did so much work in the fight, was able to live, and the Sand Soldiers really did pump out the damage. Gold card good from Dindin as well, but it is a win, a massive one in the end here for DRX. Will secure vision, and at this moment in time, DRX are kind of corralled back when the Destiny comes out. They're like, we gotta make sure he doesn't catch anybody. Everybody stays group, and then Rascal goes in. They decide to pull the trigger. Pleta's follow-up is fantastic here, and Dindin, you know, he's not putting off that much damage here. It's really just Jiwoo who lives through all that, and Calmy who can burn through these health bars. And once the Cassante is down, it is really hard to play this one out until, at this moment, you feel good, and then you walk right into Sponge, unfortunately, as Jiwoo here. And yeah, it doesn't feel great. Speed up comes through.
And that Crushing Maw, man, that was really beautifully done by Yahoo.
I feel like that fight was on a knife's edge, the knife's edge of a knife's edge. Teddy's so happy because he was concerned about how it was going before that.
Still feel like this is just anyone's team fight, because so much of it comes down to execution in this game. Rascal takes a lot of damage. Dindin is kind of huge. He's got his Terminus done as well, as there is a bit of damage back onto Jiwoo with that Q landing from Rascal, but no follow-up, so he will be okay for the moment. BF Sword, on top of everything else, has been done for the Xayah. Baron fight next on the menu. 4 minutes until the Elder.
And it's just, the problem for Nongshim is closing the gap between where they're standing and where Yahoo is standing and where the Baron is. With the wave clear that Yahoo is also going to provide here, the Sundist turret's only going to provide you so much.
I tell you what though, with the fact that it's an Ocean Soul, I don't think Nongshim cares about it that much at all, right? Because they're not a poke composition.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're not, but the range is what I think they're most concerned about on this Baron, and Dindin's going to actually commit his ultimate here.
Yeah.
And that's that. I mean, Baron, I think, absolutely could be started by DRX if they can clear that vision. They just haven't yet. They want to look for poke instead here, and it's all the Yahoo show right now as he's looking for more and more damage. The minion wave making it very annoying for him.
Yep, and as long as Rascal stands ahead of them, everything will be fine, because Ocean Soul will give him back most of that health bar. I think that Nongshim, it's going to have to be a full health fight.
Pleta knows that he has this control ward here. This could be a really snap engage from him.
Yep, the Baron, full information over to Nongshim. Another flank angle here as well for Sylvie, who Magnustorms tries to get on top of the Kalista, who goes Golden Emperor's Divide to try and stop Pleta from getting in there. And it's Jiwoo. They need to try and keep him safe. Featherstorm going to be used here as Teddy takes down Sylvie. 2 already lying on the floor. Make that 3. Jiwoo managing to get at least maybe 1 here, but he will now be routed. Call me down as well. It's a quadra for this jungler. 7-0-6 for Sponge. He out here sponging him up, and I think the next thing is going to be a Nexus.
Yep, they are going to take the game with that one. There were definitely some moments. Nongshim was gifted a few extra opportunities in this game, but trying to get on top of the arm guard holding Wei was probably not the angle, and there was a flanking Rakan on the other side, and they didn't know. And the engage from Sylvie, I think he was initially just trying to figure out where the Rakan was, and he was like, well, I gotta go in, but he went in on the wrong target, and arm guard rules the day again for another mid laner. Peter's gonna respawn, but only to watch the tragedy of his Nexus falling.
Yep, Sylvie also gonna come down and just try and be a nuisance, but nothing is going to stop DRX from taking this one to game number 3. We knew it was going to be scrappy, we knew it was going to be messy, but I didn't know that it was going to be 3 games. And we do manage to get it here. DRX standing strong, and the opportunity for a 3-way 2-9 at the bottom of the standings is available. I have no idea who's taking that wooden spoon.
We just do not know, and there's so many different players who could get POG. My vote might surprise people. I actually went for support. I thought the Recon play was very, very important throughout a lot of the game, especially that last fight, but Yehu absolutely deserves a shout despite getting solo killed, or not really solo killed, but getting killed by that Emperor's Divide and then getting picked on the top side of the map. He still turned that around with his teammates and then did way more than Call Me in terms of damage and setting up for fights. Teddy as well, incredible laning phase, good freeze.
Yep.
It was just an all-around good game from DRX in general, and I think Nongship did such a great job of showcasing their resilience here because they made some good calls. Jiwo's positioning overall, even though he was limited by his champion here, I think in a lot of ways, did do a lot more than I thought he was going to do in this game, but ultimately it wasn't enough.
It definitely wasn't. I think that even up until that very last team fight, it felt like there was a chance on both sides. I think that Dundun, I don't know whether the TF is necessarily his pick, but he did look very confident on it. I really did like the laning phase. Just the game kind of went away from them. They had been able to play a little bit better in a couple of those fights, though. Could have been a different story. It's time for a break. When we get back, it's going to be the space, and then game 3. We'll see you there.
네, 체크는 됐어.
이거 좀 쳐봐. 5천까지 쳐봐. 5천.
오케이. 나 여기 레디 있어.
나 이번에 갈게. 한턴 안 주고. 갈게. 야, 딜러 묶어줄게 이거. 봐줘.
앞라인
딜라이 다 묶었다. 딜라이 다 묶었어.
빼야 돼 형. 나쁘지 않아.
가자. 아지르 끊었다. 아지르.
네.
잘 봐줘. 잘 노플.
해볼 수 있고.
에 노플러고. 미드 가면 끝나. 미드
좋아봐.
미드 가면 끝나. 딸래? 얘들 락클 없어. 노틸.
Last time around, as there is the Jaws, and he just gets solo killed. Faker,
I told him not to die. I even said.
and Faker had flashed extraordinarily early in that play. Like he decided he was killing Coleman. He has been in side lanes a lot. He's accrued a 40 CS advantage. Oh, the fear comes in, and Sylvie, the unending despair, he flashes into the brush, will survive from, oh my goodness. Very close to his fall. Oh, and his Dawning Shadow snipes him! As Willa, he's in trouble. Kellen looking for the opportunity, gets right on top of the Lee Sin with that quickness, and there is the W-empowered Q. Good flash from Execute, but the Emperor's Divide's better. The Magnet Storm 2 as Henna and Closer both just die clear.
Time they have an insane amount of damage. Nobody's helping out.
Come on!
Skill is running away to finally get him. And now they're pressing their R buttons on a Jovi who is isolated, but he is able to dash away as well. Maximal hits all 4 of them in the back line. And the damage should be there from Paze as well to finish this one off. Even has an arm guard.
Give it to us!
The Penta, let the little baby dragon get his Penta. Let him have it.
Got the minion!
Oh, they're slowing him down. The Q comes in, it's a Penta! As going to use the Unstoppable is Keen, and Paze able to get over the wall here as well. Chains of Corruption into the air as Toby gets the 4 of them, and just like that, Gen.G decide they want to win a team fight. Chovy has had enough of the fooling around, and Willer will go down as well. It's a triple for Canyon. It's a clean ace. I think they might just end the game.
Big turret damage and being able to amplify something that they can work out. As he's charging forward here from Envy, he's zapping this little dragon who is just not big enough just yet. Now he's underneath the turret. One more auto, and that is going to get him. Moon flies by. Doesn't actually do anything, and it's just a solo kill. There's the killing spree we were talking about. They're telling their driver, we need to get out of here. Bull's at full health, though. There's the flash forward. They blow up Cuz, but he is not the optimal target here. Morgan now taking a lot of damage, and Dudu pretty dangerous as well as Envy's frontlining. Of course he is. Bulldog now down to about 100 health. The heroic charge from Gideon is exactly that to lock down the kill on the Nautilus, and now they do have priority around this Elder.
The Hail Mary, 10k gold down. Can they make it happen?
Well, there's a steadfast presence. That is going to deny Cuz as he makes his way in. Mum gets aggressive. That's a great pulverize into the backline, but the follow-up not quite there. Now Dudu's going to turn up, and oh my goodness, the entire sky just fell down on top of Pro. Morgan's going to get breathed on as it's a triple kill.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We are here after game number 2 of Nongshim up against DRX, and that one a bit closer and actually did go the way of DRX this time. We do have a game number 3 on our hands. So guys, what did you think about that game number 2? What went wrong for Nongshim, and how was DRX able to pull that one out?
Yeah, I feel like the pace was definitely slower than you typically hope for a Kalista composition. You know, normally we look at a composition like that, you want to be setting the pace of the game, but it felt like really when it came down to the execution in those team fights, in those skirmishes, I feel like DRX really pulled ahead.
What we also saw was on one part, I think a really good response from DRX in the draft. The way into Kalista, or into Xayah rather, is one of the things that makes so much sense when you think about it, because the one thing Xayah truly hates is trying to play into these compositions that have a lot of range, because it makes it so hard for her to play the game, which in turn meant that G1 and Peter had to do a lot of heavy lifting. Peter wasn't on his game on this specific Nautilus game, and the Rel for Sylvie did not look even remotely good. I think he looked really uncomfortable on it. The Poppy and Maokai band really paying or doing a lot of work there. And if they maybe left the Sejuani open themselves and just picked that, could have been a lot better, because that, to me, if that core works, then maybe the Xayah can get value, but it doesn't. And if Jiwoo doesn't do a lot, Nongshim doesn't win.
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely had some struggles in terms of the execution. We can take a look at first highlight here, 18 minutes in on the Drake. This one was you know, a bit closer, I feel, but still, at the end of the day, was able to go the way of DRX.
I really like what the casters highlighted as well, which is that Nongshim loved the front to back, but ideally, with a champion like this Twist of Fate. You don't want to do that. Also, do know Jiwoo doesn't get to do anything. Gets attacked by the ultimate. From that point on, he doesn't get to contribute in the fight.
Yeah, and it really feels like even though like the CC's coming out, you know, you think of the concept of the TF being really good at controlling like the Calista, there's no real follow-up that comes in when it lands. It's kind of like they kite out when the CC comes through, re-establish themselves, and then look to push forwards. And the front line as well for DRX was just so good at soaking damage.
Yeah, they absolutely were. That Cassante just getting a lot of mileage as per usual. Let's take a look at the second highlight here. 29 minutes in on the Drake. We did have Nongshim start off again in a decent spot, but just outlasted by the side of DRX.
And that crash down from Sylvie, if he has crash down, maybe they win that fight. But instead of taking the blast cone, he crashes down. And then the fight still is insanely close. They're very back and forth here because a little overextension from Rascal. Jiwoo's still there. And then I want you to pay attention to what happens here, because this could have actually been game deciding. I don't think Yeo lives if this doesn't go wrong.
Yeah, and the big thing is you actually see the control board was placed down. Like just before he came in, he ends up altering the control board. It's not like it was already there for a while. That was specifically placed down, which I think was intentional. So, you know, if you're using a attack move, you target the ward instead, ends up backfiring massively because that little delay in the gold card made all the difference. So honestly, could have been a turnaround point for Nongshim, but ended up not working out.
Yeah, it was just really close, and then after that fight, we had a fight on the Baron as well, where it felt like, again, like Nongshim were finding some angles. They were looking for some picks, but just going a little bit too deep, and eventually, you know, the Rakan got a lot of value, and again, the Xayah was kind of just zoned away, and a lot of, like, really clumped up fights where the Hui was getting huge AoE burst damage. It was kind of insane. So DRX in a pretty good spot after that game number 1. Who's going to take game 3, you guys think?
I think these two teams are so closely matched. Nongshim's going to go to blue side, probably get a better draft and win off the back of that. They really feel like, given a draft, even in that game, if the fights had gone a little bit differently, it could have been Nongshim winning. In game number 1, let's not forget, 2 games in a row, the early game for DRX was substantially better. So really a game of small margins here. I imagine side selection is going to be the difference maker.
Yeah, I think side selection is going to be a big factor. I think as much as like weighing up draft is important, I think it's more about them having picks that they're comfortable on in those matchups. I feel like, you know, the Rel for Sylvie really wasn't something we saw him have the impact on. So I think they'll move back to comfort in this game, and it's really just going to come down to execution. It's so close to the wire.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting, too, in this draft. They were able to ban the Smolder on the blue side, were DRX. So assuming that Nongshim move over to the blue side, you would imagine, like, maybe if from DRX's red side, they don't quite get to ban away some of the other things like that Smolder, and maybe Nongshim get their hands onto a better pick. So who's picking up POG for this one, guys?
We're fans of Lord Spongius. I think that he had a really good game. Make Xin Zhao look good, which is kind of crazy. We haven't seen Xin Zhao have a ton of success. But I actually like the Plata. I think Wolf went for Plata as well. The pick away of the Rakan was also really, really big because they were looking for the Xayah Rakan. That was denied, and Peter on the Nautilus didn't look that good.
Yeah, I feel like the Rakan is definitely something we've seen players get a lot of value on, but it's still so squishy and can be easily blown up. I think games where there's like a Maokai are really a struggle because the point-and-click route is so effective, but even there, like, there was a TF, which...
Only it was banned by themselves.
Well, play themselves.
Yeah, you played yourself. We'll see if that changes in Game 3. Let's take a look at the POG, though, for Game number 2 on the side of DRX. It will be the spongiest sponge, SpongeBob himself.
You can tell how much this guy cares. He did have a minor breakdown, which is understandable. This is a player that really wants to make his mark and was the big impact in these mid-game team fights on the Zins, are actually getting the full power out of that dueling potential.
And the thing is as well is like it's been such a move for a lot of teams just to draft like these tank junglers like the Rel, Sejuani, Maokai, and I feel like we've seen things like Lee Sin have a lot of value, but we haven't really seen Xin Zhao when it's been picked have that much impact other than this game. It felt like he was really getting stuck into the fight and making fantastic use of the ultimate, which, you know, sounds straightforward, but even a pick like Xayah is pretty short range. It's quite hard to ensure you're not just getting melted by her when she uses her Blade Caller.
I feel like it's like almost every game we get like 5 out of 8 and then 1 for each of the other different roles. I don't know why that keeps happening, but pretty interesting stuff. A team effort at the end of the day, as always. But guys, we're done here after game number 2. Let's go back to the cast for game 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 2, and we are here for the final game in the series. Nongshim or DRX. One of these teams will be able to take it, and I'm kind of selfishly hoping that it's DRX so we get 2-9 for everyone, but I kind of agree with the desk. I feel like the draft iteration could certainly be fixed.
I think that DRX has, this is my take, but I think DRX has played by far the better League of Legends in general. They couldn't close the game out though in game 1. They got smoldered eventually. The comp kind of struggled even though they hit their breaking points in the mid game. As we move into this third draft, I think draft is going to be quite important, but DRX looking to be overall the stronger squad tonight, so I'm leaning towards them. I feel pretty confident they'll be able to close it out and you'll get your wish, but let's see what Nongshim is going to show us, because that is the one edge they have, is blue side.
Yep. We can go back to what the bans were in game number 1. It was Ashe first up, but it was Sejuani second, and this time it's going to be the Varus. Talia Vi going to be sticking to their guns on the side of DRX, and Senna was the final ban. And then Poppy, the final ban on the side of DRX. So instead, we're not banning Senna on blue side, which kind of down with, to be perfectly honest. And we're going to be taking away the Nautilus instead. And I think Peter, like the desk said, not exactly a great performance on the Nautilus. Just get rid of it. Put him on Tahm Kench or something like that alongside of Senna.
I think they want a Smolder first pick. It looks like to me. I mean, they could go for the Azir, but that's the question. The Smolder will be banned, so Senna is up.
Yeah, I don't know about that Smolder ban. That is a very weird choice.
They also...
Okay, I don't know about this first pick either.
Whoa. That is some real... That is a costly choice. That is a very, very costly choice. You already did get, despite the Azir getting 2 kills onto Yehu, with Azir into his Hui, you got kind of destroyed overall in terms of value last game. Gonna first pick this. Hui is up. They get Hui and Senna. And Kench is... Like the Nautilus ban, you mentioned, Peter's not great on it, but
The scaling with scaling.
It's gonna be one of those games, but I feel like Senna is so much stronger in this position. Now, the Senna isn't going to have the Azir to back her up like we often see. And that has been very common.
What was the T1 composition? It was Senna, Hui, Tahm Kench, Twisted Fate, and Viego, right?
Yeah, I think it was Viego.
That looked really good.
That seemed pretty broken. I think it was also
strong.
Some really good players playing it too, but this could be a flex pick. I'd much rather see the safe Tahm Kench locked in here, but maybe we will see they feel comfortable with the double roots for the Zeri and or Rakan. That makes the laning phase really frustrating to play out here for Jiwoo and Peter.
I love the Maokai. I actually think that Maokai is my second favorite alongside the Senna. I think it's a fantastic pick. Flexing it into the jungle as well. So now these bans are a little bit less easy for Nongshim. They're going to take away the Twisted Fate, which is, part of that dynamic composition that we did see from T1. And the Nocturne, that's going to be the first ban here. Cassante, not allowed as well.
Yeah, so Aatrox could be the final ban. I actually wouldn't mind to see it here for DRX because it's been so good with the Senna range, because you're keeping everyone at bay, then the Aatrox comes in on a flank. It's so difficult when you're trying to collapse in. Zeri, though, does kind of make that a little bit tougher to play out. And the Tahm Kench will be banned, so they're expecting this is going to be jungle Maokai. Or just respecting the fact that it can be flexed.
Yeah, I think taking away some of the flex potential is a decent idea.
Because now you don't really have a good pick with the Senna anymore. And it is going to be support Maokai. Sponge is going to get his Sejuani for the first time it's open. And now you have a ton of different picks in the top lane that you can pair with the Sejuani that feel amazing. So while you don't necessarily have Aatrox, you might have Yone. You might have, some other picks that can be extremely potent when you have the ability, Jax, for example, to follow up on the Maokai route. So this draft feels really nice here for DRX.
I think this is an absolutely huge win. The Rel, we weren't very excited about that one for Sylvie last time around. Hopefully he can have a better performance this time. But that doesn't exactly fill me with confidence.
No, not really me either.
Looking for the Aatrox or Jax button here for Dundun. Looks like Aatrox is going to be the choice. Bit safer as far as a blind. But now, I wouldn't even mind if Rascal just goes towards the Jax and then they can play Sejuani Jax on that top side of the map. This is a beautiful draft for DRX.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. And there was never a moment where I felt worried they were going to have a hole because of a ban. There was never a moment where I felt like they could get outbanned or they were going to be outplayed. From start to finish, the Maokai lock-in with the Senna was fantastic. And Senna just warps bottom lane because you get a support that actually gets gold and is so frustrating to play against. You have now a Maokai route that can lead into a Senna route or vice versa, which makes it really difficult for this Rakan to do anything in the laning phase. And what is normally a weak point, a sore point for the Senna team, where the weak bottom lane where you can't put pressure on, they actually can kind of win that lane out eventually way earlier than you do with a lot of different matchups. So it feels really good there. You have the Sejuani synergy with the Jax. You've got follow-up for Maokai ults. And it's not support Maokai in the classic sense where it's like, oh, okay, well, he doesn't have a lot of gold. He's not going to do a whole lot. He's not going to be that tanky. It's Senna Maokai, so he will be a big threat. And you've got such a great front line.
Aww.
Where are the tears? He's so happy. You can tell. There's no tears here.
But he still doesn't have any friends.
True.
Aww.
I think it's just...
it's lore accurate Amumu.
Yeah, he's just, he's become accustomed to it at this point.
Why couldn't they... Like Tibbers could have been there. But Tibbers, no. Not friends. Not friends with Amumu. Although Tibbers is like a demon possessing a teddy bear, so maybe Amumu probably wanted to steer clear anyway. Let's jump onto the Rift here for game number 3. And here we go. Nongshim, fighting. Woo-hoo! DRX, fighting. Just changing it up, we don't have to do exactly the same fan chants because we're the only ones doing the fan chants. So I'm down just to mix it up.
It's a hard act to follow, to be honest. Whoever casts next,
for designing different fan chants. No, I reckon Valdez is probably onto it. But spoiler, I'm doing it again tomorrow. So, haha.
All right. Well, they could probably do better than me then. Whoever's casting with you.
And in fact, the next day as well. So you've got Chronicler and then you've got Orcs, and we'll have to test them to see whether they can fan chant as well as you can, Wolf.
I tried my best. My best wasn't amazing, but, it was my first try, so...
It's about, being able to match pitch, and I just don't know whether they can make it up that high. That's the real question. But that's a story for another time. Today's story is whether DRX's absolutely extraordinarily beautiful draft is going to get toppled by Nongshim picking champions they kind of like.
It's a good question. Yeah, who's going to miss the Q there, but...
These win rates do not fill me with confidence, Wolf.
How about these ones, though?
I mean, honestly...
I'm going to say no. Teddy has 2 losses on Senna.
Oh, God. How did it even happen?
He's not on the list of 15 wins in a row on Senna.
Well, he can join it,
Time for redemption.
Precisely. Is Peter going to try and pressure them out of this one? As I just don't know whether they're going to be able to. Pleta just coming on over. Clearing out these minions, having a great time. Doesn't have his World Atlas just yet. This is what we've seen, a bit of that tech. And we do like the Doran Shield being able to allow you to walk up and actually last hit these minions a little bit more effectively, as Peter not able to secure that caster minion for Jiwoo, but he gets the last one, so no worries.
Yep. And, I mean, in the laning phase here, similar story to last game. Yahoo just going to clear these waves very quickly, maintain some prio. Up here is honestly the most interesting lane to watch, to be honest, for now, because it's going to be skill-based, right? Jax versus Aatrox, we've seen it so many times. Rascal, throughout his career, has overall been the better top laner of these two. Dinden's had his moments for sure, and Rascal hasn't had his greatest year this year, nor did he last year, but, that's a matchup that can definitely go either way. My money's on Rascal because he has a Sejuani.
Yeah.
And so that's a little bit scary for how that one's going to continue to go. Once Teddy and Pleta hit level 3 here as well, that pressure is going to get a little bit easier to deal with. And, we'll see them grab the World Atlas, as you mentioned. And then after that, it's tough for Jiwoo and Peter to actually control this lane because they opted into, obviously, their own scaling version.
Yeah, and I feel like it's level 6 where we're really going... Oh, man, Colmy taking a lot of damage. Does get that level up for a bit of added health back, and that's going to feel a little bit better. But what I was going to say is it's level 6 that you're really looking for the angles with a Zeri Rakan lane. Zeri especially, just in sort of any lane, you just want to hit level 6 and then try and go for that all-in. We'll see whether they do manage to find it. As Rascal losing out on that trade, as we can see, is Yahoo does have 0 mana, so he's going to go back home, look for that teleport back in. As Sponge moving towards the Sejuani. Dundun finding a couple of Qs here, looking a bit dangerous for Rascal, but Q3 not going to be lined up. So the Jax is going to be okay for the moment. Dives in, gets a bit of a counter-strike, but does have to break the chains that bind. And
Sponge is up here. This is going to be really tough to play out. They don't know about this either. As you can see, the vision for Nongshim, they have no idea. They know.
Yeah, Sylvie a little bit far away from this one is now Dundun. He is, trying to run his way out. There's the permafrost. He will be able to get it. And just so unfortunate, that timing, the fact that Sylvie could not help at all.
Yeah, he's going to get Constellation Raptors.
Yeah, full information for DRX as well. So Constellation Raptors, but information, and so it's not even, it doesn't even feel that good. Yeah, Constellation prize.
Look at the bottom lane as well, where, you know, that control is starting to go over to Teddy and Pleta pre-6, like you were talking about. The stacking has begun, as this is just really unfortunate for Sylvie because he didn't have vision for so long here. And there was a ward in the tri-brush, the pixel brush here in the river as well, so they knew that the Rel was on the right side, so they knew they had all the advantages. That information they had just made it so easy to make this call. And then we don't even need to talk about permafrost and stuff like that because Dundun was just so low and trying to bait that in, but he was actually the one being duped.
Yeah, and getting last hit by permafrost as well. Kind of crazy, it just shows you how early that gank was. Sponge now is behind a camp, but he's going to be able to get himself a Void Bub. That's going to feel pretty good. Crush and Maul coming on down as Colmy takes the combo here from Yahoo.
And I'm not going to stop talking about the fact that they chose Azir over Senna.
Yeah, I know. I think it was the biggest issue. I actually think that's highlight one.
Yeah,
like, just go back to the draft. The desk can just get a highlight one as Azir locked in instead of Senna.
These are the moments where I wish we could get comms of the coaches, but obviously that would reveal a lot, so we won't. But I mean, selfishly, I wish I could know what was said in those moments because they know of this. Like, they know that the Senna is going to be very strong. It's going to be a big problem, and they thought that this was going to be enough. And it might just be a lack of Calmy's ability to play a bunch of other different matchups he might have been forced into
But I mean,
Yahoo.
He already couldn't really play the Hui matchup,
exactly,
and they didn't ban that. So I feel like the preparation for the Azir first pick wasn't quite there, as he has to flash in the 1v1.
We'll get the value out of the ult at least.
That is true. So Emperor's Divide going to be up, and the ult from Yahoo not quite there. The unending despair.
If he doesn't flash that and gets hit by the Crushing Maw and the ult, he's dead. And the timing was really critical there as well. He's at least able to manage that part, but doesn't feel great. Hopefully he can get some attention from Sylvie to maybe try to turn this one around or get Yahoo's flash with his Emperor's Divide, but without his own flash, it's tough for him to pull that one off. Just going to take the opportunity to back now as... Ooh, that's an optimistic back location.
Yep. The snare is going to connect onto Jiwoo, but otherwise not too much more. Teddy just mainly looking for orbs at this point, as we're keeping an eye on the experience bar.
Yeah, he's so close, like he's 75% or so. But they just don't have enough control, I think, to even make the all-in happen. You can see he's down about 100 gold right now, but we'll catch up a lot of that with this wave. So even though he's going to hit 6 here, he won't be able to do anything with it.
The thing is, I feel like if the Maokai is ahead of the Zeri, then you're having a really bad time. Yeah. And you can see DRX are ahead by about 800 gold, and they have themselves a Drake, and they have 3 Bubs. Like, this is... like, honestly, perfect game.
He's like,
pace right now, it's 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, he's got like, he's like 1 minion away from 6. Okay, finally gets it. I thought he was going to get off the last wave, but Pleta already had 6-2, and they were able to get the Senna into mid lane here. Teddy just going to try to make an impact here as Sponge is here. If he hits this ult on Flashless Azir, call me as Dunzo, and that positioning makes me believe he has no idea.
Yep, he has flash available.
Oh, no.
This is doomed. He's just dead, guys. That is going to be that. Emperor's Divide comes down just in celebration. And Teddy going to help out with that as well, so that's going to make the bottom lane even worse. Rascal getting some attention from Peter here towards this top side of the map, but I just don't think that they really have the space to be able to pick this one up, even with that Q landing. Oh man, this is going from bad to worse here for Nongshim as DRX just seem to have won the war of attrition when it comes to this series. Oh, it doesn't get the interrupt.
Stupid minion.
That was just cold from Jiwoo though. He just watched. He watched as that sapling came down. He just did not care.
Yeah, he didn't care.
Or maybe he was in the shop.
He trusted his minions.
Yeah, true.
As Pleta takes an extra turret shot, but I don't think he's too bothered by the fact that he wasn't able to get the delay. It would have been massive if he did. Well, this is just really aggressive positioning here for Calmy, where he knows that Teddy is here. And you're not going to be able to use your ultimate aggressively in any scenario, so just let the minions push. Let him push it into you. Bit of an error there, and then using his ultimate, even though it wasn't going to save him, means he now no longer has the ability to threaten Yehu's flash or anything like that. So kind of a disastrous situation. Nothing positive to say about it. Unfortunately, if you're a Nongshim fan, yeah, it's looking grim in this early game.
Really is. Teddy's gone back. He's got Swifties, as well as that World Atlas that we were talking about. Pleta, he's on his way. He's got Warden's Mail and the Barmy Cinder. Whew. That's a very happy Maokai right now.
And, I mean, Rascal, we haven't really talked about this. He's casually up 20 CS.
Yeah, true. It's not looking like he's having that much fun in the lane. But obviously, he is. Sylvie moving on over as well. There's Rascal just drinking his potion.
Sponge gets information about Sylvie because he saw him there, but I don't think he can really contest this because Rel is just going to clear it too fast.
Dawning Shadow coming on in there just for fun. I like that. You know, Teddy just pressing his buttons.
Also verifies Sylvie as well, and they might commit. Sponge's ultimate is just a few seconds away. Sylvie would have been dead if he has it.
This is Void Mites as well for DRX if Sponge decides that he wants to go over and finish this camp off. I think he will. And Yehu just happily farming minions here in this mid lane.
And yeah, Sponge is going to get that grub, so they will have the 5. Sylvie showing himself there on that top side means that it just gets so much control over the map, and the Rel, not a comfortable pick for this player. It doesn't seem like in any way, shape, or form just yet. Maybe give it some time, but when the meta calls for it, sometimes you got to play things you're not comfortable with. It's going to come back to bite them a little bit in this series.
Yeah, Sponge does have the ultimate back up and available once again, as Rascal might be in trouble. Grand Entrance not quite going to work out for Peter, though, as he still had the quickness. Ignite's ticking and he's dead. Not sure about that one. Magnetstorm now working out here for Sylvie as well, as Sponge going to have to go for a fat flash, and he does get it over this wall. DRX, bit of an overstep there towards the top side. Some miscommunication between the players.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. I think if you just walk out of that, you're fine in every scenario, and they just stayed, and then now Summoner's down. Rascal lost his flash, Sponge lost his flash. Teddy's also down flash. So many Summoners down, and the kill goes over. Bit bizarre the way they played that one out, and you know, maybe Caster Blessing for how that went on the top side, as Peter's Ignite barely gets kill. It goes to a Rakan though, so very small victory, but getting at least this Jax off the map and all those Summoners I just listed out, definitely going to feel pretty nice as Rascal flashes here. And then they think they can turn this, which is very optimistic. The Ignite is enough. And then unfortunately, we're going to see more flashes go down. Teddy loses his. Sponge is able to do it over the flat wall there. If he messes that up, then it's even worse. But 3 flashes down and a kill. Bit of a strike back here for Nongshim. Not enough to feel like you're back in control, but small victory.
Absolutely. Sponge, I believe, didn't invest the ult. Actually kind of interesting there, as Peter and Sylvie teaming up. Wanted to try and push them away. As Chemtech Drake going to be next on the menu for both of these teams.
What do you think the chances of us getting a 3rd Ocean Soul are?
I think it's probably high 80s.
Because with these starting initial dragons, like we could have Hextech Soul, we could have Infernal Soul, Mountain Soul. It could be amazing. But it's probably just going to be Ocean again, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm sort of feeling like. It can't be a Cloud Soul, so I just don't really care what the Soul is. Nothing's relevant unless it's a Cloud. That's sort of the Atlas way. As Yehu clears out the minions in the mid lane, and we might get an answer as to what that Soul is going to be. You can see Rascal's moving down, doesn't have teleport. Dundun does have his. The Jax wanting to team up, looking for this fight. Sylvie taking a bit of damage. As now, Rascal, information about his position is entirely unknown as he just immediately dives in. There's the Glacial Prison. Sylvie is the one they're targeting, but he's eating a lot of damage. Takes a while, and now Dundun is trying to get on in there. Sponge is relatively low, but he isn't the problem. There's the Drake. It manages to go over to the Sejuani, and Zeri's trying to get the work done, but she's not going to be able to. It's a Hextech Soul in the middle of this fight. That's pretty fun. As now Yehu finds an ulti. No, he doesn't. Not the ulti. It was a different projectile. He's got about 6 million of them.
Yeah, it's hard to know with this passive that puts things on the ground as well.
Speedy up ground. Crushing more connects. Calmy walks out.
He should be fine. Calmy's fine.
It is speedy fast ground, right? That's what it's called?
Yeah, I think that's the official term.
Yeah,
you usually just say like movement speed myself, but
Oh, okay, sorry.
speedy fast ground is fine.
It's a bit wordy, isn't it?
Yeah.
The ability name.
So this fight, I mean, look at Teddy. Dawning Shadow gives shields here. The engage from Sylvie is lackluster at best, and Call Me is just like not here. He's doing nothing in this one, unfortunately. Then when he decides to go in an Emperor's Divide, Sponge gets the kill, but it's way too late. And then Teddy is still full health. Teddy does a massive amount of damage in this fight, and then Yehu is not going to be able to secure those kills, but they win it swimmingly. It's now 2 dragons into Hextech. The Senna is online already, and it just feels doomed. And, you know, this is, I think, probably the worst draft gap of the series by far.
Maybe of the season.
It's certainly not great. But the ability for these skirmishes in the early game that have gone all 3 games DRX's way, like how well they play this versus how sloppily Nongshim have played around it. I mean, it's just all the things are adding up to be a sad time for Nongshim and that 2-9, 2-9, 2-9 dream that you were saying that you selfishly wanted. It's starting to feel more and more likely. It's not over till it's over, but it's not over till you're breathing, etc., etc. But
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's the Brover quote.
yeah,
That's a bro song.
never say it's over till while bro's breathing.
Yeah.
Yehu?
Yehu is just wandering around. He's going to get Magnet Storm. Kind of weird that his ultimate goes off there as well, and the Magnet Storm circle was being just encompassed by it, but he's really dead. On the other side of the map, Dundun is probably going to follow suit. They're spending a fair bit of time under the turret, but they can. Sponge is very tanky.
So it should be a trade of turrets too, but it's going to be faster for Rascal. Can he TP bottom and save that bottom turret? I wonder if they want to commit. I guess it's actually not, there's no real wave there for Call Me, so
They might even just grab an in-up, because there is a Rift Herald here as well. Void Might's coming down, so they do a lot of damage to these turrets.
Yeah, I kind of forgot they had the Herald, to be honest with you, Atlas, and almost gets the inner. Bottom turret is just completely ignored as...
Yeah, loads of pings down to try and defend it, and they will teleport over there.
Call Me had to TP to defend the inner, and so he's not able to threaten anymore. Yehu is able to get down there into the bottom lane, so he's free farming right now. DRX just even playing the map better. And I mean, Yehu bought an insane amount of time despite dying. It's like every time they kill Yehu, they lose out so far. And it's been a pretty consistent problem as Dindin to be careful.
Yeah, this time Sponge is down here. Teddy moving in as well as now Sylvie. Oh my goodness. Okay, Teddy already does.
Senna's a problem.
Yeah, more damage than I would have thought. He does have his Atlas upgraded. He's got the Ghost Blade there as well. And yeah, this, I wasn't expecting Senna to be this kind of online.
And everybody's just walking down here to defend this turret that I don't think... I mean, okay,
it's not looking very defendable, but there is the Magnet Storm. It's only on Kehu. That's the only target he's looking for. Sponge is tanking up everything else, and Teddy is just keeping them alive. DRX, the whole squad shows up, and they just smash the fight. They grab the turret. This gold lead is really getting out of control.
I just don't understand the thought process here for the Nongshim squad to try to group down there. They didn't have teleports, so by the time they get there, it's too late, and the damage on the Senna is just so insanely high.
The first rule, by the way, of PvP is focus the healer. Okay?
Yeah.
That's what you got to do.
I mean, look at this. 4 members come down. Where's the jungler? He's not here. Teleport comes in very late for Rascal. Sylvie basically instantly dead, and then the Rakan engage here. Yeah.
I just got word from production, by the way, Wolf. They're asking me not to pronounce the K. I know that I'm not supposed. I just can't help it. I'm a reader guy.
Yeah, he likes to read the words.
I do it too much, and I really apologize, Yehu. I feel like I was getting better until I wasn't.
There are some tricky IDs in esports, and for some reason, we decided to say it the way that it needs to be said.
Yeah.
Which doesn't always have to be the way, but that was the executive decision.
And it's the right decision, but it's just hard.
It's not
someone inept.
Yeah, it's not an ID that is easily said. And players that choose that will have to deal with the consequences of their actions.
Yeah.
In this case, is Atlas sometimes saying K.
Well, to be perfectly honest, it is very easy to say. It's just I really wished the K wasn't there. Maybe I could just put a little bit of tape over the screen. Oh no, but the nameplates are on the champion, so I'd have to.
Maybe you could just move your finger, put your finger on the screen, and just smear it all.
That's what I'll do. I'll start doing that now. He's not on screen, so I don't have to do it right this second. Does Teddy have a silent T as well? Can we start calling him Eddie?
What about Punch? And that good old Askel up in the top lane.
I really like Lita.
So he just decided to make his name that.
Oh, but what about Call Me? We just do it with both mid laners. It's all me. That's actually pretty dope. Oh, I can't believe we didn't realize that one.
I have had so many tough ideas. Oh, hold on. Sponge, he should be okay, right? He's got...
Yeah, he should be able to get out of there. The flash, just before the Emperor's Divide. That one's good, but now Pleta in a bit of trouble. Thank goodness he's got a billion farm, because otherwise it could have been a difficult time. But yeah, Yehu was in the top lane, and so obviously in a 4v5 situation, DRX getting out, that's a really good thing.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to teleport. It looked scary for Nongshim to try to chase any harder there, as Sponge was able to get his charge. It wasn't blocked, and then he's able to then flash the wall. He handled it really well. Turns with his ultimate instead of using it instantly there, but not able to catch Call Me. Emperor's Divide down now. I mean, a lot of tools used, frankly. 3 ultimates for Nongshim. No objective until this Baron spawns, but there's no way that DRX can start it. It is a Senna comp after all, but they're just playing the map so much better. They've gotten so much more farm. The 2 turrets they have is not where the goal is. It's just in all the farm, and they have gotten constantly this game. And, I mean, this is with a Zeri that's ahead in CS. It's really just the plate gold, the 30 CS advantage Rascal has, 4 kills he has. The gold lead is pretty massive, and I think it's going to take a lot of time buying here for Nongshim for the Zeri to actually be able to win a team fight. And that's not to say that, you know, Senna isn't just going to outscale her, because that's probably true, but before she can have that miracle fight and have her moment, I think they need time, or they need some sort of miracle engage from Sylvie, and the engages have just been so poor this game. I just can't believe it's going to happen. You know, I'm not ready to cash that check. I'm going to be waiting with bated breath, because it's a bit of a one-sided game.
It is, and it's been one-sided ever since Champion Select. It's a bit sad when these sort of things happen, but what I want to focus on is DRX and their execution of later on in this game. As the game goes further on, how decisive can they be? How good can they get at setting up these checkmates? Because in game number 1, Rascal was once again on one of these 4-1 split pushes. If they can go back to the Rascal that was really, really good at playing the map, playing split push when he was on teams like Gen G, like DRX in the past DRX, he's still on DRX, I guess, but this was other iterations of the squad where he really made a name for himself. This is, you know, a big test, I think, for DRX with how cleanly they can close this one out, as Sponge possibly caught out, but instead he's going to press Q, and he'll be fine. Arctic Assault certainly helping out there with the gap close, or the gap extension. Yeah, he just is really quite difficult to lock down. Sejuani's passive makes it really frustrating as well, and just cannot catch this Sejuani, and that's the only target that's in range for your engage. Feels somewhat hopeless as... Ow. Yeah, that hurts. Yehu just pushing into an Aatrox as well freely without any threat, without anyone, you know, being able to come over there and do anything to him, push him away is rough. And Sponge just keeps, every time Nongshim group, he's like, well, I will just be between you and my carries. And so that is my job. I have a frozen heart and a weird hoodie. Yeah. He's like, it's like he's soaking damage, like a sponge of damage.
Yeah!
It's pretty cool. I love it when a name just works out.
Oh, the stacks coming through.
Yeah.
Clean farm.
It's beautiful.
I mean, Senna has 60 CS on top of all the stack gold.
Yep.
That's solving part of the mystery of the gold advantage as well.
I mean, she's like, Senna just makes more money, kind of like Twisted Fate, with the fact that you get gold from picking up your stacks, your little stacks all over the ground, your little orbs. It just means that you have access to more gold, and that, I mean, it doesn't seem very fair, and there might be a reason as to why she's won 15 games in a row.
Not to mention that we live in a meta where your jungler can be so tanky for so cheap.
And you also, like, that we don't have kill lanes, really. With the amount of Ashe bans that we see, with the amount of preparation that you can do in your ban phase to make these center compositions almost unanswerable.
Exactly.
That's the danger.
And it's just the fact that Jax is tanky enough on his own. He doesn't have to build tank, though, because you have tank Maokai. You know, you have
Sejuani. Like, there's too many tanks.
And then, or you have Tank Nahus, which is even worse, or Kench, right? But in this case, they flexed the Maokai, which was super smart. It's a great draft from DRX, so we're just seeing the consequences of that. Let's see if Nongshim can do anything.
Dundun in a little bit of trouble here as the Drake has been pulled by Nongshim, but both of the top laners towards that top side. We do have the Nature's Grasp, but not a lot of follow-up here from DRX. Maybe an angle, but Sylvie still taking a fair bit. Teleport going to be used by both of these top laners eventually as Dundun wants to go back first because he lost out on those trades. Magnustorm does come in from Sylvie as Jiwoo dives on top of Yehu. That is going to be the steal away of the Drake, so we don't have that one. But now Yehu trying to stay alive. Into the backline goes Dundun though, and he finds the angle. This is all Nongshim until now because Rascal, he's found the angle to get himself in there, but still a colossal win for Nongshim is what it feels like. Jiwoo losing a battle with the minion wave. What the heck's going on here? But never mind, he is going to be able to win it in the end as Pleta dives on forward. 2 for 2, but the Drake goes to Nongshim, and that is the main thing.
Yeah, small victory here for Nongshim that they are able to deny that Hextech Soul, but in terms of what happens after the fight, control definitely going to DRX. They're even going to look to push down this inner here. Teddy dying so early meant that he was just not able to do damage. He did like 470 damage, something like that in the fight, but Yehu did a lot, and Rascal coming in first with teleport because he pushed Dundun away, and then Dundun didn't have vision of where he was. So if you see on the minimap where they are, he didn't have vision of where he was. So he's like, I can't TP or he'll just cancel me. And he's probably TPing and I can't get in there because I'm going to lose this fight. So he gets to come in first. And so even though Teddy is going to get blown up pretty quickly in this fight, the Rascal swing around is going to be quite strong. So look, Teddy gets charmed, he has to flash away. And then Sylvie over here on the other side of the fight is trying to win this as Yehu gets blown up. Dundun takes out Teddy in the 1v1, but then in the longer fight, the Jax is just such a huge issue. And it's so split up here for the side of Nongshim because, yeah, you killed Teddy instantly, but you spent 2 people doing it, so you were kind of a man down while doing so.
Okay, bit of a fight happening here. Sylvie just was in amongst 4 people of DRX. But will secure the blue buff, and otherwise not too much more going to happen. After that, I believe Teddy turned a Serrated Dirk into an opportunity, which is a large amount of money spent.
It's big.
Yeah, so this is going to be even more scary. Players getting close to one another, but not too many fights actually committed to at all. Rascal makes his way in.
Call me, you know, he's gone for this pseudo tank build. He's still a ways away from being very tanky, but I think his engage is what you really need if you're going to win a fight right now. He needs to be able to find an angle, but Sponge's positioning has been so good. There's just too many tanks.
DRX is just going to start the Baron.
I think this is totally warranted because they have enough frontline here, and they've got amazing turn. Pleta's got ult.
Yeah, exactly. Nature's Grasp, absolutely massive. As Glacial Prison does hit 4 people, but not with the actual stun. So, I mean, it was cool, but not.
Yeah, quite literally, because it's very cold.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
But you don't get frozen and imprisoned.
No. Glacial Slow.
Yeah.
Over there. And
Glacial Trundle Zone.
Yeah.
But different and explodes.
Add more words, and I think I'll like it more.
Frozen Domain, I think is what it's called now, but I really do need to remember what it was called originally because I like to use Pillar of Filth.
Yeah, that's the good one.
Oh, it's like corrupted ground, something. No, never mind.
It's all right.
I've got a lot of ability names in my brain.
It's okay, Grandpa. Let's get you home.
please get me home.
Oh. Well, that fight was a little bit disjointed, but it didn't look like one that Nongshim were going to be able to win, outright, unless Call Me engaged faster or if Sylvie was able to find a Magnet Storm. They didn't really use ultimates there, and Sponge doesn't have his. It was missed, and so they don't want to commit any further. They don't want to. Okay, Pleta.
Okay, Pleta. He is going to be able to twist it advance. Needs to flash though. He's going to respect Jiwoo was making his way over as he saw that extendo beam.
I mean, in like game 1, if DRX cannot close this game out decisively and they lose ground, I mean, Nongshim can actually come back and win this game. We need to see a little bit more clean play here from DRX. The Jax is also not threatening sides. He's looking for a wraparound here.
Oh, but that wraparound may just be what they need. Here's the Nature's Grasp. Jiwoo, is he able to get out of the snare? That's the question. He's not able to get out of the counter-strike, but does have the cleanse to try and help him out. The arm guard is going to be broken. Dundun in that backline will be able to go into stasis, but Call Me, he's not so lucky. Yeah, who's going to pick up that kill? And I think that the arm guard from Rascal just won them that team fight.
Absolutely.
That was ludicrous.
I mean, Call Me also just so cut off. At that point, the arm guard buys enough time. I don't know if it was 100% the right call to go into the backline after the Nature's Grasp doesn't hit the Zeri, but you know what? If you can split the team in half with it and you've got that arm guard, you can just go in, buy enough time, and now without the Azir here, without the Emperor's Divide and no Magnet Storm, contesting this nigh impossible.
Yeah, and they've even got vision. But it looks like they may not be able to actually get on over there as Rascal dives over the wall onto Sylvie. Counter-Strike comes on in as a twisted advance just to get Sylvie out of there. Baron going to be the first thing to go down, and DRX very happy to have picked up their prize. They're even able to defend their outer turret in the mid lane. Hextech Drake going to be up in 1 second's time, but DRX, I think they should be able to get over here to potentially contest.
Yeah, and Call Me doesn't have ult. It's going to come up very soon. They need to buy time somehow.
Hexgate going to bring Rascal over as now Call Me and Dindon are lying in wait, but Rascal perhaps just straight up doesn't care. Call Me getting sniped as well as Yahoo getting some work done, and wow, we are going extraordinarily deep onto this one. Rascal once again has a counter-strike. Emperor's Divide is avoided. This guy's Jax is absurd this game. Call Me going down very, very low. Dindon will be taken out, and DRX, they take themselves the Baron and they find themselves the team fight. Yahoo unable to get that particular skill shot, but I think the damage has well and truly been done.
No, I think so. I mean, that's Hextech Soul. They have Baron as well, and a Jax who can teleport into this side with now that Hextech Soul on top of him as he Baron buff pushes this top lane, and there's just very little answer here for the side of Nongshim. Jiwoo alone will be able to stave off some of the pressure here, but Call Me doesn't have ult. He barely lived to tell the tale of that last team fight. And we're going to go back to this moment here. And when this Grasp doesn't hit Jiwoo, and he goes in anyways, I'm a little bit concerned initially here. When we look at the quick follow-up, as well as the heal coming down here, look at Pleta. He's able to come on top of Call Me, who gets a very lackluster Emperor's Divide. There's no follow-up damage, because even though Jiwoo survived the engage, he's just not in position to follow up on any of the damage, or follow up as damage to the Call Me collapse there. And then here, Rascal 1v2ing in the side here means there's just no opportunity for anyone to do anything on the side of Nongshim, and Call Me doesn't have ult until way too late, and he's not able to get value here. As you see, when he does eventually toss it out, Rascal's able to avoid that as well, and then the damage layered in here with Hui, with Teddy, full health, free firing on the Senna is just way too much. And if you look at the Zeri, she's just piecing out. She's like, well, this is doomed. Doesn't matter how much I can scale, doesn't matter how big my ult could be in this fight. I gotta just hightail it out.
Yeah, couldn't do anything. The fact that Rascal avoided that Emperor's Divide with a leap strike is kind of nutty.
Like, I think kind of lucky also potentially, but I mean, look, the timing looked like it was intentional.
No, it was crazy. I'm giving him benefit of the doubt for that one because I've been waiting for Rascal to show up this season, and finally he's here, Wolf. We get the guy that was top of the solo kills for 3 separate seasons. Oh man, this is it's absolutely great to see.
And he set the play up, the whole thing, all by himself on the Fed Jack. So now there's Siege. Pretty insane, but Baron is fading.
It
20
is.
seconds.
Still, Teddy has a lot of range. And Rascal keeping them busy here towards this top side. They have taken 2 inhibitors. Can just look for a little bit of an escape. I don't know about that one, Sponge. That was odd, but
it's a bait.
Shadow going to come in. Maybe it is, as the counter-strike connects, and it's Jiwoo that's in trouble. The permafrost is there, but it's unable to be activated, and Jax goes down. So Sponge may have just baited his top laner a little bit, but that's fine. They got the inhibs, and Rascal now has some Merc treads, and that's probably a good thing to have.
So those inhibitors seem to be, the timer of those seems to be about a minute longer than the Elder Spawn. So even though Sponge does initiate disaster here, as Rascal actually isn't hit by that Emperor's Divide, which ironically might have saved him because it pushed DRX away.
Right. It was used to separate the Jax from the rest of the teammates.
I like what you put down on that one. Very, very nicely said. So if he lives there, then you know it's a totally different story, and maybe they can even continue the push. But he dies. That's the end of it. Baron buff fades away, but the inhibitors will allow them to have prio in mid and bottom before the Elder spawns. Rascal's going to have teleport, and he could be on the top lane, the one place where they have a surviving inhibitor to guarantee that is pushed. So they should have prio in all 3 lanes to be able to get to that Elder first.
Yeah, it's actually crazy because Baron's going to be spawning first, and you can park your split pusher in top lane, have easier access to the Baron, guarantee vision around that because they're dealing with 2 lanes of super minions. Yeah, it's, I mean, it was basically done anyway, but now the macro plays itself for DRX as well.
It's so easy for them to play this out. And right now, they want to actually force some deep vision here topside, and they're going to put Rascal in the bottom lane instead. And he can, instead of threatening that top inhibitor and being on the opposite side of the map since it's 2 minutes away, he can actually threaten the Nexus. If somebody doesn't deal with him, he is very big, he's very strong, he's got Jack shows as well, so it's going to take a long time to kill him if you ever do.
And Colmy is kind of the mask salesman from Majora's Mask right now. He's got 3 of them.
Yeah.
He's going to be turning one of them into a Riftmaker, and that is going to feel a bit good. But I think I feel like right now you want magic penetration, you want things like this, and the tank Azir, when you're behind as this build, it feels way worse.
And I think the Emperor's Divides have to be way more impactful, way more, first of all, well-timed and aggressive, and also need to be angled correctly onto the proper targets for the tank Azir to feel like it's worth it, because you can get angles that are pretty weird and pretty strong that you wouldn't normally get if you're not tank Azir with this build. But he just hasn't been able to make it work. He hasn't been able to protect his AD carry. The team fights are often split by Rascal as they start off. 90 seconds here. Rascal's on the bottom lane, though, not going to be pushing that top side, but they're all grouped here, so they could just go Baron first, as you were kind of insinuating, but via the opposite of what I was talking about for Elder, where Rascal stays bottom, he can TP to Baron. They have so much deep vision. They get Baron, they win that fight, they get Elder, they win the game. They don't even need Elder if there's a team fight where they wipe on the Baron. They have full control over this game. Only DRX can lose this.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, to clarify what I mean by that, like, only DRX could throw this game. I don't think anything Nongshim could do can win it on their own.
No, I think they're going to need some help, as they do get vision of the Baron Pit, but they only have a finite amount of these scrying orbs. And I think that face checking, it's just kind of doomed. Very, very difficult. There's the second one. And now, DRX counting. They're like, all right, both of them are down. Let's go. Nongshim now going to have to start face checking their way in already. You can see DRX have started work on this. As now Colmy.
X-Tech is so frustrating.
Yeah. Already Sylvie trying to get over there. Look at this layering of CC. It's ridiculous. Unending Despair feels aptly named as the Bramble Smash comes down, and in goes Rascal. Finds the counter-strike onto so many. The CC, they're a freight train, just moving one after the other towards Nongshim. Dundun trying to get some work done. The health bars are relatively low, and Jiwoo able to take down the Jax. That is kind of massive. As Colmy, he should be taken out here. It's a closer fight than I expected, to be honest. But DRX is still able to win with a slight advantage.
The carries are alive here, and that's enough damage to take Elder. I think they're going to go ahead and take out this Scuttle Crab first. It's Zeri, so that's always a scary angle, and Aatrox, so maybe if he's able to flank, if he can get in there fast enough, could be a problem, but I just don't think they have the time. And Dundun does have teleport, but teleporting in feels so risky. That ward lives through these scryers of the Scuttle Crab. They're going to take the Hex Gate here. Timing is of the essence.
Yep, they're going to have to walk over a sapling if they want to get this one done. It is down extraordinarily low. There's no jungler in this pit, but it is still going to be secured by the Maokai. And the Dragon is now going to just devour Dundun. Peter not able to get in there and help out. And now DRX, they are a Baron away from Exodia, and then finishing this game is what it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, they've been winning it for so long. It's taken them a really long time to actually close it out, but I think this should be the final nail in the coffin. Can't blame Sylvie for this one. He has to come in and check. They have no real control. And Dundun is level 16. You know, he's got his Edge of Night. He wants to make an impact, but his team is in the meat grinder, so he's just watching from the sidelines, because going in after that initial pick onto Sylvie is just suicide. He's able to at least trade one back as the deep dive happens onto Jiwoo, and then he comes over to try to contest Elder and fails miserably, unfortunately, but it's time to pick up, what is it? I think in this case it'll be the right arm of Exodia. That's the final piece, because they had the early game, you know, gap, and then they got the Baron and all the pieces. Now it's just the right arm that they needed, and now
yeah, left arm I think was the soul, and the head was definitely the Elder. One being what feels like the most important part. And yeah, there's no way that a fight will ever be won by Nongshim in the next minute 20. And their inhibitors have respawned, so there's at least that. If you are a Nongshim fan. Now Sponge does notice that all of the bad guys are there. And oh my god, Jiwoo taking so much damage. Yahoo just killing them from a screen away. The Zeri is just wiped off the face of Summoner's Rift. Dundun taken down as well, and that is just a clean sweep. Colmy, the last man standing. and he's just wondering where everybody went. He may have blinked while that team fight was happening, and unfortunately, now the rest of his teammates are gone. Nexus turrets also are going to erupt, and no time wasted here by DRX at the very end. High fives from Teddy. That is the biggest smile I've seen on his face so far this season, as they'll take their second match victory.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it was a close series against D+ necessarily, and that series was riddled with a lot of technical issues, but I do think that DRX are starting to find their footing, and that was a phenomenal draft by them. And I think you know, we often talk about like Elder for Nexus, Baron for Nexus. That one felt like Azir for Nexus for me in the draft because...
Oh no, it's so true.
And the truth of the matter is he got destroyed by Yehu in terms of performances in the second game in the same matchup. With the Hui and Senna available, he opted into it a second time, and the performance just wasn't there. And that's a huge gaping hole in your draft, that the weight of the Senna is going to be so frustrating. They didn't get to ban the Sejuani because they put the focus elsewhere, and so Rascal got to play Jack Sejuani. He popped off and carried this game on his own, but there were so many other things like, oh, you got to deal with Rascal flank, you got to deal with the Sejuani, you have to deal with the poke coming through from Yehu. It was just one of those games where you backed yourself into a corner before we got onto the Rift, and then the gameplay just didn't back up what they decided to go for. A risky draft falls on its face, and DRX, I think they are really starting to... I'm not saying this team is going to playoffs by any means, but I think they're really starting to figure out their identity and how they want to play League of Legends.
I also think that they're going to be more dangerous in summer, right? Like when you've got teams like this that are very new, like getting a lot of people to try and work together and to figure out what this identity is going to look like, they're starting to make it work. I love that this isn't just like Teddy and Pleta trapped on a team. With Rascal, if he does continue to build form to get better and better, if Yehu actually is going to be that mainstay mid laner, I mean, so far we've seen Hui, right? And Hui, very strong at this point in time, but he looked good on this champion, and it looked like the team was playing as a team. Yeah. Sponge as well. I mean, Sponge has been struggling, man. He's really worn his heart on his sleeve and has had some rough games. This is an absolutely fantastic bounce back from this player. There's a lot of really good news here for DRX.
I agree, and I really think that I want to see more Yehu. You know, I feel like I'm like Frodo saying I want to see more Sam. You know, like I want to hear more about Sam. I want to hear more about Yehu because this is a player who came into the LCK and was overall very lackluster. And I thought Setab coming in, I'm like, well, 100% I pick him based on the performances we saw from him in Challengers. And that was the weird like third string of DRX that they pulled up, if you guys remember back to last year, and Yehu was on that. But now Yehu looks way better than Setab, although isolated in the same matchup twice that Call Me clearly wasn't comfortable playing. But still, I think he deserves a second shot in another series. I think I'd like to see more of what this guy is capable of because the team just seemed to play around him very well.
Yeah, they really did. And I would also like share some of that worry if it was first pick Hui. But I'm not, like, it was a response into this Azir both times, right? And like he had the answer. And if a player has the answer and plays two champions at the same time, like it's not on him, right? He had the right answer and the enemy team did not take that one away from him. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what else he's going to be bringing out for us though, because the way that he played this way from such long range, as you can see here, spacing's fantastic, got so much damage down. And some of our best teams in the LCK here have been utilizing this way to really great effect, and Yehu doing his best impression of that, looking really, really good here.
Well, the one thing I will say to nitpick, I think DRX had a lot of different ways they could have closed this game out faster. Perhaps it was nerves because they had basically a done deal also in game one and then couldn't close it out, and there were a few mistakes there. In this game, it felt like they were a little bit timid when they had a lot of control and made some mistakes in the later part of the mid game, and then in the late game, eventually this composition just couldn't be stopped as we knew, especially with Hextech Soul, but I think that's one thing this team could work on, because if you have this type of lead against a team like Genji or T1, even D+, maybe, you're not necessarily going to be able to close out with those advantages if you play as you did. So cleaning some of that up, I think, is the next step. But early game drafting strategy, this was one of the best looks we've seen from DRX all year.
Yep, and Rascal able to do almost double the damage of that of an Aatrox. That is definitely cathartic. Really beautiful stuff here from DRX. And we mentioned earlier on that there was a chance that T1 could clinch playoffs. That is not actually possible right now. There is like a niche case where we could get like some three-way tie, and then it's not like, but like they basically have, let's be honest.
It's almost certain, but it's not certain yet, so we just want to make that clear.
Just need to make sure that you guys are aware. And of course, no teams are out of the playoff race just yet, and in fact, it's gotten a whole lot closer with this three-way tie that we almost have. Game scores, of course, very different between these three teams down towards the bottom, but really great to see some more victories coming in for Nongshim, DRX, and Bro, of course, being able to join them with back-to-back victories over the Kwangdong Freaks. But now it is time to throw it over to the space to break down the 2-1 victory for DRX.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, for your wonderful work today. We are done with this series as DRX take their second series so far in a big win over Nongshim. Definitely a hard-fought battle both ways, I'd say. I think Nongshim certainly did as well as they possibly could. Kind of got themselves in trouble with that draft in Game 3, guys. What do you think?
I'm not the type of guy to be like, man, that was all draft, but my God, that was... Like, when I'm tilted about draft, that really gets you. So I'm going to highlight it. First of all, Senna, 16-0. Can't give that over. Absolutely illegal. Secondly, Azir, not that popular. Doesn't need to be B1. I know it's a comfort pick, but especially given the result of the last game and the fact that Wei is as popular as he is, really rough. Then they lock in Maokai, which not only gives them the opportunity to go Senna Maokai, which they ended up doing, but also gives them the jungler that Sylvia's actually looked good on. Then they go back to Rel, Aatrox, and then the moment you see the Sejuani, the Jax should be obvious. I know why Dundun didn't pick it, because it's one of his favorite champions. Obviously, blinding it is scary, but instead, you're playing into a Jax. It's going to clear your entire team, has a Sejuani. You're playing into a farming Maokai against a character that's currently 16-0. KT2-0 Genji when they got this.
Yeah. I feel like what makes it even worse is like obviously
even worse
the overarching picks and stuff, but like you have Rakan into Maokai, horrific to play that because he has a point and click CC. The Azir went tank Azir, like Zeri isn't the best tank killer, and you went the tank Azir build, which is lower damage, and you could just never cut through the front line. And I think this says it all. It's 100% win rate on the patch. The only game where it didn't get picked or banned was today for some reason, and then they remembered, oh wait, it's actually really broken, but not enough to deny it because they let it go open. And this, I mean, the thing is, I think Senna is very strong right now, but a big factor is how strong tanks are right now. Like that Maokai was like infinitely more powerful than having a Maokai support, and Maokai support's already really strong. So you just like
we're going through a lot here.
It's like, oh, you wanted a Maokai support? Well, why don't we just make him have like 3 times more harder to kill and see how that goes?
And you've got like the best AD carry currently,
who also heals everyone and shit. Yeah, I mean,
which was perfect with the comp and perfect against what they were playing against. Right, there wasn't a lot of backline access. It was just insane draft gap in this game number 3. So DRX get themselves in an amazing spot, and we can take a look at the first highlight, which is this 13-minute Drake fight. This is even before the comp is online, but already DRX getting big wins.
We still see Sylvie really looking lost on this Rel as well, and I'm really happy to see that DRX is actually shoring up a lot of their weaknesses that they've had previously in these fights. Sponge ends up giving his life, but he's very happy to do that because it secures the dragon, ends up getting the soul down the line as well. And we see some, some small air splatter like flashing there, but the key thing is they're protecting their back line, they're playing their comp out cleanly. It's a front to back with like, I know it's not technically triple front line, but it feels like it because Jax is unkillable because of Counter-Strike and Senna.
I mean, he was taking no damage in the later fights. And I feel like as well, Nongshim weren't even ready for that fight. Like, Dundun TP'd in late. By the time we saw the shuffle come through as well, like the team fight was already halfway through. It felt like they were really late to respond to the contest. Whereas on the other side, like the Aatrox moved in, you saw DRX back away, reestablish. It was just, not only are we seeing the comp is better, the execution in that fight was better for DRX too.
Yeah, got them off, started on the right foot. We had a second highlight that was like 3 minutes later, but we chose a different one that was 29 minutes in to really try to highlight what this composition does so well for DRX.
Yeah, I mean, we end up seeing this flank from Jax, and some champions, some games, this could seem like a crazy play to go for, but he's just so unkillable in this game that he's just in the middle of like 4 people from the side of Nongshim. And he's just, jumping about a bit, hopping about, he gets his Azir ulted, and then he's like, hey, you know what, guys? I want to go back in. I've got my Counter-Strike up again. Let's go for round 2. And notice that like he and maybe a bit of Sejuani are the only people losing health on the side of DRX, and Nongshim are just dead.
Yeah, look at that, losing a lot of health.
I mean,
yeah,
a little bit at least.
If only though they denied a champion, that would also make him even more. It's just everything about, as you can tell, because after game 2, and that's the main reason for me, is that you go to blue side, which is the easier side to draft on for a lot of teams, and you have the opportunity to go for the pick that's currently undefeated, and you let it go.
Yeah. It's actually DRX that made the mistake of leaving it open.
Yeah.
And then they were like, you know what? You can have it, actually. It's like, wait.
No. It was calculated. They knew the Azir was going to get
so.
prioritized over it. And there are some...
mind control.
Yeah. They took the risk. And you know what? If you take a risk and it doesn't get punished, is it really a risk? Or is it just a freebie?
Yeah, try this against T1 and Gen G. I'm sure they'll just let you guess Senna, you know? Yeah, not even that. I feel like saying T1 Gen G is so unfair. Try this against, like, I don't know, D+. Will probably just take the Senna away.
Well, Gen G did leave open Senna 2 games in a row.
Yeah, that was at the start of the patch. I don't think they're doing that ever again.
Yeah, I know. They're definitely not. But that's the point, right? Like, that's really, especially given, and I don't want KT to catch Tracer, but given how KT have looked after that was starting to get banned away from them, in comparison to that series, it says a lot about the strength of the pick.
At least we can be confident. After today, the teams will have realized it's wrong, and won't see it left open again.
Right?
There's
Surely.
no way.
I do feel like, especially some of our lower table teams, like some of the East Side teams, they're just like, well, we don't have a lot of confidence in this pick, so we don't really want to play it. But I feel like the issue is, if that's the case, just ban it away, which we did see. Actually, DRX, I think they did that in game 2, where they banned it away on blue side. They're like, well, you don't really want to play this one. And so they were like, okay, we'll just ban it away, which I think is the correct thing to do if you're not going to play it.
It should be telling that even T1 is banning T1, who have, by a large margin, the best Caitlyn Lux lane. And obviously, we did see it like once against in the Bro series, but I think even they have now started banning it away, just because even given that they're the best players at the best, like, pushing, strong presence, dunk on your turret like 5 minutes in lane, it's even they're banning it. What do you think that you got that they can't pull off?
Yeah, I think there's just too many pairings you can have that can deal with different lane matchups. So you can have, like, you know, Senna Seraphine's got a lot of sustain. It's like a double range matchup. You have the Maokai, which obviously really strong, has a lot of presence. Ornn is like for better scale. Like, you have so many variations. She has good lane presence. She has good sustain and harder lane.
Raid level 1.
And then she scales so well. So even if you do win lane, there's a chance it just comes back to bite you. And tons of range in fights. I don't know why I have to sell this on you. I don't know why I have to say this. This is not new information. This is just... Oh my.
It's just become more obvious with all the wins that she's getting, I think, nowadays. So,
well, for some teams.
Yeah, for some teams. With the tanks as well, feeling pretty good. But either way, guys, enough of that. We do have the POG ready. Let's just pick it up for game number 3. It will be Rascal on his Jax. We thought about giving it to Teddy for picking Senna, which currently on this desk, you know, that's kind of the vibe. But we thought this Jax was excellently played and was unkillable.
Rascal has seen better years, and that's why this performance, I think, is really exciting for DRX fans. It was not 2 years ago that we were just basically crying over the fact that he wouldn't make playoffs on KT. He was incredible, trying to hard 1v9 every single game. And the truth is, he's been bottom of the barrel for this entire split. So him having this big of a performance on a pick when enabled, when given the resources, is really, really cool. We've seen this with Dudu as well, who took a decent amount of time to really get back to form. I'm really happy to see Rascal have a great game.
Yeah, I think as well as sometimes you'll win a game and it's like you have a nice KDA, but really did you contribute that much? Or maybe you got fed and then it's just like, just win the game as is. But Rascal was like pushing the limits of what Jax can do. They're playing super aggressive, so it's really nice to see that kind of, even if it's just a glimpse, I'm hoping it continues that return to form from what we've seen from him in years past.
Yeah, really hope so. Sponge also getting some nice couple of votes there from the Korean analyst desk, which is cool to see, as he also had a pretty good game. But guys, we do have the interview ready. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by Sponge and Rascal on the side of DRX. Congratulations on the win.
두 분 오늘 POG를 받으셨는데요. 스폰지 선수, 라스칼 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
This was a very important and also even a crucial game that you had to win for the playoffs contention. How do you feel about the win?
저희 연패 끊을 수 있어서 너무 좋고
Yeah, I'm really glad that we managed to end our losing streak here. And I think our performance also was better, so it feels amazing. Sponge, what about you? It was a must-win series for us. So I'm happy that we were able to get the win and also ended our losing streak. Yeah, DRX's losing streak was lasting pretty long as the oldest member of your team. What kind of words did you share with your teammates?
좀 분위기도 좀 많이 처졌는데
Yeah, we were definitely not having the best time recently.
다 같이 좀 보여주면서
So I just wanted to make sure that we can just stay strong and keep our spirits high. And if we just keep working hard, we will be able to find our potential because I believe in our roster and our players are very talented.
이 값진 승리 얻어낸 것 같습니다. 스폰지 선수가 연패 과정에서 또 눈물을 보인 적도 있었잖아요.
I can tell it must have been a very challenging time. Sponge even showed tears after a crushing loss. How did you keep your spirits up?
과정에서 근데 경기력이 또 좋게 진 날은 그래도 막 처지진
Well,
않았던
I
것
mean,
같은데 좀 안 좋게
we were on a losing streak, but there were some matches where we were still able to showcase a better performance. So on the days that we were not able to perform well, we did our best to have a lot of communication about our gameplay and stuff so that we can still build trust in each other and also, kind of strengthen our team bonding. In game 2, you recorded a 0 deaths performance on Xin, showing a very impressive performance. What strengths does Xin pick bring to the composition?
하면 좀 좋은 조합이었던 것 같고 그리고
I think our comp had really good front lane. And also, I think Xin is just a really good pick into Rel, a good counter. If that's so, why do you think Xin was not able to have many victories until now?
저도 약간 신짜오가 그렇게 좋다고 생각하진
I don't really think Xin is a very strong pick, but today I think it was just a lucky day for Xin and he was able to have a very good early game so that he could actually just pop off. Also, in game 2, mid laner Yehu was subbed in. How was the topside synergy with the new mid laner on the roster? Well, actually, even though Yehu, he did not have a long time to prepare or practice, but we have been playing together since last year, me and him. And also, despite the short period of time to preparation, he still did his best. And also, he was the one that bringing the energy to the team when we are not, having the best time. So I thought this was a try that we can go for today. Sponge, your Sejuani is recording a 5-2 record so far. Does playing Sejuani boost your confidence? Yeah, definitely. I get to play with a lot more confidence on Sejuani. So Sejuani was banned in both game 1 and 2, but was let through in game 3. Did you kind of foresee the victory at that moment? I was kind of expecting them to not ban Sejuani in game 3, so I was just looking for that chance. And then Sejuani was a great pick to complete our comp and also doing a great job early on in the game as well, so we were able to secure the win. However, Rascal, in game 3, Zeri was also getting scaled and the game was getting a little bit delayed. What did you focus on in order to close out the game? So as Jax, I was focusing on playing with the aggro, I thought I should be the one going in and kind of absorb all of the aggro and go back and forth. But there were some moments that I was not very clean with that play, but still we were able to get the win in the end. Tell us about the last pick Jax as well into Aatrox. Is it, how would you like to rate this right now? Well, it depends, but if you can play aggressively on Jax, you will be able to get more value. DRX, your next opponent is Hana Life Esports. What are you expecting from that match? I felt like even in the first round, we were able to put up a really good fight into them, so I hope we can put up the best performance possible up against them this time around. With the victory of DRX, a very long-awaited victory, many fans are very happy right now. But you didn't really do any ceremony. Why was that? I was having a conversation with the coaching staffs. I was not aware of it. Would you like to do some right now?
하나, 둘, 셋.
A big smile and peekaboo ceremony from Rasco to celebrate the victory. Can you do one more looking at the camera? You kind of missed it. Awesome, amazing. Thank you. To close out the interview, anything you want to say to the DRX fans? I mean, we were having a long losing streak, but I really appreciate all the fans who stayed with us during the hard time, and because of that, we were able to get the win today. I wish we can get a continuous support from the fans, and we can also repay the support with better and stronger performance. And Sponge, would you like to add on to that? I feel the same, you know. I'm very grateful for the supports from the fans, and I really want to repay all the supports with our performance. And this will be the end of the POG interview, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for that awesome translation. We're going to take a look here at the standings. Nongshim one step closer to falling down. DRX move up into 9th place and do have a chance now to challenge for 8th in the future here. We'll see just how far they can go. Our next matchup, guys, is going to be Life Esports up against FearX, and then we do have Genji up against KT Rolster. That rematch is going to be pretty interesting after KT was the only team to take down Genji so far. And definitely going to be a fun time tomorrow, so make sure you don't miss it. And that's going to do it for us here on The Space. Have a good night.
만났었고 이제 LCK에서도 만나게 되었는데
복권 제대로 터졌어요. 야 나이스 이긴다니까.
오래된 멤버끼리 이제 플레이오프 진출해가지고 좋은 성적 내보고 싶어요.
지우 선수 LCK에서의 대결은 조금 힘드실 것 같아요. 그래서 준비 잘 해오셨으면 좋겠습니다.